I can't claim I was at a low point in my life when the salesman came knocking on my door. It would be easy to say I was desperate and emotionally vulnerable and therefore fell afoul of his dark powers. It's true that I wasn't entirely satisfied with my life. I had a decent job and a nice home, having inherited a decent amount of money after my mother passed. I miss my mom, of course, but I dealt with my grief as best as I could and moved on. And relationships were always a challenge for me. I'd had girlfriends, but never married and had no children. Hell. I didn't really have any close friends. Plenty of acquaintances, but no one I could trust with my inner thoughts and dreams. Still, this social isolation never truly bothered me. Since childhood, I'd always been an introvert and content to keep my own company. But it was more than that. I always felt that I was different from other people, an entity who lived amongst humanity but wasn't truly with them. I sensed there was something within me that wasn't quite natural. For a long time, I believed that this feeling was a form of mental illness, or the result of some kind of repressed childhood trauma. There was so much my mother hadn't told me about my background. In the end, it was the salesman who told me the truth about my heritage. For better or worse, Pandora's box had been opened, and my life has changed forever. My story spans many generations and links our mortal world with realms beyond human comprehension. But for me, it all began on one quiet Saturday afternoon when the enigmatic salesman came to my front door. I only vaguely recall what I was doing on that fateful day. To the best of my recollection, I was searching for holiday deals on my laptop and sipping on a cold beer, while a football match blared in the background. I do remember the annoyance I felt when I heard the loud banging on my solid oak door, loud enough to be heard over the television and inside of my living room. Saturday afternoon was my time, and I wasn't keen on receiving visitors, especially unexpected ones. I have a Ring doorbell installed, but the visitor chose not to use it, instead banging on my door with an unnecessary force. I shook my head in irritation as I opened the app on my phone, only to discover that I couldn't access the camera feed. I suppose I should have been concerned by this sequence of events, but in that moment, I was more angry than anything else, particularly as the knocking continued and increased in volume. I put my laptop down, paused the match, and got up onto my feet, stomping along the corridor as the knocking continued, and I shouted, "All right, I'm coming, damn it!" I was still furious as I twisted the handle and opened the door, preparing to give the unwanted visitor a piece of my mind. But all my anger just melted away as soon as I cast my eyes upon him. It's difficult for me to explain the impact of seeing the salesman for the first time. He was not a particularly attractive or attention-grabbing individual. In fact, he took the appearance of a small and physically meek elderly man, his body stooped over, his hair white and skin wrinkled. He wore a musky-smelling tweed suit and bow tie and propped himself up with a walking stick in one hand, whilst carrying a leather briefcase in the other. My visitor sported a disarming but somehow unnerving smile on his crusty lips, and his brown eyes were lit up with the passion and energy of a much younger man. I didn't find him threatening at first glance. Far from it. Before the salesman even spoke a word, I found myself at ease in his presence, and was no longer annoyed over his intrusion upon my afternoon. I'd never met the man before, and yet he seemed very familiar to me. Like he was a long-lost relative who'd suddenly and unexpectedly walked back into my life. I struggled to find the words to address the old man, eventually stuttering my greeting. Hello, can I help you?" The visitor's smile widened as he spoke in an amicable yet somehow chilling voice. "Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance." He held out his bony hand, which I took after only a second's hesitation. I expected his palm to be ice cold, and so was surprised by the warmth of his palm. feeling like a surge of energy had passed from his body to mine. "My name is Mr. Black," he said in the way of introduction, "and I am a purveyor of rare books and encyclopedias. I believe my products will be of great interest to an intelligent and open-minded gentleman such as yourself. If you have the time, I would love to come inside and tell you more." My hand was still in his as I looked into his deep brown eyes, seeing a spark of malice in them for the first time. I experienced a wave of emotions in that moment, curiosity and wonder, but also apprehension and more than a hint of fear. I don't know how exactly, but I realized that the decision I made in that next moment would define the rest of my life. I could tell the mystery man to leave and go back to my quiet life of ignorance. On the other hand, I could invite him inside and hear what he had to say, and of course I chose the latter. "Sure, come on in," I said nervously. The salesman, Mr. Black or whoever he really was, released my hand, continuing to smile as he nodded his head and walked across the threshold. I moved to one side, allowing him to pass and watching as he slowly marched down the wood-floored corridor, his walking stick clicking as he went. I meant to call out to him and tell my visitor where to go, but bizarrely it seemed like he had already knew his way around my home, as he immediately walked into the living room, leaving me to follow him inside. Now, before I continue my account, I should explain a couple of things first. First of all, I knew very well that Mr. Black wasn't an encyclopedia salesman. Apart from anything else, the profession is obsolete in this modern age of online shopping and access to unlimited digital information. Secondly, I did realize my visitor was potentially dangerous, although not in the conventional sense. Mr. Black was not physically imposing, and I thought it unlikely that he was armed. He might be a con man, of course, but I sensed his interest in me came from something deeper. I cautiously followed him into my living room, noting how he'd already taken his seat in the far corner. He raised his hand, pointing at the couch opposite while saying, "Please, sir, take a seat." It was as if our roles were now reversed, and I was a guest in my own home. And yet, I obeyed his instruction without comment, and taking a seat while I watched him lift and open his briefcase. It was only later that I realized all the electronic devices in the room, my television, laptop, and smartphone, were all now switched off, with their screens turned to black. Even then, I didn't understand the significance of why this had occurred. I continued watching in awe as the salesman pulled a fine, leather-backed red book from his briefcase, holding it so carefully as if it was his most prized possession. I was instantly drawn to the mysterious book which my visitor held in his bony hands. The cover was unremarkable, a maroon color without any motif or title that I could see. The pages were stained yellow, which gave an indication as to its age, and it had that rather pleasant musky smell you get in old bookstores or university libraries. I'd like to claim that the cover was made from dried human skin or covered by some kind of magical runes, but there was nothing that dramatic. The book itself looked very ordinary, and yet I couldn't avert my eyes from it, somehow sensing that the words contained within were of great importance. "Behold, sir, the greatest encyclopedia ever written," the salesman suddenly announced, drawing my attention back to his grinning, wrinkled face and bright eyes. "All the answers you will ever need are contained within these pages." I frowned, looking again at the book and noting its thickness. I reckoned it was around 500 to 600 pages in length, which hardly seemed substantial given the claims the salesman was making. "So, this is what you're selling?" I asked cynically. The salesman laughed jovially, shaking his head before replying, "Oh, no, sir, I'm afraid not. This book is priceless, and sadly not for sale. I scowled, becoming increasingly suspicious of my enigmatic visitor. "You said you were a salesman," I snapped back. "I did," he replied, seemingly picking up on my increasing hostility. "The truth is, I have held many positions over the years. Preacher, historian, emissary, salesman. In all cases, the common thread is storytelling." I scoffed dismissively before replying. "So what? You're here to tell me a story?" "Oh, yes, sir." He beamed with enthusiasm as he began to open the cover. "I can tell you many stories. This wonderful book is full of them." "I see," was my cynical reply. "And let me ask you something, old-timer. Have you ever heard of Wikipedia?" I was being deliberately facetious, of course, challenging the salesman's assertion that this book contained long-sought-after answers when I could literally access all the information in the world with the mere touch of my finger. The mysterious Mr. Black looked confused for a moment, as if my question made no sense to him, but eventually he wizened up and answered in his typically jovial manner. "Oh, you mean the World Wide Web? Well, yes, sir. I'm afraid I am something of a technophobe. But let me assure you, sir, the tales within these pages won't appear on your internet." He paused briefly to let this sink in. I might have laughed aloud at his audacious claim, but there was a doubt in my mind. I glanced back towards my phone, laptop, and television, noting how all had switched off as soon as the salesman entered my home. This couldn't be a coincidence, and the implications brought a chill down my spine. The salesman didn't seem to notice my change in demeanor, however, as he was engrossed in his precious encyclopedia, carefully and lovingly turning the pages, his eyes lighting up whilst they scanned the contents. Such was the power of the words contained within. "Now, let's see. What story would be of interest to you, good sir? Perhaps the tragic saga of Emily de la Roque and her exile to the legendary Isle of Demons?" He flicked through the pages before offering another suggestion. "Or will I tell you the rules of the Shadowlands, where the damned stand in line between heaven and hell, whilst they await the Almighty's judgment?" He turned another page, looking up from the book, as he shot me a twisted grin and a sly wink. "Oh, but let's not beat about the bush, good sir. I know the story you wish to hear. The story of you. Your past, your present, and, of course, your future." I snorted again, but with less confidence than before. I still thought he was full of crap, but doubts were creeping into my mind. I tried to make a joke out of it, but my voice was trembling when I asked my next question. "You've got a chapter about me in there?" I asked. The salesman's smile faded somewhat, as did the spark in his eyes as his energy seemed to diminish. "Why, yeah," he said in a more solemn tone. "You, sir, have a very prominent role in my book." He proceeded to read my full name and date of birth, along with cursory details of my early life and education. I raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Of course, these were details you could have obtained through several sources, and on the surface, the whole thing seemed like a scam. But there was more. The salesman was somehow able to confirm my date of death, which he claimed would be the 13th of July of 2066. I laughed nervously at this revelation before saying, So you're a fortune teller as well as a storyteller? Oh, no. I cannot tell the future. I merely go by what's in the book, but it's never been wrong yet, he replied with a dry chuckle. I took a deep breath to compose myself once I realized my body was physically shaking with anticipation. The whole situation was insane, and my logical brain told me that none of this could be true. And yet, I fully trusted the mysterious salesman in that moment. I don't know whether he'd bewitched me with his black magic, or because deep down, I'd always yearned for this self-validation. But at this point, I was hanging on his every word. What else does the book say about me? I demanded impatiently. But the salesman didn't answer, instead looking up from his sacred text and towards the mantelpiece on the far side of my living room. He slowly lifted his right hand and pointed towards the framed picture which took center place. "Your mother?" he asked in a sympathetic tone. I looked to the picture, seeing my mom's smiling face and sparkling eyes, and I experienced a twinge of grief as I remembered how much I missed her. "Yeah," I replied with a lump in my throat. I wondered why my visitor had changed the subject, and felt frustrated at his lack of answers. "She never told you about your father, did she?" I paused momentarily, confused by the question but also feeling like he'd hit a raw nerve. "She did," I answered defensively. "My father died shortly before I was born." The salesman shot me a sympathetic half-smile. "That ain't true, though, is it? You've always known this deep down, but you couldn't bring yourself to confront your mother, not even when she lay on her deathbed." I swallowed deeply, trying to control the flood of emotions I was experiencing. I believe the salesman allowed me a moment to process these feelings before he continued to talk. "You wish to know your future, but before you do, you must understand where you come from." I thought over his cryptic words for only a moment before snapping impatiently. Tell me everything." His reaction surprised me as the salesman frowned, his smile disappearing as his expression darkened. "I think not, sir. I came here with honest intentions, but now I see you are not ready for the truth." My jaw dropped in astonishment. I couldn't believe what I was hearing and stated as much angrily. "No, you can't leave me hanging like this. I must know." "I'll leave you with 2 names, the salesman replied cryptically. "Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham." "Who the hell are you?" I shot back in anger and confusion. "You have the names. Seek them out and hear their stories. Piece by piece, the truth shall be revealed to you. But for now, sir, I will wish you good day and good luck." With that, the salesman carefully stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards the door. I was literally baffled, not believing that our bizarre encounter could end like this. I had a rush of blood to my head, deciding that I couldn't let him leave without first obtaining the answers I needed so badly. In an instant, I jumped up from the couch, reaching for the elderly salesman and grabbing him firmly by the arm. "No more bullshit, old-timer. You're not leaving. I want to read what's inside that damned book." I didn't expect much resistance from the elderly man, and so was astonished when he reacted violently, exerting a near superhuman strength as he pulled free from my grasp and physically shoved me to the floor. I looked up fearfully, seeing the salesman transformed into something monstrous, his eyes black and his mouth opening to reveal a gaping dark hole. He hissed at me like a cat, and when he spoke, his words were deep and almost inhuman. "Damn it, sir," he cried in fury. "Don't test me. Lay your hands on me again, and you will live to regret it." I froze in terror, averting my eyes from his hideous second face. I didn't need to be told twice. Remaining on the floor as the salesman left the room, his briefcase and walking stick in hand as he slowly walked down the corridor, I heard the door slam shut and my heart sank, because I knew that this bizarre encounter had changed my life forever. You won't be surprised to learn that I was grasped by a frantic obsession following the salesman's visit. I tried to track him down, searching and contacting every bookstore and sales company in a 100-mile radius, all to no avail. I couldn't find the mysterious Mr. Black or his unidentified encyclopedia, no matter how hard I tried. And so, all I had to work with was the two names he'd provided me. It's no exaggeration to say that I spent months attempting to track down Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham. Despite the salesman's distrust of the internet, I used this resource extensively during my long and frustrating search. Obviously, there are thousands of individuals on social media with these names, and I had no additional information such as their ages or geographical locations. I quickly realized it was pointless contacting random people online, and my best bet was targeting forums which specifically dealt with bizarre or supernatural occurrences. Even then, I faced many frustrations and dead ends, but eventually, I was able to find the correct Charles and Fatima amongst the hosts of trolls and scammers. How could I be sure, you ask? Well, both had received their own visits from the enigmatic Mr. Black, and were able to confirm details about the salesman and his previous encyclopedia without being prompted by me. I was therefore confident that all three of us had shared the same, probably supernatural experience, having been picked out by the ghoulish salesman for whatever reason. It's possible that all three of them were in it together and I was their mark. I did consider the possibility it was all an elaborate hoax, but for what purpose? I also did my own independent research on the two individuals, and I'm sure they checked me out too. By all accounts, Charles and Fatima were unremarkable people who didn't stand out from the crowd. This was my first impression, at least. There was no obvious connection between the three of us. I won't reveal where I live, but I can provide some details about my companions. Fatima Abraham lived in London, having been born and raised in the UK capital. Her mother was English and her father was an Egyptian. She wasn't married and had no kids. She didn't even own a pet as far as I knew. She worked in finance and had a few friends. Meanwhile, Charles Robinson hailed from the American Midwest, where he worked as a locksmith and ran his own small business. Again, he was unmarried and childless. I suppose the three of us did share some characteristics. We were all single introverts around the same age. All of us were suspicious of other people to the extent we could be described as misanthropists. Likewise, we all had comfortable livelihoods but felt unfulfilled. But it was more than that. Fatima, Charles, and I all believed there was something missing from our lives. Some dark secret which had been kept from us. We all desired to learn this secret, and this was surely while the salesman had sought us out, because he had the answers we thought we so desperately needed. As the three of us communicated through private messages, it soon became apparent that Fatima and Charles had more information than I did. The salesman had left me hanging, hinting at the identity of my father and my ultimate destiny. On the other hand, secrets were revealed to my companions that changed their lives forever. I had made the decision to share their stories here, if only because their fates are linked to my own. I will share their own words, which I received in the form of direct messages, up until the point they broke off contact. Charlie's Tale. I don't know what to tell you guys about my upbringing. My family weren't rich, but I was brought up right. I didn't know much about my heritage. Mom and Dad were always cagey on that subject. I knew that my grandfather had changed his surname as a young man, but never knew why, and no one would ever talk about it. I reckon there was likely a dark family secret which had been kept from me. This wasn't something I dwelt on, though. I was a difficult kid. That would be fair to say. I remember being angry much of the time, but never truly understood why. I would frequently get into fights in school and was in no end of trouble. My parents were very concerned about my behavior. It was almost like they were afraid of me. I guess I always felt this rage inside of me. I got better at controlling it as I grew older, but my inner thoughts were often consumed by violent fantasies. These feelings worried me and contributed to my anxiety, but I never talked about them or sought professional help. In fact, this is the first time I've shared any of this. Anyway, my adult life hasn't been anything special. I've survived but never been happy. I just existed and played the game. I don't know why I started working as a locksmith. I'm not a people person and I secretly hate most of my customers. But the idea of being able to access their homes excited me on some deep level. I was able to intrude upon their private domains and so held a secret power over them. You're probably seeing a lot of red flags here, and you'd be right to do so. But still, I'd repressed these dark impulses and might well have continued to do so if it hadn't been for the salesman's visit. You guys know the score, so I won't repeat it here. When that freak came knocking on my door and started talking about encyclopedias, I was just about ready to tell him to go to hell, but I held my tongue and let him inside my home. I can't explain why, but you guys have been through the same experience, so I know you'll understand. Somehow, I felt like I could trust this stranger, and I needed to hear what he had to say. The next bit you know too. He took that damned book out of his briefcase and started reading. There was a couple of weird stories he started off on. I remember some talk of a hidden museum of the future apocalypse and a phantom bus full of ghosts and ghouls. I don't recall all the details, but these stories scared the shit out of me. But he soon moved on to my sordid family history. It all goes back to my great-grandfather, you see. His name was Ivan Robson, and he was notorious around these parts. Between 1922 and 1930, Ivan carried out at least 11 brutal murders in the tri-state area. 11 is what he confessed to anyway, although the true number may have been much higher. Ivan was one of the earliest known serial killers in the Midwest, practicing his ghastly trade with the butcher's knife, cutting his victims' throats from ear to ear in savage but meticulously executed attacks. His trademark was to break into the victims' homes while they were out and lay in wait, launching his murderous assaults once they returned home. And guess what? Ivan trained as a locksmith just as I did. This was how he gained access to the victims' homes, and he used his profession as a cover for traveling from town to town, scoping out his targets while he planned his murders. It's difficult for me to describe my emotions as I listen to these revelations. Shock, of course, and more than a little fear. But the most extraordinary part was how the salesman told the story. He wasn't just reading the words from the book. Well, he was. But it was more than that. When the salesman described the murders to me, he didn't just cover every vivid and gory detail. The words he spoke seemed to hold some kind of dark power. Somehow, I was transported to the murder scenes, feeling the knife in my hand and the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I was in my ancestor's body, hiding in a stranger's home and waiting for them to return. I vividly recall the terror in their eyes as I revealed myself, charging them with my blade in hand. Some fought back fiercely, meaning I had to stab them multiple times before they fell. Others cowered and begged for mercy. It made no difference in the end, because I slaughtered every victim without a second thought. In truth, I enjoyed reliving my ancestors' heinous crimes, from the screams of his victims to the smell of their blood. It was like a part of me which had been buried deep inside was finally released, and now I knew who I was. But the bloody string of murders came to an inevitable end when the police caught up with my great-grandfather during the early years of the Great Depression. The detective who caught him was called Underwood, a rising star in the local police force who later joined the FBI. As the salesman described the arrest, I was once again taken aback, possessing my late relative's body as I was thrust into a tight, windowless interrogation room during the hot summer of 1930. Underwood was standing over me, his face red with fury, and his shirt covered in sweat as he screamed in my face. I remember being terrified by his overbearing and intimidating presence. It wasn't just that Underwood was physically imposing. There was also a malice in his eyes which was truly chilling. I didn't need to imagine what my great-grandfather was feeling in that moment. I knew he was scared. It's a crazy thing to imagine a serial killer being afraid of a mere cop, but there was a darkness within Underwood that was frightening. When my great-grandfather didn't confess, Detective Underwood beat him without mercy. The torture went on for hours, and I felt every blow my ancestors suffered. In the end, he was forced to sign a confession for the 11 murders. I experienced a great anger once I learned how my ancestor was subjected to this treatment, even though I realized he was in fact guilty. Ivan Robson was executed on the 15th of September 1932. The salesman described the execution to me in great detail, and once again, I was transported back in time, finding myself strapped into the electric chair, shaking uncontrollably as they read me my last rites and pulled the lever. The electricity flowed through me, causing me excruciating pain as my body cooked from the inside out. And then it all went dark, and I was thrust back to the present, sitting on my couch as the salesman finished reading, before he put the book carefully back in his briefcase and made to leave. I tried to stop him. Of course I did. There were so many unanswered questions in my head. But you know how that goes. The old man doesn't look like much, but he packs a mean punch. And then he left me, having turned my life upside down in the course of one afternoon. I couldn't go back to the way things were. Not after everything I'd learned. So I started doing my own research, much like the two of you. As you can imagine, there's been a lot written about my late ancestor. I also came onto these paranormal forums and started asking questions about this salesman guy. That's how I got in touch with you guys, obviously. I appreciate having you both to talk to about this crazy shit. I haven't spoken with my parents. Frankly, I feel betrayed by them both, because they hid the truth from me for so long. It's difficult for me to describe my emotions at this time, but what I feel more than anything else is rage. That anger and lust for violence is no longer buried deep in my psyche. Now, it's at the forefront of my consciousness, and the rage has consumed me. My greatest desire is to seek vengeance on behalf of my ancestor Ivan, and I believe it's my duty to continue his legacy. The focus of my hatred has a name, and it's Underwood. The cop who caught my great-grandfather is long dead, of course, but his descendants still live in this area. In fact, his great-grandson is an attorney right here in my hometown. I know where he lives, and I can get inside. The fire burning within me cannot be diminished. I will have my revenge. As you can imagine, Both Fatima and I were left shocked and deeply disturbed by Charlie's final sign-off. If we took his words at face value, we'd have to assume that Charlie would commit a murder in the near future. So, what did we do with this information? I suppose the correct course of action would have been to contact the police, and yet we didn't do so. When we discussed his posts, we decided the murder threat was likely a hoax or that he wouldn't go through with it. Deep down, though, I think we both knew this was a lie. Now, I can't speak for Fatima, but I didn't report the murder plot because I never wanted to see what would happen. I never did hear from Charlie again, but I was able to piece together the rest of the story through court documents and news reports. On the 23rd of March this year, a 32-year-old locksmith named Charles Robinson illegally gained access to a private residence in Kansas City. In his subsequent confession to detectives, Mr. Robinson admitted to breaking into the home with the intention of ambushing and murdering the owner, the well-known defense attorney Caleb Underwood. The accused believed the home would be empty at the time, but was confronted by Mr. Underwood's maid, 25-year-old Isabella Rodriguez. A struggle ensued which ended in a brutal murder, as Robinson stabbed his victim 13 times in a frenzied attack, killing her in the master bedroom. The accused expressed remorse over the murder of Miss Rodriguez, but decided to follow through on his original plan, moving the maid's corpse to the bathroom before waiting for his target to come home. Detectives investigating the case have praised the bravery of Mr. Underwood, who was able to overpower, disarm, and subdue the suspect until the police arrived. Mr. Robinson has been charged with murder and attempted murder and has been denied bail. It's noted that he is a distant relative of Ivan Robson, the infamous serial killer who committed 11 murders across 3 states during the 1920s and was executed by the electric chair in 1932. This was the news report from the time, and I don't mind telling you that the account shocked me to my very core. Charlie had played out his violent fantasies and carried on his great-grandfather's bloody legacy, but he'd badly botched his murder plot, slaughtering an innocent woman before getting himself caught. Charlie might well have been executed like his ancestor, but he never made it to trial. The last report I read confirmed that Charles Robinson was found dead in his jail cell on the morning of April 14th. The authorities claimed he'd taken his own life, but I'm not so sure. In any event, one of my contacts was dead and I still didn't have the answers I needed. I suppose I should have felt disgusted over the whole affair, but in truth, I was frustrated to have hit another brick wall. Now, my only hope was Fatima, and she was able to bring another piece to the puzzle. So, let me tell you this young woman's story in her own words.
There's not much to say about me. Sure, I could recount my childhood in minute detail, but what would be the point of that? I will say that my parents divorced when I was still young. During my adolescence, I turned my back on my father's faith. We fell out over this disagreement and haven't spoken in years. The truth is, I never had much time for religion. During my student days, I was a committed atheist, filled with a youthful arrogance and anger against the establishment. In later life, I became much more conformist, although I never considered myself a spiritual person. I suppose I had a decent relationship with my mom. We saw each other regularly, and I continued to visit my mother until her sudden passing from a stroke. I grieved the loss, but in all honesty, we were never that close. I had one serious boyfriend after university. We lived together for about 5 years, but gradually grew apart. I remember the day he broke up with me, saying that I'd become cold and distant. I didn't argue and let him go. A big part of me was relieved. I used to be bothered by things like this. It concerned me that I couldn't maintain a relationship and had no close friends. I reckoned there must be something wrong with me, and I did seek professional help in my late 20s. But multiple psychiatrists couldn't provide the answers I needed. In the absence of meaningful human interaction, I threw myself into my career. I was always good with numbers, and so pursued this line of work, taking a job as a financial analyst after college and working my way up the corporate ladder. I worked long hours and made good money. By any measure, my career has been a great success. But guess what, guys? I was still not satisfied. You both know the feeling all too well, to feel like a stranger in your own life, a zombie merely going through the motions and pretending to be a human being. And then the salesman came to my door. My introductions to this mysterious stranger were much the same as yours. I was highly suspicious, but I let him into my home. I guess I was still apprehensive up to the point he took the book out of his briefcase and started to read. From that point onwards, I was transfixed and hanging on his every word. He told me several tales of the unexplained and paranormal, speaking of a red phone box that can communicate with the afterlife, a cursed model village with its consumed creator, and a parallel universe which has become the resting place for countless lost ships and planes. I normally don't go in for such fantastical stories and conspiracies. Throughout my life, I've considered myself an educated and logical woman who had no time for the superstitions of the past. And yet the salesman's wonderful words struck a chord with me. And I felt like he'd reached something deep inside of me, awakening emotions I'd long since buried. And this was before he revealed my true identity. My connection to the past wasn't as direct as it was for Charlie. The dark tragedy in my family's history did not occur within living memory. Instead, the salesman took me back to the 17th century where a long-forgotten ancestors on my mother's side suffered a grave injustice. My ancestor's name was Mary Claiborne, and she was a minister's wife and young mother of 2. Mary lived in Norwich, Norfolk County during the 1640s, and her short life was not a happy one. Her husband was a Puritan, a real fire and brimstone type who didn't believe in sparing the rod when it came to disciplining his children, or his wife, for that matter. The way the salesman vividly described the violence and abuse, it was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I can relate to Charlie's account because I felt the immense power of the salesman's words as he read from the encyclopedia, and somehow I was transported back in time. It's experiencing my ancestors' torments as if they were happening to me. I'll never forget the terror of being in that isolated rural cottage, facing the cold nights under candlelight as I fought to protect the young children, son and daughter, from the uncontrollable rage of the minister. It was particularly chilling to realize there was nobody I could call, no one I could turn to for help. I was on my own against this monster. But my ancestor Mary was not entirely helpless. She had powers, you see, the type of powers that have previously been dismissed as nonsense. But now I know that magic is very real. Mary was able to do extraordinary things. Communicate with animals, read people's thoughts, and make objects move without touching them. She used her powers in small ways, but was careful to hide her actions from her husband and the wider community, knowing all too well the serious consequences if she was caught. But the minister knew something was amiss, and this only added to his fury. One night, he came home in a blind rage, ranting about the devil's influence and the unholy corruption of his family. He charged up the stairs, his face red as he grasped hold of his wooden cane. Mary confronted her husband at the top of the staircase, but was violently shoved out of the way, as her husband made for the children's bedroom. I was in my ancestor's body in that moment, experiencing her acute pain, fear, and anger. I channeled those emotions, using my powers in an act of violent retribution. Without moving from the floor, I unleashed a surge of energy, a righteous, invisible force which threw the minister back down the stairs. This was Mary's action, but we were as one in that moment. I was in control, and I felt such power. I enjoyed seeing the shock and terror in the minister's eyes as he tumbled down the stairs, savoring every crack and cry of pain before he hit the bottom, his neck breaking as he collided with the hard floor. I looked down at his dead eyes and felt no remorse, only a grim satisfaction that the monster's life has ended. But then I turned my head and saw Mary's young children standing in the doorway, their teary, shock-filled eyes looking upon the violent scene in disbelief. The salesman dispassionately continued his reading and confirmed Mary Claiborne's fate. On the 12th of September 1645, my ancestor was sentenced to death in Norwich Crown Court after being convicted of murder and witchcraft. She was to be burnt at the stake. Given what I now knew about Mary's life and all she had suffered, I was naturally outraged at the sentence passed down against her. But there was more. Through the salesman's words, I was once again transported back in time to the day of the trial. There I was, in Mary's body, terrified as a baying mob called out for my blood. The magistrate restored some decree of order by loudly banging his gavel, but he soon launched into a furious tirade in which he described Mary as a whore and a witch in the service of Satan, before he gleefully sentenced her to burn. I remember the pure hatred and malice in the magistrate's dark eyes as he looked upon me with utter contempt. His hateful glare chilled me to my bones and made me question who was really in league with the devil. But the final memory was, of course, the worst. As I was pulled back to the night of Mary's execution, once again I possessed my ancestor's physical form as I was tightly tied to the post with a pile of firewood below me. My whole body shook as I fought against my binds and cried out for mercy, but I would get none from that hateful mob of Puritans assembled before the pyre, their eyes full of self-righteous anger as they wielded pitchforks and torches and called me every vile name under the sun. A minister spoke some words before the horror began. I can't recall the exact text, but believe he finished on the phrase, "May God have mercy on your soul," or words to that effect. And then 3 men stepped forward and set the pyre alight. I cried out, louder this time, my body sweating and eyes bulging as I watched the flames quickly spread. I felt the heat of the fire, starting with a burning of my toes and feet, but soon growing more intense as the flames shot up the stake and engulfed me, melting my skin and flesh in a horrifying inferno. I know that this atrocity happened to my ancestor and not me, but in that memory I could feel her agony, and it was the most intense pain I've ever suffered. And before I blacked out, I saw the magistrate in the crowd watching Mary's fiery death. A twisted smile etched across his face as he took a perverse pleasure from her suffering. This was when the salesman brought me back to the present day, and, as you probably guessed, he left my home without elaborating on why he told me this gruesome and tragic tale. But there was one more detail he revealed before leaving me. I thought it was irrelevant at the time, and its significance only became apparent after I heard Charlie's story. Because you see, the magistrate who sentenced Mary Claiborne was called Underwood. As you can imagine, this revelation has caused me many sleepless nights. I'll confess to having a similar experience to Charlie as I became obsessed with the words and visions the salesman had shared with me to the point where every other part of my life was neglected. I took a leave of absence from my job and spent every waking hour pursuing the mystery. I can find no direct connection between Caleb Underwood in Kansas City and the Norfolk magistrate who burnt my ancestor at the stake. I've been able to trace the lineage of Magistrate Underwood, however. His aristocratic family is a prominent one in English society, and one of his descendants is now a UK government minister. I know this sounds crazy, particularly after what happened to Charlie, but I too have become obsessed with the desire for revenge against Underwood. I've tried to tell myself that it's madness and I need to let go, but I can't do this. I also realize the risks are great, but I'm not powerless. I see now that my ancestor's blood runs through my veins, and I have inherited her great power. I've been practicing over the last number of weeks and have honed my natural-born skills, learning the ways of my ancestors as I plot my revenge. I can do this. I need to do this. For Mary.
That was the last communication I received from Fatima, and sadly, you can probably guess what happened next. I don't need to go searching for news this time because the story received international coverage. On the 15th of May, UK Education Minister Thomas Underwood was attacked and seriously wounded during a public appearance outside a secondary school in South London. The assailant has been identified as 31-year-old Fatima Abraham, a finance worker from the city with no previous criminal convictions. Witnesses say Miss Abraham approached the minister as he was greeting press and members of the public. She was somehow able to slip past Underwood's security team and stab him with a knife concealed under her sleeve. Mr. Underwood was wounded but not incapacitated, managing to fight off his attacker and throw her down to the pavement. Miss Abraham then picked up her weapon and launched a second attack despite warnings from police officers on scene. She was subsequently shot by a plainclothes detective. Officers attempted to perform CPR on the assailant, but she died at the scene. Meanwhile, Mr. Underwood was rushed to a hospital where doctors performed surgery upon a deep stab wound in his right shoulder. A government spokesman has since confirmed that the minister's injuries are not life-threatening, and he is expected to make a full recovery. The Metropolitan Police have stated that Miss Abraham has no history of violence and no links to any extremist groups. Investigating officers are currently looking for a motive. I deleted all my messages from Fatima after reading about her botched attack, and by this point, I was in a state of disbelief. The salesman had provided me with two names, and now they were both dead, both having attempted to murder men called Underwood. The name did resonate with me, but as hard as I racked my brain, I couldn't remember where or when I'd first heard it. I threw myself into frantic research and did find many important public and private individuals called Underwood, men and women in politics, the media, finance, and so forth. These Underwoods were seemingly unconnected and spread throughout the English-speaking world. And there were many other variations of that surname in various different languages. Still, there was no common thread that I could identify. It's no exaggeration to say I was driven to the edge of insanity by this seemingly unsolvable mystery. I couldn't sleep at night, because every time I closed my eyes, I saw the salesman's face grinning, Charlie hanging in his jail cell, and Fatima bleeding to death on the street. I just couldn't understand why this was all happening and what the hell it had to do with me. It was during one of those sleepless nights when the salesman returned. I was lying fully clothed on my bed, staring up at the dark ceiling, exhausted but unable to sleep. The clock had just turned to 3 a.m., and that's when I heard a familiar loud knocking on my front door. I instantly shot up from my mattress, all my senses heightened as a surge of adrenaline shot through my veins. I practically ran to the front door, sparing no thought for my personal safety, as I opened it and came face to face with the shadowy figure standing on my doorstep. His face was illuminated by my porch light, but even so, it took a moment for me to recognize him. It was the salesman, of course, the apparently paranormal entity who went by the name of Mr. Black. But he looked different from the last time I'd seen him. Gone was the spark in his eyes, and his wide grin had disappeared. Instead, the poor man looked as if he'd been dragged to hell and back and was practically on the brink of death. I stood in the doorway, my jaw dropping in shock as I found myself lost for words. In the end, it was the salesman who broke the silence, speaking to me in a deep and raspy voice. "Good evening, sir. I apologize for the late hour of my visit. May I come in?" I paused for only a second before replying enthusiastically, "Yeah, of course." I made way for the elderly visitor, watching with some degree of sympathy as he struggled down the corridor whilst relying on his walking stick to keep him steady. It seemed that his physical condition had deteriorated in the months since his last visit, but my primary interest was the familiar briefcase he carried in his left hand, because I knew what it contained, the knowledge I desired most in the world. I followed him into my living room, turning on the lights as I impatiently watched the salesman struggle over to his seat. I was frustrated that he didn't open his case and pull out the encyclopedia. Instead, he simply stared at me with his bloodshot eyes. There was another tense pause before he spoke, and I sensed a sadness in his words when he did so. "So, you tracked down Charles and Fatima?" was his question. "I did," was my brief reply. "And you know what happened to them?" "I do." "So, there's a question you want to ask me?" "There is. Who the hell is Underwood?" The salesman appeared deep in thought for a moment, breaking eye contact as he slowly nodded his head. Underwood. Yes, my employer has used this name for some time." He trailed off without offering a further explanation. "But there are hundreds of Underwoods. The name comes up again and again throughout history, but there's no connection." "No connection you can find. You think of these Underwoods as individuals, but in actual fact, they are all vessels of my employer. All are one and the same, be it the magistrate, the detective, the attorney, the government minister, and, of course, your father." Those last two words hit me like a ton of bricks. I was shocked, of course, but also filled with an excitement I can hardly describe as the truth was finally revealed to me. "My father? How is this possible?" "Oh, it's possible," the salesman answered solemnly. I noticed how he took little to no pleasure in revealing this information to me. In fact, he almost seemed guilty as he struggled to meet my gaze. "Your mother, no doubt, had her reasons for keeping the truth from you, but my employer's blood runs through your veins. Your heritage brings great power with it, but also considerable expectations." "What do you mean?" I demanded. I was quickly growing tired of the salesman's cryptic answers. I noticed how his tone darkened before he continued. My employer has worked tirelessly throughout the centuries to shape the history of humanity. During this time, he has attempted to recruit many mortals to his cause, but the results have been disappointing. Take Mr. Robinson and Miss Abraham as two examples. We had high hopes for both, but alas, they both came up wanting." "What the hell does that mean?" "Your friends were tested, and they failed," was his stern reply. "My employer expects you to do much better. You are his flesh and blood, after all." "What does he want me to do?" I asked impatiently. The salesman shot me a half grin, and for a moment I thought I could see some of the spark come back into his sunken eyes. He didn't answer my question. Not directly, anyway. Instead, he changed the subject and asked a question of his own. "You look unwell, sir. Have you been sleeping?" I was baffled and irritated, struggling to find the words to reply. "No, of course I haven't," I shot back. He thoughtfully replied, as he carefully reached into his briefcase. I yearned to see the encyclopedia emerge, but instead he surprised me by pulling out what looked like a business card. I looked on in confusion as the salesman sat up from his chair and struggled across the room towards me with the card in hand. "You really should see a doctor, sir. You can't take your health for granted, not when there's so much important work ahead of us." With that, he carefully placed the business card on the coffee table in front of me before heading towards the door. I looked over at him and was tempted to shout out, but instead I glanced down at the card on my table, and then I understood. Because the text read, "Dr. Mark Underwood, MD, a family physician, open to new patients." I heard my front door slam shut as the salesman walked out into the night. But now, it no longer mattered. I knew what had to be done, and it was up to me to prepare for the grisly task to come. I didn't waste any time in planning my next move. After obtaining all the information I could on my target, I destroyed my electronic devices, donned gloves, a scarf, and a baseball cap, and armed myself with a .38 revolver and stiletto dagger. Because, you see, it wasn't my intention to confront this Dr. Underwood and demand answers. My plan was to kill him. People listening to this confession might be confused by this sudden and dramatic escalation in my actions. After all, I am a man with no previous criminal history or inclination towards violence. I had no reason to hate Dr. Mark Underwood or wish him harm. The salesman had informed me that a man called Underwood was my father, and I believed him. But this Dr. Underwood was the same age as me, and so couldn't possibly be my parent. None of that mattered, though. It seemed that all of these Underwoods were one and the same, vessels for a greater unseen power. All of the pieces were in front of me now, and I finally understood what was required of me. Charlie and Fatima had both failed in their missions. They'd come from a place of anger, seeking vengeance against those who'd wronged their ancestors. But I was going into this with a clear head, and I felt no moral qualms about ending the vessel's existence. I would kill him and fulfill my destiny. I arrived at the address on the card, which was located off a busy commercial street, and I slowly walked along the pavement with my head down and the cap covering my face, as I tried to avoid attention and conceal my identity from any CCTV cameras. My weapons were hidden in my jacket pockets. The gun was my primary and the dagger my backup, but I wouldn't draw my revolver until the last possible moment. I arrived at the front entrance of the surgery, pausing as I read the motif name printed on the glass door and confirmed I had the right address. I'd purposely arrived at lunchtime when the surgery would be closed and near empty. I, therefore, expected the door to be locked, and so was surprised to find it left open. It all seemed a little too easy, and I'll admit to feeling a pang of apprehension in that moment. But this soon passed as I carefully pushed open the door with my gloved hand. I entered the reception area and found it abandoned. Even the front desk was unattended, as presumably the receptionist was out for lunch. So far, so good, I thought. Next, I walked behind the reception and soon found Dr. Underwood's surgery, discovering the door wide open. I hesitated for a time as I cast my eyes upon my target, watching him as he typed on his keyboard and remained engrossed in his work. Underwood was a handsome man, neat and well turned out, but surprisingly unremarkable. There was nothing to mark him out as a paranormal entity or indeed anything other than a dedicated family physician. I had serious doubts in that late moment, fearing I'd made a terrible mistake, and I stood frozen with indecision in the doorway, my hand on the butt of my gun, as I desperately tried to decide what to do next. It didn't take long for the doctor to notice me. He must have sensed my presence or spotted the shadow I cast because he called out to me without looking up from his computer screen. "I'm afraid the surgery's closed. Please come back later." I didn't answer, instead slowly removing the gun from my jacket pocket. He tutted in annoyance, turning his head away from his monitor. But once he saw me, Dr. Underwood's eyes lit up with recognition, even though I'd never met him before. "Ah, it's you!" he exclaimed amicably. "I was wondering when you'd turn up." He frowned when he saw the gun in my now shaking hand. "So, that's how you plan to do it?" he asked, more with curiosity than concern. "Well, sir, let's get it on with then." With that, he surprised me by leaping up from his chair and physically jumping on top of his desk. He crouched on all fours, his eyes filled with a predatory zeal as he hissed like an angry cat and showed me his concerningly sharp teeth. I was frozen in shock, reacting too slowly as I raised my gun and aimed. A split second later, the doctor-turned-monster launched himself off the desk and leapt towards me with his eyes wide and fangs exposed. I screamed in terror, firing a single shot which missed the target. Underwood hit me like a freight train a second later, pushing me out of the room and pinning my body to the carpet while the gun was simultaneously knocked out of my hand. He was on top of me now, saliva dripping from his fang-filled maw as he held me down firmly. "Come on, my boy. Is that all you can muster?" he snarled in cruel mockery, his voice suddenly changing. With that, he wrapped his hands around my throat and started to squeeze. I couldn't breathe as he slowly strangled me, and I gasped for air as my eyes bulged. I must have been close to blacking out, but I was determined not to die like this. Digging deep into my reserves, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the dagger, thrusting it deep into my attacker's thigh. He cried out in pain and loosened his grip upon my throat. This gave me an opportunity, and I kicked out with all my strength, forcing Underwood off of me. He staggered as blood poured from the wound in his leg, but Underwood was far from beaten. I went for him again with the dagger, but he easily dodged the attack, punching me hard on the nose and throwing me back into the office. I pulled myself up from the floor and turned just as Underwood launched a new attack. I held out the knife, but he gripped my wrist and twisted hard, forcing me to drop the blade. I barely had time to recover before he hit me again and shoved me back down to the ground. Stunned and terrified, I watched as Underwood calmly walked over to where the knife had fallen, stooping over to pick it up. "Very disappointing," he said solemnly. "I expected so much more from you, my son." That certainly struck a nerve, and I knew it was now or never. I scanned the floor, catching sight of the revolver only inches from where I lay. Underwood was now advancing upon me, knife in hand, as he prepared to finish the job. I darted across the floor, grabbing hold of the gun and rolling over before I lifted the weapon and aimed. Underwood was right on top of me, but this time I had the drop on him. I squeezed the trigger, firing 1, 2, and then 3 shots. Underwood was struck 3 times in the chest. He barely reacted at first, looking down in surprise at the blood leaking from the bullet wounds and seeping through his previously white shirt. He looked at me in his last moment, managing a half smile as he said, "Well played, sir." And with that, he dropped heavily to the floor and didn't get back up again. I continued to hold the smoking gun in my shaking hand, hardly believing what I'd just done. And suddenly I became aware of a new figure standing in the doorway. I spun around and aimed, but held my fire once I recognized a familiar face. It was the salesman, his trusty briefcase in hand, and his sunken eyes emotionless, as he looked over the dead Dr. Underwood before turning his attentions towards me. "Congratulations, sir," he said dispassionately. "You have succeeded where so many others have failed. Now, I believe it's high time that you met my employer." I was still trying to work out what he meant when I suddenly became lightheaded, my eyes slowly closing as the darkness took me. I awoke in a strange and frightening place, experiencing a stifling heat as I pulled myself up from a rocky surface and adjusted my eyes to my new surroundings. Inexplicably, I had been transported to a dark and foreign realm, finding myself inside what looked like a great hall carved from rock and dimly illuminated by burning torches. I slowly and cautiously walked upon my shaking legs, scanning the hall in fearful awe, whilst noting the high ceiling above my head. The light from the wall-mounted torches allowed me to see the guards lined up on either side of a long walkway, which cut down the middle of the hall. These soldiers looked like men, although I suspected they weren't of the mortal realm. They all wore bronze armor and helmets like those of a Roman centurion, and each was armed with a long spear and round shield. The guards stood in tight formation, not moving a muscle as I sheepishly walked past them, although I noticed how their dark, menacing eyes closely followed my progress. I continued walking towards the front of the hall, which was dominated by a great throne of cold iron, and upon it sat a giant wearing black robes, bald-headed but with a crown of thorns placed on top of his huge skull. Again, he took the appearance of a man, but must have been at least 8 feet tall and was well built to boot, with his bulging muscles visible underneath his robes. He was eating when I approached him, greedily devouring a large slab of red meat on the bone, the blood pouring down his chin while he washed his meal down, and taking large gulps from a substantial golden tankard filled with God knows what. He finished eating and thoughtlessly tossed the bone onto the ground. I watched as a ragged man in chains scurried across the floor and scooped up the discarded bone, while a second figure, a woman, refilled the giant's tankard without comment. Both appeared to have the status of slaves in this hellish realm, and they soon meekly disappeared into the shadows. A fourth figure was also present, a small man who cowered behind the throne and would not meet my eye. It was only when I got closer that I recognized this meek individual. It was the salesman, his head bowed as he maintained a tight grip on his book of red leather, the fabled encyclopedia, which was the source of his power and knowledge. But the salesman was obviously submissive to the giant sat upon the throne, and so I focused my attention upon him. The giant saw me approach, his cold eyes of icy blue lighting up in anticipation as he formed his still bloody lips into a crude smile. "Ah, here he is," he announced in a booming voice, which echoed throughout the huge hall. "Here is the man of the hour, my own flesh and blood, come to claim his rightful place by my side." I stood at the foot of the mighty throne, looking up in awe as I struggled to find the words to respond. "Who, or what are you?" I sputtered nervously. "Oh, come now. You are an intelligent young man, and surely you can guess my identity. In truth, I go by many names, both in this realm and the world beyond. I am king here, but you may call me Father." The last word hung in the air, and the chilling implications made me feel sick to my stomach. What in hell had I gotten myself into? Was this the destiny I had sought for so long? "What do you want from me?" I eventually asked. The demon's sadistic grin widened before he replied. "I want you to be the man you were born to be. You have passed the first test, but there is still much work to be done. Bring me the book." He clicked his fingers, and the salesman sheepishly walked up to the throne, reluctantly handing over his precious encyclopedia, which his master snatched up in his huge hand. He aggressively flicked through the pages while his servant slinked back into the shadows, and then the demon who claimed to be my father started to read. And his spoken words transported me to another place in time, as I witnessed visions of my future. Firstly, I found myself standing on a podium decorated with banners and flags, giving a victory speech to a fanatical crowd of cheering supporters. My supporters. a cult dedicated to serve me. Next came a vast military procession down a wide city street which I observed from a balcony high above. Thousands of black-clad troops marched in tight formation, saluting towards me as a goose stepped upon the asphalt. They were soon followed by tanks and other military hardware, while a squadron of fighter jets flew above our heads. Then came a vision of a prison camp surrounded by barbed wire fences and guard towers. Inside of them were thousands of emaciated, beaten-down prisoners, their eyes filled with fear and hunger as they pleaded for mercy they surely would not receive. It's fair to say that I was extremely disturbed by the images filling my head, but it only got worse as the demon's chilling words brought me to some very dark places. I saw a city engulfed by flames, a mushroom cloud towering above the ruins as millions were surely killed in a nuclear inferno. More horrific images of war and suffering followed, and I realized that I was responsible for this future apocalypse. And eventually, I abandoned the devastated Earth, looking down upon the planet's ravaged surface from orbit as I was blasted into the stratosphere. And finally, I stood within a vast, domed biosphere, looking out upon a red, lifeless desert. Those living beside me were my most fanatical and loyal supporters. These folk were dedicated to me in my vision, and here to help me build a new world, while billions were left behind to suffer and die on our doomed home planet. With that, I was returned to the hellish throne room, my body shaking as I looked into the ruthless blue eyes of my demonic so-called father. I was revolted and felt a fiery defiance deep in my belly, finding the courage to stand up to the monster that sat before me. "This is horrifying," I exclaimed emotionally. The demon merely shrugged his shoulders before responding. "That depends on your perspective. I consider this as the necessary march of history. It's monstrous. I won't be a part of it." I instantly regretted my outburst as I expected the demon to react with fury, but instead he retained his cool composure, his horrific grin barely faltering as he spoke his words through clenched teeth. "Oh, I think you will, my child. You forget that my blood runs through your veins. And in truth, I know you better than you know yourself. I know the darkness which dwells deep inside of you, the savagery, cruelty, and lust for absolute power just wanting to break through." He paused briefly to let that ominous sentence sink in. "And there's another reason. The events you've witnessed, the words in this book, and the events of the war to come. This will happen with or without you. And you don't want to disappoint me, my son. Failure comes with a heavy price." He clicked his fingers, and two figures emerged from the shadows behind him. It was the two slaves who had served his food and drink, the man and the woman. I had barely looked at them before, but now I saw their terrified faces and their mad, bloodshot eyes. There was a sudden spark of recognition in my exhausted brain as I thought back to the photographs on the social media accounts and news reports. The chained slaves were Fatima Abraham and Charles Robinson. They had both failed the Demon King and were now condemned to serve him for all of eternity, trapped at the whim of his cruel sadism in this hellish realm. And I knew this would be my fate too, if I refused him. I was left speechless, looking down at the rocky ground as I couldn't bear to see the suffering of my former companions. "Well," said the demon, in a more conciliatory tone. "Now you know the truth, my boy. It's time for you to return to the mortal realm. Think carefully about what I've said, and know that I am always with ya." He clicked his fingers once again, and I was consumed by darkness. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was back on the couch in my front room, back where this had all begun. I've had much time to think since my extraordinary experience, but I can't find any logical explanation for what I've been through. The murder of Dr. Underwood went unsolved. The police and media believe he was killed during an attempted robbery gone wrong. There was no evidence of my involvement in the murder, or any links discovered between Fatima, Charlie, and me. It was like everything had been covered up by a hidden power. The only conclusion I can come to is that it's all genuine. It's not just what I've seen and heard. I can feel it deep in my bones. The darkness inside me is all too real, and I can't suppress it any longer. I don't know whether the future I've seen is set in stone. Perhaps the apocalyptic war can be avoided. Maybe I can prevent it, if I make different decisions. Or alternatively, the world could well be doomed, and the best I can do is save a select few who can start again. One thing's for certain, however. I have been chosen for this great task, and I've proven my worth in my Father's eyes. The future is mine to shape, and I will not fall short. I'll never tell you my name, but you will come to know me very well in the coming years. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an election to campaign for. I'm going to tell you a secret, but first you have to promise me you won't laugh. This is still an uncomfortable subject for me, so I'd appreciate you understanding. Do we have a deal? When I was 5 years old, I watched a movie no child should ever see. I don't remember much about the circumstances of my viewing other than that it was at the house where my family lived. It was late at night, in the dark with only the television providing light. The film was an animated feature and depicted themes of animal cruelty, death, and dismemberment. The scenes were surreal and terrifying and left a deep impression on me. For years afterward, the only scene I could clearly remember was when an evil man was drowning a family of cats in a stream, which I would have nightmares about for years afterward. I remember seeing it early in the movie, followed by many more disturbing and surreal scenes. Remember your promise, because this is the part I was talking about. I never told anybody about what I saw, but the name of the movie was well known. The Aristocats. I suppose I can forgive you if you broke your promise, but I must emphasize that I'm not joking. I saw a movie called The Aristocats filled with the scenes I've described, and it scarred me for life. I don't think about the experience very often, but it was always in the back of my mind in some way. Though I didn't realize it at the time, I know now that it caused me to shy away from animation and children's shows. It subtly informed my whole outlook on the trappings of childhood. I found myself bracing with dread whenever I had to watch any children's animation in school. My childhood was relatively normal otherwise, for an introvert anyway. But every once in a while, I would think back to the movie and find my inner peace disturbed. It wasn't until maybe 3rd or 4th grade that I started to realize that my experience with the movie hadn't been typical. I didn't tell anyone, not even my parents, about what I had witnessed in that dark room at age 5. But I eventually figured out on my own that there was nothing horrific about the version everyone else had watched. I still wasn't willing to see it for myself, but I figured if they had seen what I had, I would have been able to tell whenever they spoke of the film. Anyone who had anything to say about it seemed to consider it either a nostalgic classic or unremarkable. When I was in middle school, I asked my mom if I had ever seen The Aristocats. She said I had once, having stayed up past my bedtime and watched it secretly. She said I seemed strangely disturbed by the film, and I never wanted to watch it again as a small child. I asked if we still had it in the house, but she said I had been so afraid of the movie that she had thrown it out. It had been a VHS home recording she bought at an estate sale rather than a retail copy. I found it to be a wonderful film. I immediately realized that whatever I remembered seeing at age 5 had nothing to do with this film. There was no graphic violence, no psychedelic scenes. Nothing that should have traumatized me as a child. And yet, what I had seen all those years ago definitely shared elements with this movie. The kittens and their mother were drugged and kidnapped, not drowned. But I instantly recognized the moments leading up to this divergence and almost had a flashback to the cartoon drowning I'd witnessed. I was hoping to find closure, but instead, I was more troubled than ever. There was no question in my mind now that I had viewed some awful and perverted version of this classic film. I told one of my friends about it a few days later. I didn't let him know how convinced I was of what I had seen as a young child, instead simply relating it as a vague and confused memory like, "Hey, the other day I saw The Aristocats. I used to be terrified of that movie because for some reason I thought I saw gore scenes and cats drowning when I watched it at 5 years old. Funny how your memory plays tricks on you at that age, isn't it?" He told me about the movie Felice. He explained that it was an animated movie about cats with a similar animation style that contained graphic gore scenes and definitely wasn't for kids. He said maybe I had somehow seen that movie instead of The Aristocats. I later went home and streamed and watched Felice. I saw what my friend meant by the style having the same feel as The Aristocats, except dark and bloody. But it wasn't what I had seen. I knew for sure that 5-year-old me had watched a movie with the same characters as The Aristocats, and I also knew for sure that it had contained bizarre and disturbing scenes not shown in the mainstream version. This whole thing was driving me up a wall. To try and get some kind of closure, I started seeking out and watching old children's animation that contained graphic and disturbing elements that would never be included today, such as the 1978 version of Watership Down. While these works were interesting and gripping in their own way, they were decidedly non-Disney. While other studios may have been willing to take such risks with their work decades ago, the fact that The Aristocats is a Disney property made me sure that the version I had seen was something I was absolutely not supposed to ever. I let it go after a while. A few years passed, and in college I learned about this internet urban legend called lost episodes. People claimed to have seen episodes of TV shows or altered versions of movies, usually animated, that contained graphic and disturbing content. The episode or movie was often found in unexpected places, and those claiming to have seen it often said it mysteriously disappeared, whether through a VHS tape appearing to have somehow self-erased, or a website going dead immediately after viewing. To be honest, I didn't put much stock in the validity of these stories, but with my Aristocats experience still in the back of my mind, I decided to look further into it. I found a YouTube channel called Cartoon Geek, who is discussing a certain lost episode for his 40,000 subscriber special. After going through the obligatory thanks and talking about how much his subscribers meant to him and all that, he began. Now, for those of you who are new to this channel, I'm basically just a guy obsessed with all things nostalgic and geeky about cartoons and other media. Most of my content is simply reviewing old cartoons and whatnot, usually superhero related. However, I also do a side series on the strange and creepy side of animation, For example, my 20K subspecials, a 3-part series on Disney, and their alleged subliminal messages in film and television, and this video you're watching now is sort of in that same vein. We're going to be taking another look at a certain lost episode. For those who don't know, lost episodes are basically this urban legend about episodes of TV shows which were lost, as the name implies. These episodes are said to contain graphic and/or disturbing and surreal elements, and are generally regarded as material that the public was not meant to see. A few months ago, I covered an alleged lost episode from the 1968 Filmation series, The Adventures of Batman. I loved this show as a kid, even though it was a few decades before my time, and there was one episode with a scene where Batman and Robin fall through a trap door set by the Joker and slide to their doom. At the end of the slide tunnel is a giant open furnace, looking like the Joker's face. Of course, since this is a kids' show, they don't actually slide into the furnace and burn alive, they get out with their gadgets. So, to recap, in 2009, this anonymous internet post started circulating online about an alleged lost version of this scene. In it, the dynamic duo actually do slide into the furnace, burn alive, scream, and are shown graphically being burned to a crisp, followed by the surreal and non-linear scenes of grieving friends of Bruce Wayne and mourning in the funeral service. Now, when I did my first video on this subject, I was honest with you guys. I didn't really think there was much credibility to this story. I like to keep an open mind on this show, but there were just certain elements of the post that made me say, okay, this is probably bullshit. Like how the tape conveniently erased itself after the anonymous author viewed it. But since then, I've gotten a lot of comments and emails talking about how allegedly this lost episode has been posted online. Naturally, a lot of you are already saying this is fake. But this topic won the poll for this special, so let's find out. After some more preamble, the video cut to the alleged lost episode, at the part where Batman and Robin are sliding down the tunnel toward the furnace. All the parts where the two used their belt gadgets to get free were removed, and when the two were close to the furnace, the screen filled with fire, and 2 poor quality streaks played. After that, there were some strange abstract scenes, but all of these seemed to be simply random clips from other episodes with some editing effects thrown at them. Cartoon Geek returned. Alright, so right off the bat, Batman and Robin die off screen, which obviously ain't what happened in the lost episode post that was shared around. They basically just used the flames from earlier in the scene and cut them over to make it look like Batman and Robin died, adding in a canned scream effect. The surreal scenes that follow are also just random clips from throughout the whole show with various editing tricks applied. I could have done some of them myself. So, while this is impressive work, I think it's pretty clear that this is a fan project inspired by the anonymous post. I'm going to rate this animation myth as debunked for now. He gave some more breakdown and deconstruction of the clip before ending with some kind of promotional giveaway. What really got my attention, though, were some of the comments. There were at least a few people insisting that the lost episode was real, and that they had seen it with their own eyes. I PM'd one of these people. I asked if he had really seen the episode and about the circumstances. He responded within an hour. Yeah, I was at summer school and during recess I snuck off to the school library's back room to be alone. I put a VHS tape of a cartoon that was there and saw it. Honestly, I wasn't really disturbed back then since my parents let me watch R-rated horror movies and stuff back then, but yeah, man, this thing is real. I asked if he knew any information about the supposed lost episode phenomena, but he said he didn't. I did some research of my own. There were a few lost episode stories floating around on the internet, mostly about children's shows. To be honest, not many of them seemed all that credible. Still, I strongly felt that there was something real here behind all the embellishment and fictionalization. I decided to see if there were any such stories surrounding the Aristocats. My searches for disturbing content in the movie returned nothing but the expected this one scene in the Aristocats totally scarred me for life as a kid kind of stuff, or more information about that Feel-A-Day movie. I tried reaching out to some of the credited animators, writers, and crew members, varying the content of my email so as to cast as wide a net as possible. For example, some of my emails focus on disturbing content that may have been cut, while other drafts asked more generally about alternative versions or cutscenes. I also expanded my web searches. I used all the search engine tricks I could find, and started using obscure and foreign language engines. After a few months of no information and no responses to my email queries, I started to think that maybe I should just forget about the whole thing. Maybe my real memories of watching the Aristocats had merged with some nightmare I had to create my present memories. And maybe repeating those memories to myself so many times during my childhood had falsely convinced me of their reality. I was about to consign to this newfound self-closure when I found something during one of my foreign language searches. It was a thread on a Chinese message board. The OP had a JPEG image and text that roughly translated to Aristocats movie. Creepy? If I had had coffee to drop and spill all over my computer, I would have. The image dashed away any hope I had of passing off my childhood experience as just a traumatic nightmare that had stuck in my head longer than it should have. It was a frame from whatever twisted version of the Aristocats I had seen. And while I hadn't actually remembered this particular still until I found this message board, the instant I saw it, I remembered the clip and more memories started flooding back. Still vague but vivid and definitely real. I was now more firmly convinced than I had ever been before that the violent version of the movie had existed. The image was of the black kitten Berlioz. His face nearly filled the frame and his eyes were wide and terrified. Red veins bulging, his fur standing up as if charged with electricity. The picture itself wasn't any more inherently disturbing than the grotesque fan art you can find for all kinds of different shows and movies. But unlike those other images, I knew this one had a genuinely sinister story of some kind behind it. As such, it haunted me like no other image ever had. There were only a couple of replies on the thread, both of which were short and neither of which provided any more information about the image. I used Google Translate to try to ask the OP for more information, but never received a response. I performed a reverse image search of the file, but it returned no other results. However, a few weeks later, I finally got a reply to one of the emails I had sent to the production staff. The reply was to one of the emails I had written that hinted more strongly at the reality of what I had seen as a kid. The response was short and curt, but gave me new hope for finding answers. Hello, sorry for the late response, but I read between the lines of your message, and if you've seen what I think you were hinting at, you need to look into the Lost Media Group. That's all I'm going to say on the subject. I googled Lost Media Group, but the closest thing I could find was a website for an online club called the Lost Media Society. It was a site for media enthusiasts to collect, trade, sell, buy, and discuss lost media, including lost episodes, as in real lost images that simply never aired. Not the urban legend ones that contain surreal, disturbing, or even supernatural content. This community was interesting in its own right, and I became more involved with it, eventually even becoming a site moderator. Once I was established as a respected regular, I decided to PM one of the head admins and ask him about the lost episode's legend. He responded that he had heard of it, but it wasn't really something the site dealt with. He recalled that in the past it had been talked about, and some had even suggested banning discussion about it, since it was seen as a spam topic after a while. I asked if he knew about an organization called the Lost Media Group. He said he had heard of it, but he didn't know anything about it, and suggested that I contact a certain other admin who did know more about this entity. I messaged this admin, and got a response within the hour. He told me the Lost Media Group was the group alleged by some to be behind the Lost Episodes phenomenon. According to him, they produced not just altered versions of movies and television episodes, but were also said to make their own versions of other media, such as video games and comic books. He said he didn't know much else about them, other than that some lost media collectors were willing to pay large sums for an authentic work by this group, and that before the Lost Media Society had banned discussion of the Lost Episodes legend, some of these collectors had asked about them on the site. I asked if he could refer me to such a collector. He said my best bet would be a certain retired site admin who was no longer active in the Lost Media Society. He linked me a couple of archived threads by this individual asking about lost episodes and gave me the man's email address. I shot him an email asking about his interest in lost episodes and even went so far as to directly ask if he knew about a lost episode type version of the Aristocats. A few months went by with no response. During this time, I researched as much as I could about lost episodes. I found out about another alleged lost episode of the Flintstones. The story behind this one was much like the other ones. A special episode of the show aired on an otherwise unused television channel and had gory and surreal content. The main difference between this story and the others was that this one had a somewhat credible outside source. The original forum post had a link to a digitally archived local news article from 1979. The FCC had received complaints from dozens of people claiming to have seen the episode. The complaints came from Lake Cabotagoma region of Minnesota, with most originating from a couple of specific lake resorts. The incident was locally known as the Cabotagoma broadcast. I decided the next logical step was to contact the FCC for more details. They responded within a week saying that unfortunately, they were not at liberty to give out such information. At that moment, I considered filing a Freedom of Information Act request, but decided to take a different route. One of the two lake resorts most heavily involved with the incident was still in operation. I scheduled a vacation from work, and a few weeks later, I was on my way to the lake. Kleck's Cove was a collection of 15 cabins, a bar restaurant, and a small boat dock with boats available for lease. I had rented an old A-frame unit and planned to stay for 2 weeks. The resort was a nice place to stay. I spent a few days fishing and seeing local attractions. I fell in with a group of regulars who fished at the resort every year. We went on several boat trips before I had enough courage to ask the oldest of them about the Cabotagoma broadcast. Oh, that funny thing. I actually just missed out on that whole thing. It happened a week before I stayed here in the summer of '79. I heard about it a lot, though. You don't want to talk to Ed about it. He was there. He was referring to Ed Kleck, the founder and proprietor of Kleck's Cove. I had considered asking him about the broadcast before, but wanted to feel out the locals first. However, at this point, I decided I was being overly cautious and chose to follow the man's advice. Mr. Kleck was in his late 70s, but his memory was still sharp. He liked to tell stories, and I took advantage of this by starting a conversation with him about the history of the resort and the lake. This got him going for a couple hours before I brought up the Cabotagoma broadcast. Now, why do you want to know about that? He asked, seeming taken aback. I told him I had read about it on the internet and what the story said. He shrugged and said, well, that's pretty much what happened. Nothing much else to tell, really. I asked if he had seen the episode, to which he responded that he had caught the end of the broadcast after being told about it as it was happening. He said he saw Barney die a horrible and bloody death in some faux Stone Age contraption, but didn't remember much else. He was reluctant to continue the conversation much further, but assured me that the incident was very real indeed. I pondered all I had heard on the drive on my way home. I had been left with more questions than answers, and didn't seem to be getting any closer to tracking down the Aristocats' lost recording. The more I learned, the more new questions came up. Was the disturbing Aristocats version I had seen connected to the broadcast or the alleged Batman and Robin lost episode? Or was I making connections where there were none? Did that person on YouTube who claimed to have seen the Batman lost episode really see it? Or had he just been trolling me? Surely, all these claims couldn't be coincidental. But there was no explanation for the existence of these lost episodes. While I was churning all of this information over in my mind, I didn't notice a vehicle behind me until it was right up on my bumper. I swerved as it made contact and careened into a ditch. The other car drove on without stopping. I wasn't injured. In fact, my airbag hadn't even deployed. But I sat in shock for many minutes afterward. When I finally got my bearings, I called 911 and told them my location based on the nearest mile marker. It took about 45 minutes for a state officer to find me. I told the police what had happened, but wasn't able to provide details such as the make and color of the car that had hit me or the license plate. I didn't tell them what business I was on or my lingering suspicion that the incident had to do with my investigation of the Capitagoma broadcast. Despite this experience, I decided to stick my neck out a little more. This was getting serious, and I needed a clear picture of what I was up against. I had an acquaintance in the FBI who owed my family the favor of a lifetime. I convinced him over dinner that I paid for to look into the Lost Media Group for me. A few weeks later, he had a document for me. It was an analyst's report containing all the information the FBI had on this mysterious group. The information known by the Bureau about the Lost Media Group is so scant as to strongly suggest that the group does not really exist. This report assumes the existence of the group for investigative purposes. However, most of the information contained herein is more speculation than confirmed fact. Most of the testimony concerning the LMG has been hearsay and off the record. The exact nature, size, organization, origins, and goals of the LMG are mysterious. It is said to be a multinational organization that has embedded itself in multiple entertainment industries and is most active in cities with large concentrations of entertainment companies such as Los Angeles, New York City, Atlanta, Toronto, and Tokyo. Membership is by invitation only and is rumored to include a number of wealthy entertainment executives and financiers. Second-hand informants report that the group uses a variety of criminal tactics, including bribery, blackmail, and violence, to prevent the dissemination of information concerning them. It is speculated that the LMG uses other crime syndicates as proxies for their operations in order to obfuscate investigations into their activities, and that they mislead people into believing they are more powerful than they really are. And claims that the group possesses supernatural powers are likely the result of selective disinformation campaigns. The Lost Media Group first came to the Bureau's attention during the 1970s, but is said to date back to the early 1900s. During the 1920s and 1930s, an urban legend concerning mystery reels, which were said to be altered versions of syndicated movie theater reels that differed significantly in content and tone from the standard copies. The Bureau believes that the lack of public awareness of entertainment industry standards and copyright contributed to the fact that such works were not reported to the media or law enforcement. A recurring theme in testimony concerning mystery reels is that they often contained violent content that was more extreme than mainstream theater content, and several former members of censorship boards have claimed to receive complaints about them. Witnesses also claim that mystery reels based on live-action films featured different actors, and that these actors in retrospect seem to have been coerced. One witness claimed that an actor in a silent mystery reel appeared to be saying, "Help me," before being silenced by someone off-screen. These claims had led the Bureau to believe that the LMG may have participated in trafficking in human beings. The group is also rumored to have been involved in the production and distribution of snuff films, though there is as little evidence to support this claim as there is to support the existence of these movies. Other crimes the Lost Media Group is suspected to be involved with include media piracy, drugging of actors, trafficking in endangered species for use in films, and recording executions for other criminal organizations. I pondered over the report. Membership by invitation only, well-funded, well-connected, must be well-organized. Yet their activities seemed nothing short of bizarre. Why would a group with the kind of resources this group apparently had, unlike the FBI? I was beginning to take the existence of the Lost Media Group for granted at this point, not spend them on more traditional and profitable criminal activities. Why would that many people commit so many resources and risk so much just to make movies? There was no way such a sophisticated syndicate can make enough money off of simple piracy to be considered profitable, and the other crimes it listed in the report would seem beyond the scope of expertise of a cabal of ostensibly comprised of people in the entertainment industry. Was it not about money? An ideological or religious motivation, perhaps? Certainly, it didn't fit any religion I could think of, and it didn't seem like they were interested in influencing elections. Their motives must be subtler. They had a message they wanted to send, or an influence they wanted to create, using the power of mass media, and were willing to dabble in any number of crimes toward whatever their ultimate end was. A few weeks later, I received a reply from the former Lost Media Society admin, the one who was said to be attempting to collect lost episodes. He told me he was not aware of an Aristocats lost episode version, but that he was nevertheless now in possession of several lost episode copies, and was willing to show them to me, for a price. To be exact, he wanted $1,000. I agreed without hesitation. I was not at a point in my life where I could comfortably spend that much money on anything, let alone a prospect that might not deliver. But I was afraid trying to talk him down to a lower price would make him break contact, and something in my gut told me his claims at least were sincere. He gave me the address of a secluded cabin he would rent for the purpose, which was several states away. He said to come alone, and gave me the exact date he expected me there. I was a little put off by his curt tone, but figured he was paranoid of someone stealing his collection, or worse, being hunted down by the people who made the items. I prepared for the trip and left immediately. When I arrived in the state where the cabin was, it was still a couple of days until our meeting date, so I checked into a hotel. I was up late, watching TV in my hotel room with the lights off, when I found a channel playing The Aristocats. It was in the middle of the movie, but I kept watching. I grew nervous. I had already watched the whole movie, and knew there was nothing unwholesome in the standard version. But the setting, alone in the dark with just the light of the TV, was strongly reminiscent of my traumatic virgin experience with the feature. Soon, though, my unease turned to comfort. I realized there was nothing to fear. Sure, at this point I was convinced that somewhere out there existed a violent and twisted version of the Aristocats, one which I had been unfortunate enough to somehow see as a child. But that didn't matter. It couldn't hurt me now. I laughed as I realized I now had the chance to relive the memory without the trauma. So I grabbed a snack and continued watching in the dark, for once able to enjoy the film as it was intended to be enjoyed. I was able to appreciate what a truly great movie it was, how much effort was put into the animation and voices, how great even the music was. The soundtrack was a little distorted, though. As I turned up the volume to hear it better, I realized it wasn't the TV. The music became faster and more distorted, and the scene began morphing into abstract images. I heard screams from the TV, and disturbing images too brief to make out clearly flashed on the screen. This all ended with the still image of Berlioz, the one I found on the internet with his eyes bloodshot. On the image were 2 words in red caps. Stop asking. The screen then went to black. I sat in total darkness, my body quaking and tears and snot running down my face, hardly able to catch my breath. I turned on the lights, threw up in the bathroom and switched the channel. All the stations were playing normal television, which was somewhat comforting, but I still checked out of the hotel and went to a different one. At this point, I considered giving up the hunt. My first goal had been to find out if lost episodes were real, and I had certainly achieved at least that. Whether going further and finding out the exact nature and origin of them was worth it was becoming an increasingly dubious prospect. Whoever was behind them had power and resources to threaten me, and I didn't know if full closure was worth risking my neck any further. In the end, I decided to keep going though. I was close now, and if there was some secret, powerful group behind all these lost episode stories, the world needed to know. Who were they to try and intimidate me into giving up? No, I wouldn't give up the hunt. At that moment, I doubled down on my determination. At the appointed time, I showed up at the cabin. It was night, and the moon flooded the lonely cabin in an eerie glow. There was a vehicle in the driveway, but the lights were out and there were no other signs of occupancy. I timidly went up and knocked on the door. Without turning on any lights, the man greeted me. For his own safety, I won't describe the man, save to say that he appeared middle-aged. "So, you were serious about this? Good. Do you have the money?" I gave him the wallet of cash. He turned the lamp on and counted it out, then motioned for me to follow him to another room. He closed the door behind him before turning on the light. The room had a high ceiling and nature paintings on the wall, along with a single shelf of old books that were clearly there for decoration. Centered on one of the walls was a large plasma television. There was a lot of space, but the man himself had only put a couple chairs and some plastic storage tubs on the floor. "So, here's my collection. It ain't very big, but you'll have a hard time finding these items anywhere else. Sorry to have to charge you so much, but you gotta realize, I'm taking a huge risk by showing this stuff to a stranger, so you gotta make it worth my while." I trembled with anticipation. At last, I was about to have some real, concrete answers. Like I said in my email, I don't have, nor have I previously heard of an Aristocats video made by these people. But from how you described it, I completely believe you saw it. It fits right in with the kind of thing they would make. "By they, you mean the Lost Media Group?" I interjected. "Yeah, they would be behind the thing you saw, along with that Batman Lost episode if it indeed exists, though I haven't been able to find it myself, but yet again, wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what their goal is in making these things, but they're interesting as hell, so I collect them." I asked if he could share some of his contacts, but he flatly refused. "I only give that information to trusted friends, and even if you were one of them, I'd make you pay more than you could afford. Please, don't ask me that again. You're lucky I even agreed to show you my collection." I was a little flustered by his tone, so I just nodded. Then we got down to business. He opened one of the tubs and pulled out a VCR, along with the black VHS tape with the white label that read, Pink Panther in black Sharpie. He hooked up the VCR, inserted the tape, and played it. It was a lost episode from the Pink Panther cartoon series, which was a show consisting of short sketches, about 5 or 6 minutes each, with the Pink Panther going on various solo adventures and getting into trouble with other characters and situations, which he manages with his superior mastery of cartoon physics. There's never any dialogue, save for the occasional wordless exclamation or babbled nonsense, like in the Tom and Jerry cartoons. And every short has the Pink Panther theme playing throughout. I'd watched a little of the show as a kid, but didn't have many memories of it. This episode was called 40 Shades of Pink, which I assumed was a pun on how Ireland is said to have 40 shades of green, since this was a St. Patrick's Day themed episode. It took place in a green land that, while not explicitly identified as Ireland, was obviously supposed to be the Emerald Isle, or at least some generic insular Celtic fantasy land. The short involved the Pink Panther trying to steal a pot of gold from a leprechaun, or rather, the recurring Little Man character dressed as one. As the Pink Panther was walking over a rainbow like a bridge, a storm cloud caused it to disappear from under his feet. He fell, and there was a sickening crunching sound. The Pink Panther was shown bleeding out on the ground, bones jutting out. Then he saw the leprechaun's pot and crawled over to it. Despite his injuries, a small smile of victory crawled across his face. As he peered down into the pot, the leprechaun appeared from behind and pushed him in, closing the lid over him and then roasting him over a fire alive. The episode ended with the sound of the Pink Panther screaming. But lame, I thought. Someone basically just took the Pink Panther cartoon and gave it the itchy and scratchy treatment. It was somewhat disturbing, though, that whoever did it clearly had access to the original animation resources to make it look exactly like a real episode. But overall, it was underwhelming compared to what I was expecting. The next item was a copy of The Lion King. This time, it was a proper factory copy with a retail jacket. The man told me the movie itself was normal, but there was a special animated short at the end of the tape with psychedelic properties. He warned me that the experience would be far more intense than the Pink Panther tape, and even asked me if I had any heart conditions. Despite his warnings, I insisted on going through with it. He refused to fast forward to the short, saying he wanted to keep the tapes from warping, even though he had the footage digitally archived. After the credits, there were some special features, including some animated shorts I had never seen before. When the title appeared for a short called The Lion, the man paused and once again asked if I was sure if I wanted to proceed. I nodded, and he played it. The short featured what was apparently a version of Scar, but the art style was completely different. It was 2D animation, but somehow much more realistic than Pixar animation. It's hard to explain. It wasn't like CGI realism. There was so much detail and effort put into the character that it gave the impression of realism while still being paradoxically fantastical. The clip showed Scar walking around a white background before stopping to face the viewer. The camera began slowly zooming in on his face, and his eyes began glowing red. Threatening jungle music began playing. Suddenly I became nervous. A vicious grimace emerged on Scar's face, the kind a predator makes before striking. His mouth opened wide, showing rows of sharp teeth, and I heard realistic growling sounds. His face wrinkled in a pattern consistent with the face a lion makes before pouncing. My nervousness turned to terror. My gaze was transfixed on the scene, and I couldn't look away. I knew it was only animated, and even if it wasn't, the lion couldn't get to me through the screen. But I was paralyzed as if facing a real predator. I was in a trance. One that didn't break until Scar jumped and I screamed for my life. I kept screaming until the man shook me out of it. Sorry about that, but I did warn you. Once I got my bearings back, I asked for the next item. He gave me a puzzled look, as if he had expected me to just give up and go home after watching the last tape, but he shrugged and got the next one. It was another home VHS tape labeled Super Bowl 2000. This next one won't do anything to you like the lion video, but it's disturbing in what it shows. In fact, I'll just tell you what it is. This tape shows a riot that didn't happen. If you didn't know, there was no sports riot at the 2000 Super Bowl, certainly not in the stadium itself. But the tape shows just that. Once again, the man refused to skip to the interesting part to preserve the integrity of the tape. In the third quarter, a referee made a call that didn't sit well with Titans fans, and someone threw a beer bottle. More people started throwing things, and it escalated into a full-scale riot in which spectators swarmed the field and attacked each other. You could see the majority of the crowd slowly evacuating the venue, while a small but determined segment began vandalizing the place and having sporadic brawls. There was no commentary at this point, just raw stadium footage that cycled through various venue cameras. About 20 minutes into the riot, the tape ended. The tape didn't cause me to experience abject terror like the last one. In fact, the riot hadn't even been that bad compared to other sports riots I'd seen. But I found it disturbing on a deeper level. The fact that they could alter a recording of a sports event to make it so something that so blatantly didn't happen in reality terrified me. They could have only done it in one of two ways, with editing techniques that were well beyond what was publicly known to the world, or with some type of magic. I still asked to see the next item. The man said it was the last one. It was a plug-and-play video game this time. The man explained that the Lost Media Group was known to dabble in other mediums besides movies and television, and that in particular, they were said to produce a lot of lost video games, though this was the only one he had been able to acquire. The game was labeled Pokemon Black Carbonite. I actually remembered hearing about Nintendo making a Pokemon plug-and-play game that was cancelled, but I didn't know if that was the title. The thing was black, and bore a white image of Pikachu sporting a menacing grin. I'm not going to let you play this. I myself will never play it again. This thing will mess you up. It's downright dangerous. You can examine the hardware, though. I took it from him and did so. The first thing I noticed upon closer inspection was a fissure in the control pad. A lot of force had been applied to make the crack. And then I noticed that some of the plastic was warped, melted. I looked at the man. He gave me a look back, a look of understanding that there was nothing more that needed to be said. I handed the game back to him. The man said some goodbye formalities, put his hand over my shoulder, and aggressively led me to the door, closing and locking it behind me. He never saw my camera. During the lion short, I had managed to snap a quick digital photo of the TV screen while the man wasn't looking, and had put the camera back away before the whole bad acid trip thing. I had the photo enlarged and enhanced and studied it. It was still frightening even without the psychedelic properties of the animated short. Again, despite being a cartoon, it had such detail and realism that it seemed more alive than I thought a cartoon could. I did some research on art and animation styles, and learned that this technique was known as hyperrealism, a style intended to give intense lifelike detail using traditional or non-digital art methods. Some pieces of this genre were almost indistinguishable from photographs. The lion wasn't quite that realistic. You could still easily tell enough that it was a cartoon, yet it was somehow as visually striking as a real photo of a lion. I continued my research, now focusing on finding people who were knowledgeable about this art form. I narrowed my search down to a few academics and animators, and emailed them the lion still. I got a response from one expert saying the style reminded him of Johann Strobel, an Austrian artist and animator who had moved to the United States in the 1930s. He had worked for Disney briefly before starting his own animation studio. He was known for his bizarre, deconstructionist approach to animation, and had started his own small anti-art movement of sorts. Animators and cartoonists trained at his studio produced their own bizarre works, which often included violent and grotesque themes, despite the fact that the studio ostensibly marketed to children. The email went on to explain that Strobel became increasingly obsessed with magic and the occult during his career. He became less and less functional until his studio was forced to close due to bankruptcy. Curiously, the studio was known to produce only a handful of original works of its own. Apparently, the animators had spent a lot of time deconstructing and replicating the works of other companies, mainly Disney, since they were the only major animation studio at the time, and altering them to make them surreal or disturbing. This would have opened the company up to piracy claims, except that they never sold such works to the public, instead gifting them to a handful of collectors within the anti-art elite community. Strobel had also self-published a book, a manual of sorts, which contained prints of some of his still cartoons and instructions on his technique. It was simply titled Animation Deconstructed. I immediately determined to read it, but it took me ages to find a copy. I managed to track one down at a public library headquarters 3 states away. The book was in their special archive collection, so I couldn't get it through interlibrary loan. I had to drive there, where they would allow me to examine it in their archive reading room. The room was sparse, dusty, and poorly lit. It had the feel of a 1950s police interrogation room. I was allowed to read the book of interest at the single table under the supervision of a librarian. It was yellowed, and the jacket was wrapped in protective plastic. The volume was short enough to read in an hour. Strobel was not as good at English as he was at drawing, so the self-published aspect really showed in the numerous grammar errors. There were a couple dozen prints in the book, all made in his unique hyper-realistic style. Again, they weren't photorealistic like other artists in the genre, but had a depth of detail and perspective that made them appear alive all the same. None of them did anything paranormal or anything like that, but there was one that managed to seriously frighten me. It was a cartoon snake, a cobra with its fangs bared and a menacing look in his eyes. You know how some paintings of people have the eyes painted in such a way as to give the impression of the subject's gaze following you as you view it from different angles? Well, this piece didn't do that, but it had some similar thing going on where the eyes of the snake appeared to bore into you straight through the page. I felt like the snake was going to strike up and dig its fangs into my arm. I didn't have a trippy experience like with the lion animation, but it was still surreal and unnerving. In addition to sections on art techniques, Strobel had also included a number of seemingly random placed critiques of the state of animation that could generously be described as educated rants. A frequent target of his criticisms was Walt Disney, whom he decried as an amateur buffoon who was holding back the animation medium from its true potential. The author went on to emphasize the need to be bold and daring in animation and willing to push social taboos. I returned the volume to the librarian. I hadn't discovered anything that would help me with my search for the Aristocats tape, but at least I had come away with some interesting insights into the philosophy of the man who may have been behind it all. My next step was to visit Strobel's studio, which involved yet another cross-country road trip. I started to wonder how much gas money I would have ended up spending by the end of my search for that damned video. Was it really cheaper than flying? But hey, at least the studio was still standing, though I had arrived anticipating that anything of major interest would have been looted decades ago. Still, I held out hope as I pulled into a shopping center parking lot. The rest of my journey would have to be on foot since the studio had predated modern roads. I crossed the interstate, there being only light traffic, and found and followed the old dirt road that would have been the sole source of vehicle traffic back then. By now, it was largely overgrown, and I cursed myself for not bringing a machete. It took me 2 hours to reach there. It was a one-story wooden building with its windows boarded up and the foliage growing all around it. I walked the perimeter, looking for a way in that wouldn't open me up to charges of breaking and entering, though I seriously doubted anyone would ever even know or care I had been here in any case. To my disappointment, no entryway had been left by previous urban explorers, and I had to hack away the boards of one window with the hatchet I had brought, It may have been easier to smash down the door, but that felt somewhat less ethical. There was, of course, no source of light, except the now open window way, but I had the foresight to bring 3 high-powered LED lamps in my backpack, which I now set up around the floor, relieved that I didn't see anything scurrying or slithering. The place seemed smaller on the inside, barely more spacious than my basement at home. There was no furniture except a couple broken easels on the floor. They probably sold off the tables and desks to pay off their debts, I thought. Some scuff marks were visible on the wooden floor. There was a low wooden partition that sectioned off a small segment of the room. I guessed that this was where the administrative desk had been, while the rest of the floor was used for the actual animation work. Like I said, I hadn't really been expecting to find anything important, but it was still disappointing. I spent the next couple hours pacing the floor, wondering if the whole trip had been a waste of time and mileage. I was about to pack up my lamps and leave when I discovered a trap door behind the floor partition. I had taken one of the lamps off the floor to perch it on top of the partition, and the light now allowed me to see the outline of the trap door, along with its hinges and latch. The door was about 3 feet by 2 feet. I grew excited and opened it. Annoyingly, the door did not appear to have a mechanism for staying open, and was too heavy for me to hold up. I had to back out through the window and back several times just to bring some rocks to prop it up. But the contents of the compartment were worth it. The compartment was about 3 feet deep, and what contained what looked like diagrams for animation or film devices, along with various little parts, knobs, bolts, lenses, and the like, all scattered at the bottom. I studied these with fascination, but couldn't make heads or tails of the schematics. I tried fitting some of the parts together with no success. I decided against taking these items with me. I had rationalized that violating the law by entering this place unlawfully was worth pulling back the curtain on whatever had caused my childhood trauma, but these items were unlikely to be of value to that end, and thus stealing them for my own curiosity would go beyond the bounds of that justification. However, I did photograph each one of them just in case. The next few months were uneventful. Once again, I felt like I had hit a dead end. I took a break from the mission and focused on life obligations. I had just managed to comfortably put the lost episode search on the back burner and feel contented when I received an email with the subject, "What you've been looking for." I hesitated a good few minutes before opening the message. "Hello. If you want answers, meet me at this address and time." My heart raced. This email wasn't from any of the addresses I had messaged. I instinctively felt I was about to finally get closure and was suddenly terrified. Perhaps even more terrified than I had been at any point in my life before this journey. More than when I was run off the road. More than when I was hypnotized by a cartoon lion. More than when I had been threatened through the TV in a motel room. My hands were shaking so much I could hardly use the keyboard to navigate to a new tab and look up the address. It was an empty lot from an abandoned building that had been razed years ago. The Google Maps street view looked somewhat foreboding, but it was within comfortable driving distance of my apartment, which terrified me even more to realize the sender knew what city I lived in. Still, I asked off work for the specified date and was racked with dread until it arrived, barely able to concentrate on my job, and drove to the lot 3 hours ahead of time, parking my car in the street as was typical for the neighborhood. It was a sunny spring day, and the wind made me uncomfortable despite the warm weather. Each passing car made me apprehensive, particularly the ones that appeared to slow down. I had an overwhelming urge to drive away as the appointed time drew near. When the car stopped at the lot exactly at the time, I was surprised to see a woman get out. She had cropped red hair and appeared to be in her early 40s. She was wearing a black leather jacket and walked right up to me. She smiled slightly. Hi, you can call me Kathy. I'm from the group you've been looking for. I swallowed and rendered a quiet greeting. She didn't look threatening. I had trouble imagining what could have possessed her to join an organization like the Lost Media Group, but right now, I had other things to be concerned with. Don't worry, this isn't a setup, she reassured, reading my apprehension. If we wanted to do you in, we could have and would have done it already. So, then what do you want? We want you to stop looking for us, she stated plainly. And to that end, I managed to convince the higher-ups to let me show you what you've been looking for so that you, and we, can put this behind us. You mean the Aristocats video? I asked. She nodded. For security reasons, we obviously can't just give it to you. The best I could arrange was for you to be allowed to see it, under supervision, at one of the abandoned movie theaters we used to give private viewings of our works for select patrons. We're about to leave that location anyway, and needless to say, you shouldn't even think about telling people we were ever there. I nodded and grunted. If it meant finally getting answers, I was willing to put up with a little more bullshit. I hope you have the whole day free, because the theater is several hours away. I nodded again, suspecting that she already knew the answer. We got in her car and were off. We drove in silence for the first hour or so. Then I asked her why the group made lost episodes. She waited a few moments before answering. Well, I guess you could say we aim to challenge the status quo of programming and give animators a chance to really test their limits. That's why I joined when the organization invited me. And why do you leak them to the public if you want to keep them secret? We don't leak them. Sometimes they just get out, and people who weren't intended to see them do. I don't know how you ended up seeing one of our works as a kid, but it wasn't supposed to be. And what about the Kabetagoma broadcast? Some member of our organization was messing around when he wasn't supposed to. Or maybe it was a TV broadcast only intended to be seen by members back when we were a little more lax about security. Look, I said we'd show you what you've been looking for. Beyond that, I'm not at liberty to satisfy your curiosity about our inner workings. I was silent for a few more minutes. Her answers were suspect. The Lost Media Group seemed like the type of group that would find pleasure in shocking and traumatizing random people with their twisted works. And I didn't quite buy that all exposure to non-insiders was unintentional. I thought back to the FBI report. I also wondered if she was completely happy with the choice she had made to join this organization. Well, I've already seen part of your Aristocats edit recently, I finally said. Kathy pursed her lips, and I could see in her eyes that she was briefly considering whether it was worth trying to pretend she didn't know what I was talking about. She decided against it. Yeah, sorry about that, I guess. But I guess they figured if we gave you a good scare, you might give up and leave us alone. I was annoyed at her choice of words, as if they were the only ones who wanted to be left at peace all that time. I could only wonder if it had been her idea. I also wondered if she knew I had seen several of their other projects as well. When you visited Strobel's old studio, that was when we decided it was time to make a peace offering to get you off our back. The theater appeared to be one of those many theaters that had been opened during the 90s blockbuster boom, and then abandoned during the 2000s. It was along the interstate, isolated from many other buildings. We entered through a side door Kathy had a key for. The lobby was unlit except for the sun outside. I could see a ticket counter, a concessions area, and posters for old blockbusters on the wall. And covering the floor was a carpeting of a faded, colorful pattern. Adjacent to the small food court was an empty room that I guessed used to be the old video arcade. Kathy told me to give her my phone, which I did. She then escorted me down the gallery hallway to the last gallery. She asked me if I was sure I wanted to see this. I answered yes, and she said that I could sit anywhere I wanted to. I chose a seat near the back while she went up to run the projector. I began feeling scared, Sitting there in the dark abandoned gallery was very reminiscent of sitting in the dark watching the Aristocats all those years ago, except that all the extra space made it even more ominous. When the feature started, I could tell immediately that the audio was off. It sounded shrieky and low quality. Otherwise, the movie was normal up until the point when the butler decided to get rid of the cats. Instead of drugging them and leaving them abandoned like in the normal movie, he drowned them in the river. It went downhill from there. Suddenly, I was a 5-year-old boy again, watching in horror as characters were mutilated, decapitated, and burned, all while strange visual and audio effects were applied. One particularly shocking scene featured real footage of cats attacking and killing a man. In real time, lines were drawn over the scene, covering it in sketchwork until it had become a completely animated version of itself. It was done with such absolute perfection of technique that I was sure Strobel must have done that bit by himself. I eventually got a grip and was able to sit through the rest of the thing calmly. It wasn't pleasant, but I was at least relieved to finally be getting it over with. When it was over, I think I had tears in my eyes. Kathy drove me back to the empty lot, and it was dark by the time we arrived. Before I got out, she spoke to me one last time. "Now listen, you've found what you were looking for, and now that you have, you need to let it go. I took a big risk even pushing to let you in behind the scenes for that brief moment. If you continue pursuing information about our organization, we will have to take more drastic measures." We exchanged goodbyes, and she drove off. For years, I kept my end of the agreement to never speak a word about our encounter to anyone. However, recently I have been reconsidering the bargain. A few days ago, someone reached out to me on the web asking me for information on lost episodes. They claimed to have seen one as a child and are hoping to find closure for their experience. I'm debating with myself whether it's worth letting them in on the secret, or if it would be better for their own sake if I convince them they imagined the whole thing. I've been a writer for a while now. I've written a bunch of stories and articles I've published in various small-time magazines and outlets, so you've probably never heard of my works. Writing was a hobby more than anything, and whatever profit I could make off of it was just a bonus from my full-time job. One key theme in my writing was my faith, my religion, and my relationship with God. As weird as it may sound, that was one reason my stories attracted people. I think there's too much cynicism in the world right now that led people to seek something less harsh and critical, and some found it in my stories. I wish I could say I'm the same pure-hearted person still, but the sad truth is I'm not. The less you know, the better you sleep is the truest statement of them all. What I'm about to say will come off extremely ironic. I became an atheist because I've conversed with God. I'm pretty sure people will say that I've had a near-death experience and that these are just a dreamlike state that the world creates to maintain calm in the final moments of life in the absence of oxygen. That doesn't apply to me. I was never brain dead. Admittedly, I was involved in an accident. A tired SUV driver hit me with his vehicle, and I vividly remember the sight of his front lights blinding me before I felt a sharp pain in my back. One I could only describe as being hit in the back with a huge weight, followed by a feeling of a hot knife being lodged and twisted into the middle of my lumbar region. Everything went black for a moment, and I came to shortly after. I found myself surrounded by medical staff, and the tired driver was standing by my side, begging for me to be all right and wholeheartedly apologizing for what he had done. Now, I would have no reason to write this down if I had just blacked out and came to. In these few minutes that I was out of it, a hell of a lot happened somewhere. Definitely not in my head. It wasn't a dream for sure. The doctors told me I was lucky to come out of the whole ordeal with a few herniated discs in my spine. Supposedly, the way they found me is usually how they find people with fully severed spinal canals. So, there was definitely more than luck involved in there. After everything went black, after the initial impact, I found myself laying on some plastic-like surface, surrounded by complete and utter darkness. I was confused about what was happening, so I tried getting up to my feet. Couldn't feel my legs, though, so I called out, I guess on impulse. Hello? A thumping sound echoed in the distance, and suddenly the whole place was illuminated from above. Help me, I can't feel my legs, I called out again, confused and panicking. I looked around me, and I couldn't see anything. There was nothing but an endless, white, illuminated room. Completely nothing. Help! Help! I need help! I screamed out, hoping someone might hear me wherever I was. That's when a loud, booming voice that sounded like a chorus of people called out from above. Stand up. The sudden appearance of the voice shook me. Thoughts swirled in my head like a tornado. I was beginning to think I might have died and passed on to the next world. Despite being what I consider a genuinely good Christian, I was afraid of divine judgments. I can't feel my legs. Stand up, the booming choir called out again, and a wave of relief washed over me. I've regained feeling in my legs, and I got up to my feet. Walk towards the gates, the booming voice called out from behind me. What gate? I tried saying, as I turned around to identify the source of the speech. Big mistake. A brightly luminescent thing floated behind me. The moment I laid eyes on this thing, I felt as if something was squeezing my head with a vice-like grip. I felt the whole place spinning around me, and I began having what I can describe as an out-of-body experience almost. The pain was so unbearable. I felt as if it was the only thing in existence for me. It took over everything, like someone had stabbed all of my pain receptors with burning needles. I felt myself screaming in pain, and suddenly the pain became so bad I was feeling myself blacking out. But before everything went dark again, I managed to make out the details of this thing before it. It looked like some human-faced winged lion engulfed in a fire with eyes covering the entirety of its wings. When I came to, I was lying in the same white room, and I could hear someone else talking to this new speaker. It sounded far more human than the previous one. You should have warned him not to look at you. These humans are so fragile, Lavielle. You know that all too well. You've to be more careful with them. Good thing I fixed him before it was too late. It's not his time yet. The booming voice thing remained silent throughout the whole time. Moreover, the conversation reinforced my idea of me being dead. It was confusing, but the last part was confusing even more than the rest. Considering I thought myself dead, it appeared ridiculous to say that this being would say that it's not my time yet. Fearful of damnation, I decided to turn where I thought the second voice was coming from and ask what it meant. I wanted answers so bad I didn't think straight. That, and probably having my brains roasted for a moment. Turning was an even bigger mistake. I saw this ball of color-changing lights. It was like a disco ball in the middle of a crazy rave. The second I laid my eyes on that, I felt my body going hot. It started off as a warm, fuzzy feeling, and it gradually increased to the point where it became painful. I screamed in pain and rolling around. I think, at least, that I was rolling around. With each passing moment, the heat became more and more painful. I could feel my skin peeling off my muscles and my muscles molting away into a gooey liquid. My eyes burned so bad that I couldn't see straight, but I'm sure I caught a glimpse of my arm actually melting. But I'm not really sure. It had gotten so bad I could feel each and every bone in my body crackling because of the heat, like I felt my bones breaking from within me. That's when everything came to an abrupt end. It was all just black. Sometime later, I woke up on a comfortable leather couch. What's going on?" I groaned, as I opened my eyes to find myself laying in this beautiful library. There were bookshelves stacked with literature as far as my eyes could see. My head felt heavy, and my ears were ringing as I shifted my body to a sitting position. Then that human voice from before spoke again. You're finally up. Sorry about that. I sometimes forget my own rules. Sorry about Lavielle, too. Angels can be so dense sometimes." Angels? What are you talking about?" I said, rubbing my eyes. You know the whole "you cannot see my face, for no one can see my face and live" thing, the voice said. "What?" I asked, confused. It chuckled. I looked up. The ringing in my ears and the heaviness faded from my head, and I saw some sort of droopy-looking humanoid lizard thing sitting in front of me, dressed in a shower robe and smoking a pipe. "What the hell?" Thought I might make this entertaining to keep the situation light around you," the lizard spoke. What? Who are you? Where am I?" "Stay seated. I might knock you off your feet," the creature boasted. Okay. "I'm God, but you can call me Rob. Yeah, let's go with Rob." Its words hit me like a truck. I felt myself straighten up as my muscles tensed. No, wait, this is nuts. The thing waved its hand in the air, and suddenly a hologram-like thing appeared before me. It was this dark little sphere with nothing inside. "What's this?" "Just watch," the thing said, as its body was shifting its shape like some sort of video game chameleon-like character. An explosion occurred inside of the hologram. In a moment's notice, there was a sea of lights, and after that, things were beginning to take shape out of that sea of lights. It was the beginning of the universe. My universe. "Is that?" He cut me short. "Yes, that's the beginning of your universe," the creature spoke, now looking like a gigantic octopus-like thing whose limbs were flailing about. The realization sunk in. I was in the presence of God. I fell to my knees and begged for forgiveness over my disrespect. Come on, it's all right. I would have done the same. Questioning things is always good. I was never the type for this groveling. It's weird. Sometimes you humans get really disturbing with this, throwing yourself at my feet and whatnot." I got back up to my feet. I was shaking with fear at this point, and I don't even know why. God seemed pretty calm and hospitable towards me. I guess it's the presence of the creator of everything that drove me to fear. That was, after all what the church instilled in me, to fear God. "Relax," he said, changing his appearance to that of a gelatinous thing with a head. I tried to recollect myself, but it was too nerve-wracking. I couldn't stop shaking. Well, then, now that we have established this, how are you feeling? God asked me. Scared, confused. I don't know what to... Don't be, it's fine. All of this is so, I don't know, weird? Am I dead? I questioned, swallowing my saliva as I expected the harsh truth to smack me right across the face like a sledgehammer. No, you're not. Not even close. You're pretty alive. Just knocked out. In a moment of both relief and confusion, I felt a smile form on my face, but the tension only got worse. Thoughts were spinning once more like a tornado. Why would God seek my audience? I wasn't a man of any importance. Then why? Why are you here? You're a writer. I'm a writer. And it's been about 1,400 years since I've spoken to one of you directly. A writer? This was getting more and more confusing with each passing moment. Why, yes. I consider myself a playwright, if I'm being honest. Everything I've created is part of my grand spectacle called The Epic of the Multiverse, he called out, raising his wings into the air. I need to mention that he kept on changing his shape every few moments. Some of them I can't even put into words. Multiverse? Yeah. What? You didn't think quantum mechanics would allow for more than one universe? I mean, that would be dull. Boring? Yeah, boring. Simple as that, he retorted, with a weirdly alarming calmness in his tone. I don't get it, God. Rob, call me Rob. He cut me off. All right, Rob, I don't get it. What does it have to do with boredom? I asked, albeit somewhat fearfully. Ah, yeah, there isn't much of a purpose to all of this, he said, as if it was an offhanded remark. Really? That's... what? Shocking? Yeah, unexpected doesn't even cut it. But it all started making sense then. I mean, it's not that hard to see that God was a lonely, borderline psychotic super being that just wanted to ease his mental anguish. I think that's something religions don't account for. If we need stimulation with our brains, imagine what God's supercomputer of an all-capable brain would go through without having something to wrap itself around. Yeah, well, religions don't quite get it right. I think that's why I like you the most. Your reality, that is. It's so chaotic. It's so full of possibilities. It's all so colorful. I really like how you can be the most productive little things ever one moment, and then try to end the lives of another over a bottle of milk. That is just rich. That is thrilling. Life in your universe is like the greatest play ever. These words hit me really hard. God kept on going. And don't think you're the only ones out there, or the only ones exciting as you are. Some species, they've wiped out whole planets. I could see he was almost salivating himself at the prospect of such callous murder. So, what's the deal then? We just live and die, and then what? I asked, as I was beginning to doubt if I wanted to know the answer. Well, and then nothing. There's no heaven or hell or whatever. You have one shot at life, and that's it. I hope I'm not disappointing you too much. He didn't disappoint me, no. Much to my surprise, it somewhat relieved me knowing that there is no afterlife at this point. 5 minutes with God, And Christianity sounds like a really silly set of ideas. I don't really care what you do, as long as you don't become boring and still with your lives. Now that pissed me off. I felt like I was a toy, and for someone who was part of a religion whose members considered themselves to be the pawns of God, the literal feeling of being used my whole life. That set me off. So, what are we? Just toys to be used and discarded? I barked. I guess it took him by surprise that I'd raised my voice. He cocked back, now donning a human form. No, not you humans. You are special. You bring me so much joy, he began saying before I cut him off. And by being what? By being stage actors in a tiny part of a cosmic play? We live for you. We die for you. People die for you endlessly. Do you even know how much blood people shed in your name and everything? And for what? The sake of your entertainment? I rose from the couch screaming at him. Do you know how hard it is to be consumed by nothingness, you hairless ape? Do you? You cannot even begin to fathom the pain I had to endure before creation. God yelled back at me, making the whole place around us shake as if there was an earthquake. I felt my heart sink to my heels, but I couldn't back down. So, does this mean you can just let people die? I screamed back, this time more out of fear than anger. God outstretched his neck to me, pushing me back to my seat by covering the distance between us. His head stopped mere inches from mine, and he whispered, Do not overstep your boundaries. Something about him whispering sounded even more terrifying than his ground-shaking scream, so I sank back into the couch. He pulled his head back and forced a smile. And besides, I also enjoy all the good that's been done in your universe. I mean, your architecture is great, but there's this one planet called Kungurkul where they make these things that I would consider heavenly. Absolutely stunning, he said calmly. I turned my head from side to side in disgust, and God just sat there staring at me. His eyes, they weren't piercing or anything. If I had to describe his gaze, it appeared to be off, like he was wandering to other places inside his own head. That's when I realized he had the eyes of a madman. I sat there in silence for a few moments, considering my options. I don't know why, but I just decided to ask him to return me to my life. I want to go back, I demanded sternly. His gaze focused on me, for the first time in the whole conversation. So soon? Yeah, you've nothing of note to tell me. Not to mention that you probably have already planned my horrible death following this. Saying this, I got back to my feet. No, I didn't. The next thing he said rattled me to the core. It was probably the worst thing he could tell me. I do know how each possible life route ends for you. Some of them are really bad, along the lines of being dumped in a ditch, to have your corpse torn apart by animals after mind-shattering torture. I thought about flipping him off, but I reconsidered, not wanting to piss every last ounce of him off. So instead, I smiled and said, You'd love that. Now you're getting it. I love it, all the peace and joy, along with the gore and the screams. Good, good. Is all I could react with, before I found myself laying on the side of the road. Now, that encounter with God, made me lose all faith in him. I know he exists, but I don't believe in him. In the past, I thought to live all alone as an intelligent species would be terrifying. Now I know that living in a reality controlled by a mad puppet master is what should really fuel our nightmares. The Appalachian Mountains stretched out before me, a magnificent tapestry of rolling hills, dense forests, and jagged peaks. This ancient range, stretching all the way from Georgia to Maine, holds some of the most stunning landscapes in North America. The morning sun casts a golden hue over the Blue Ridge Mountains to the east, their soft contours bathed in warm amber light. In contrast, the Great Smoky Mountains to the west remain shrouded in their ethereal mist, their valleys veiled in a silvery fog that clung stubbornly to the trees, giving the landscape an otherworldly quality. The Appalachian Trail, winding like a serpentine ribbon through the vast wilderness, was both a challenge and a sanctuary for those like me who sought solace in nature's embrace. This 2,200-mile footpath, the longest hiking-only trail in the world, offers a journey through diverse ecosystems, from the lush deciduous forests of the south to the rocky alpine peaks of New England. Each section of the trail has its unique charm and challenges, making it a true pilgrimage for hiking enthusiasts. In the early morning light, the trail revealed its treasures, windflowers blooming in a riot of colors, their petals glistening with dew, towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze, and crystal-clear streams, their waters a soothing lullaby as I danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth, invigorating and pure, a reminder of the unspoiled beauty of these mountains. Along the way, the trail offered breathtaking vistas from countless overlooks and vantage points. Standing on the edge of a rocky outcrop, I could see the land stretching out in all directions, an endless sea of green punctuated by distant peaks and ridges. The sense of scale was humbling, each panoramic view a testimony to the grandeur of the natural world. The Appalachian Trail also meandered through quaint, historic towns that seemed frozen in time, where friendly locals welcomed weary hikers with warm hospitality and tales of the trail. Shelters and campsites dotted the path, providing a place for the rest and camaraderie among fellow adventurers. These spots were often alive with the sounds of laughter and shared stories, creating a sense of community among those who had undertaken the journey. Wildlife thrived in this protected corridor of nature. It wasn't uncommon to spot white-tailed deer grazing in meadows, black bears foraging in berry bushes, or hawks soaring high above, their keen eyes scanning the ground for prey. The chirping of songbirds provided a constant soundtrack, their melodies weaving through the rustling trees and babbling brooks. Each step on the Appalachian Trail brought a new discovery, a deeper connection to the land and its timeless rhythms. For experienced hikers like me, this trail was more than just a path through the mountains. It was a journey into the heart of the wilderness, a place where one could find both challenge and peace, adventure and reflection. Here, amid the ancient peaks and verdant valleys, the soul found its true sanctuary. I stood at the trailhead, inhaling the crisp, pine-scented air, my heart thrumming with anticipation. As an experienced hiker, I had traversed many of the world's renowned trails, but there was something uniquely captivating about the Appalachians. Honestly, their rugged beauty and storied history called to me in a way few places could. Today, I was setting out on a path less traveled, a forgotten spur off the main trail, rumored to be abandoned and wild. It was precisely the kind of adventure I craved. With my backpack securely fastened and my hiking boots laced tight, I felt a surge of confidence. Years of preparation and countless miles of hiking had honed my skills and instincts. I was ready for whatever lay ahead, eager to lose myself in the untouched splendor of these ancient mountains. The trail I had chosen was known to be challenging, but that only fueled my determination. I sought the thrill of the unknown, the satisfaction of conquering the untamed. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the symphony of nature. Leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and birdsong echoed through the trees. Yet there was also an undercurrent of something else, an almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to drift on the wind. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled as I paused to listen. Was it just the wind? Or something more? The path grew narrower, the trees more gnarled and twisted. The shadows danced in the corner of my vision, and I couldn't help shake the feeling of being watched. A rustling in the underbrush made me turn sharply, but there was nothing there. It was just my imagination, I told myself, fueled by the eerie silence that had settled over the forest. Still, the sense of unease lingered, a silent companion on my journey. I pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets of this forgotten trail. The mountains loomed larger, their majestic peaks now shrouded in an ominous mist. The beauty of the Appalachian wilderness was undeniable, but beneath its tranquil surface, something ancient and unknowable seemed to stir. With each step, I felt as though I was not just walking a trail, but crossing a threshold into a realm where the past and present intertwined, and where every shadow held a story waiting to be told. Little did I know, my adventure was about to take a dark and twisted turn, leading me into the heart of an ancient mystery that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and myself. As the morning sun climbed higher, I found myself deep within the Appalachian wilderness, far removed from the well-trodden paths of the main trail. The forest had grown denser, the air cooler, and the shadows longer. It was then that I stumbled upon something unexpected. A sign, old and weathered, almost obscured by vines and moss. Curiosity piqued. I pushed aside the foliage to get a better look. The sign was barely legible, its paint faded and peeling, but I could just make out the words, Old Lonesome Trail. It wasn't marked on any of my maps or guides, and I couldn't recall reading about it in any of my extensive research. Beneath the trail's name, a crude warning was scrawled. Abandoned. Enter at your own risk. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Stories of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances in these parts were common enough to be folklore. But here, faced with tangible evidence of such tales, I hesitated. The trail itself was barely discernible, overgrown with thick underbrush and framed by trees whose branches seemed to reach out like skeletal fingers. Despite the unease gnawing at the back of my mind, a stronger emotion surged forth. Curiosity. The thrill of uncovering something hidden, perhaps long forgotten, was too enticing to resist. After all, wasn't this the adventure I sought? I glanced around, half expecting someone or something to appear and dissuade me, but the forest remained still. I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the unknown. My fingers tightened around the straps of my backpack, and I made the decision. Step by step, I slowly ventured off the familiar trail and onto the old lonesome. The transition was almost physical, as if I had crossed an invisible boundary into another world. The air grew heavier, the forest quieter, and the sense of being watched intensified. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a twig of my own breathing. Yet the further I went, the more determined I became. After all, this was why I hiked, to push boundaries, to explore the unexplored. The unease was just another obstacle to overcome, another challenge to face. With each step deeper into the forest, I told myself that the stories were just that, stories. The rational part of my mind insisted there was nothing here but trees and wildlife. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn in, led by some unseen force toward whatever lay at the end of this forgotten path. And though my heart beat faster with each step, I pressed on, driven by the irresistible lure of the unknown. The further I ventured down the old lonesome trail, the more the landscape seemed to conspire against me. The path, barely visible at the outset, had all but vanished beneath the tangled carpet of roots and undergrowth. The towering trees, once majestic, now loomed menacingly overhead, their branches knitting together to form a near impenetrable canopy that choked out the sunlight. The air grew thick and heavy, oppressive in its stillness. Each step felt more laborious, as if the forest itself sought to hinder my progress. As I trudged onward, I began to notice unsettling anomalies. Carved into the bark of the trees and etched onto rocks were strange symbols, runes that defied my attempts to decipher them. They were crude yet deliberate, their meanings lost to time. The presence of these markings felt malevolent, as if they were wards or warnings left by those who had come before me. I paused to examine one particularly intricate symbol, running my fingers over the rough grooves, when the forest fell eerily silent. The absence of wildlife was profoundly disquieting. The chirping of birds, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, gone. Instead, an unnatural hush enveloped the woods, broken only by the sound of my own breath and the pounding of my heart. I strained to hear something, anything, but the silence pressed in around me, thick and suffocating. And then the whispers began. At first they were faint, barely audible over the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, but gradually they grew louder, more insistent. Disembodied voices carried on the wind, murmuring in an unintelligible language. I spun around, searching for the source, but saw nothing. Shadows flitted at the edge of my vision, quick and elusive. Every time I turned, they vanished, leaving only the whispering in their wake. The weather, too, seemed to conspire against me. A dense fog rolled in, reducing visibility to mere feet. The temperature plummeted, the sudden chill biting through my layers. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the growing realization that I wasn't alone on this trail. The forest, it seemed, was alive with a presence something ancient and hostile. My resolve wavered, but my curiosity pushed me onward. It was then that I stumbled upon the remnants of a previous hiker's camp. The sight stopped me in my tracks. The campsite was a ruin, tent collapsed, belongings scattered, and a fire pit long cold. Among the debris, I found a journal, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. I sat on a fallen log, carefully turning the pages. The entries were a chilling mirror of my own experiences. Strange symbols, eerie silences, whispers in the wind. The writer detailed a growing sense of dread, an awareness of being watched. The final entry was frantic, the handwriting jagged and rushed. I can't ignore it anymore. Something is out here, something old and angry. I can feel its eyes on me, hear its voice in my mind. I tried to leave, but the path, it won't let me go. If you find this, turn back now. Leave before it's too late. Leave, or you'll never leave at all. The warning sent a jolt of fear through me. I looked around, half expecting to see the writer's fate in the shadows. My confidence eroded, replaced by a gnawing terror. I stood, stuffing the journal into my pack. The need to continue warred with the instinct to flee, But my path was set. I had come this far, and I had to see it through. Each step forward now felt like a step into the unknown, a descent into a darkness from which I might never return. I pushed onward, every sense on high alert, aware that whatever lay ahead, it was watching, waiting, and drawing me ever deeper into its grasp. The fog thickened as I pressed forward, each step echoing with the crunch of dead leaves and the snap of brittle twigs. The journal's warning replayed in my mind, a relentless drumbeat of dread. My heartbeat quickened, the sensation of being watched growing stronger with every passing moment. I could feel it, a malevolent presence, unseen but undeniably there, lurking just out of sight. My breaths came shallow and fast, and I forced myself to stop and listen. The whispers had ceased, replaced by a suffocating silence. But within that silence, there was something else. A feeling, almost a vibration of something alive and ancient watching my every move. My skin prickled with the awareness of it. And the forest, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. A sudden rustle behind me shattered the silence. I spun around, eyes wide, but saw only the mist-shrouded trees. The feeling of being hunted became overwhelming, an electric charge in the air that set my nerves on edge. Panic surged, and instinct took over. I had to get out. I had to leave this cursed trail and return to the safety of the main path. I turned back the way I had come, quickening my pace. But the forest seemed to conspire against me. The trail, which had been difficult to follow but still discernible, now seemed to shift and twist. Landmarks I had noted earlier, distinctive trees, a cluster of rocks, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the forest itself was rearranging, closing in around me, trapping me in its tangled depths. Desperation clawed at my throat. I forced myself to focus, to remember the path I had taken. But every turn led to more confusion, the landscape an unrecognizable maze of shadows and fog. My sense of direction evaporated, replaced by a disorienting fear that gnawed at my sanity. I stumbled, my foot catching on an unseen root, and fell hard to the ground. Pain shot through my ankle, but I scrambled up, adrenaline numbing the worst of it. I had to keep moving, I had to find a way out. But the path was gone, swallowed by the ever-encroaching forest. Tears of frustration and fear blurred my vision. I was trapped, caught in a nightmare with no escape. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't alone, and whatever was out there was toying with me, leading me deeper into its lair. A low, guttural growl echoed through the trees. A growl, or perhaps a laugh. The malevolent presence was no longer content to lurk in the shadows. It was making itself known, closing in for the kill. My heart pounded in my ears as I picked a direction at random and ran, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The fog thickened, the world around me narrowing to a tunnel of gray and green. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. The growls grew louder and closer, the shadows more aggressive in their pursuit. My thoughts became a frantic litany. Escape, escape, escape. But no matter how fast or far I ran, the landscape remained alien and unyielding, an endless loop designed to ensnare and disorient. Finally, exhausted and terrified, I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. The forest loomed around me, silent and watchful. The realization settled over me like a shroud. I was trapped in the old lonesome trail, ensnared by whatever ancient evil dwelled here. There was no escape. The forest had claimed me as its own. And somewhere in the fog, just beyond my sight, the presence waited, patient and eternal, knowing I had nowhere left to run. Kneeling on the forest floor, I fought to catch my breath. The fog swirled around me, thick and suffocating, and the oppressive silence was shattered by the sound of a twig snapping nearby. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, straining to see through the mist. The growl that followed was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very bones of the forest. Then, it emerged from the fog. The figure was both human and not, an apparition of twisted limbs and hollow eyes, its form shifting and flickering like a flame caught in the wind. It was as if the forest had manifested its anger and despair into a tangible, terrifying entity. The air around it crackled with malevolent energy, and its eyes, black as the void, locked on to mine with a predatory gleam. I scrambled to my feet, my mind screaming at me to run. The apparition lunged, and I bolted, my legs fueled by sheer terror. The forest became a blur as I crashed through the underbrush, the creature's growls and whispers close behind. Every muscle in my body burned, but I forced myself to keep going, driven by a primal instinct to survive. Branches clawed at my face and arms, the ground uneven and treacherous beneath my feet. I stumbled, nearly falling, but managed to keep my balance. The creature was relentless, its presence an unyielding shadow that seemed to close the distance with every step. My lungs screamed for air, and my mind raced for a plan, any plan to escape this nightmare. Desperation sharpened my focus. My hand brushed against the hilt of my hunting knife, and I drew it, the cold metal a reassuring weight in my palm. Ahead, I had spotted a fallen tree, its massive trunk creating a narrow passage. I dashed towards it, squeezing through the gap just as the creature lunged, its clawed hand swiping mere inches from my back. I turned to face it, knife raised, and my breath ragged and my heart hammering in my chest. The apparition halted, its form shifting and flickering, its hollow eyes burning with a dark intelligence. It hissed, a sound filled with ancient rage, and lunged again. I sidestepped, slashing with the knife. The blade passed through the apparition, meeting little resistance, but the creature recoiled, its form distorting with a streak of pain. Realizing I could hurt it, I pressed the attack, using every ounce of strength and skill I had. The fight was brutal and chaotic, a whirlwind of movement and shadows. The creature's claws raked across my arm, drawing blood, but I didn't let up. I swung my knife again and again, each strike a desperate bid for survival. With a final determined effort, I lashed out, driving the blade deep into the apparition's core. It let out a deafening scream, a sound that seemed to shake the very trees. The creature convulsed, its form unraveling, the darkness dissipating like smoke in the wind. For a moment, the forest was plunged into an eerie silence, and then the apparition was gone, leaving nothing but the heavy, dense fog. I collapsed to the ground, every part of my body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Blood trickled from the gashes on my arm, and my breath came in ragged gasps. But I was alive. I had faced a malevolent force that haunted this trail and survived. The forest around me seemed to sigh, the tension easing as the presence lifted. The fog began to thin, the oppressive atmosphere gradually lifting. I looked around, half expecting to see the creature to reappear, but the woods remained still. The old lonesome trail was silent once more. The malevolence that had lurked within it vanquished, at least for now. With great effort, I forced myself to stand, wincing at the pain in my arm. I had to keep moving, to find my way back to the main trail and out of this cursed forest. As I began to walk, the path seemed clearer, more defined, as if the forest itself was guiding me to safety. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the ancient darkness of the Appalachian wilderness was still aware of me. The forest held many secrets, and while I had survived this encounter, I knew the malevolent force that dwelled here was far from gone. And so, With every step, I remained vigilant, knowing that in these ancient woods, the line between reality and nightmare was perilously thin. The fog continued to lift as I trudged forward, each step more confident than the last. The path, once treacherous and obscured, now seemed almost welcoming. The forest had ceased its hostile whispering, the shadows retreating as if conceding defeat. Still, my nerves were frayed, and I remained hyper-aware of my surroundings, half expecting another attack. Eventually, I spotted a structure through the thinning mist, an old abandoned cabin, its wooden frame weathered and sagging. Relief washed over me. I approached cautiously, every sense on high alert. But the cabin seemed deserted, a relic of a bygone era reclaimed by the forest. I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, the musty air heavy with the scent of decay and neglect. The cabin provided a semblance of safety, its solid walls a welcome barrier against the malevolent forest. I dropped my pack and set about tending to my wounds, using the first aid kit I always carried. The cuts on my arms throbbed, but I cleaned and bandaged them as best as I could, the immediate threat at bay. With my physical wounds seen to, I allowed myself a moment to gather my thoughts. The fight had left me exhausted, but I couldn't afford to let my guard down completely. I scanned the cabin, taking in its details: dust-covered furniture, a broken chair, remnants of a long, cold hearth. And then, on a rickety table in the corner, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. Old photographs and diaries, half buried under a thick layer of dust. I approached the table, my curiosity piqued despite my exhaustion. The photographs were yellowed with age, depicting people who had once called this place home. There were images of hikers, much like myself, smiling and full of life, oblivious to the dark fate that had awaited them. As I flipped through the photographs, a sense of foreboding grew. The faces seemed familiar, echoing the fear and desperation I had seen in the journal I had found earlier. I turned to the diaries, opening the first with trembling hands. The entries were similar to those in the journal I had found at the abandoned campsite, filled with accounts of strange symbols, eerie silences, and the feeling of being watched. The entries were always frantic, the handwriting erratic, detailing encounters with the same malevolent force I had faced. One particular diary stood out, its leather cover worn but intact. The entries were detailed, written by someone who had clearly spent a lot of time in these woods. The writer spoke of a dark history tied to the land, a curse that had claimed countless lives over the centuries. They described the entity that haunted the forest, an ancient spirit born of pure pain and rage, bound to the land by blood and sorrow. The writer had sought to understand the curse, to break it, but their final entry was a grim acknowledgement of failure. The darkness here is beyond comprehension, an ancient malevolence that feeds on fear and despair. I've tried to leave, but the forest will not let me go. It twists and turns, trapping all who dare to venture too deep. To those who find this, know that the forest is alive with an ancient evil. It watches, it waits, and it will claim you if you aren't careful. Leave while you can, or be prepared to face the darkness within. The revelation sent a chill down my spine. I wasn't the first to encounter this horror, and I might not be the last. The cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a tomb, the weight of its history pressing down on me. I knew I couldn't stay here. The forest might have relented for now, but the darkness was ever present, waiting for the right moment to strike again. I packed up the photographs and diaries, tucking them into my backpack. They were proof of what I had faced, evidence of the terror that lurked in these woods. With my wounds tended and my resolve steeled, I prepared to leave the cabin. I had survived the night, but I needed to find my way back to the main trail, to safety and out of this accursed forest. As I stepped out of the cabin, the forest was eerily quiet, the fog now a distant memory. The path ahead was uncertain, but I moved forward with determination. I had faced the darkness and lived to tell the tale. Now, I had to ensure that I escaped its grasp for good. The first light of dawn filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The darkness that had clung to the night seemed to lift, replaced by the soft glow of morning. I felt a surge of relief, believing I had survived the worst. The old cabin behind me was a witness to my ordeal, a temporary refuge from the nightmare I had endured. I adjusted my backpack, ensuring the photographs and diaries were securely stowed. They were my evidence, my proof of the malevolent force that haunted these woods. With a deep breath, I set out, determined to find my way back to the main trail and leave this cursed forest behind. The path seemed clearer in the morning light, less threatening. I moved with purpose, each step taking me further from the horrors of the night. The forest, now bathed in sunlight, appeared almost normal. The shadows that had once loomed ominously now receded into the background. Birds began to chirp, their songs a welcome contrast to the eerie silence of the night before. But as I walked, a nagging doubt began to creep into my mind. The landmarks looked familiar, too familiar. A distinctive gnarled tree, a cluster of moss-covered rocks. Each seemed to repeat itself in an unsettling pattern. My pace quickened, driven by a growing sense of unease. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to exhaustion and fear. But the forest had other plans. The sun climbed higher, casting dappled light on the trail ahead. My confidence wavered as I noticed the path becoming increasingly familiar. Panic set in when I saw it. The old, weathered signpost, half obscured by vines and moss. Old Lonesome Trail, it read, just as it had the day before. My heart sank, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. I stood frozen, staring at the signpost, the full horror of my situation dawning on me. The forest had led me in a circle back to where it all began. The feeling of being watched returned, a sinister presence lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. The malevolent force had never truly let me go. It had toyed with me, allowing me a fleeting sense of hope, only to crush it in an instant. Desperation clawed in my throat. I spun around, looking for any sign of a different path, a way out. But the forest remained unchanged, the trees and underbrush forming an impenetrable barrier. The oppressive atmosphere returned, the whisper starting anew, carried on the wind like a cruel taunt. I was trapped, caught in a supernatural loop with no escape. The realization settled over me, cold and final. The forest had claimed me as its own, just as it had with the hikers before me. The old Lonesome Trail was not just a path, but a prison, and I was its latest inmate. With a sinking heart, I understood that I was doomed to face the horror again. The forest won't let me leave it. It would continue to twist and shift, leading me in endless circles until I succumbed to the darkness within. The dawn's light, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a cruel joke. As I stood there, the forest around me seemed to close in, the shadows lengthening despite the rising sun. The ancient, malevolent presence watched, waiting for me to make my next move. I tightened my grip on my backpack, the photographs and diaries a heavy burden, knowing that my struggle was far from over. With no other choice, I took a deep breath and stepped forward, the old Lonesome Trail stretching out before me. The forest had won this round, but I would continue to fight, to seek a way out of this endless nightmare. As I walked, The whispers grew louder, the shadows deeper, and the realization that I might never escape became an ever-present weight on my soul. Those who dream by day are cognizant of many things that escape those who dream only at night. Edgar Allan Poe, Eleonora. Go to bed and wait for the Sandman. Even as it came out of James's mouth, it seemed to him a strange thing to say, and he wasn't sure why he had, but for some reason it worked. Daniel went to bed. The next morning, though, he asked, "What does the Sandman look like?" James was making breakfast. Daniel sat at the table, short legs swinging under his chair. "Nothing, really," James said. "It's just an expression." "What does it mean?" "Just something people say." He put a plate of eggs in front of Daniel and kissed him on top of his head. He thought that would be the end of it. Until he saw the Sandman for himself. He was getting ready for bed and stopped by Daniel's room to check in on him while he slept, as he often did. It was such a routine precaution that when he saw a pale and naked man sitting on the edge of Daniel's bed, rocking back and forth, it took a moment for him to process what he was seeing. He reacted the way any father would, of course. He ran into the room screaming, and for a moment he thought about attacking the intruder. But then the man turned on the bed, and that's when James saw that it wasn't really a man. It was a pale, slithery thing, hairless and warped. Its joints turned the wrong way, and its body had a shape with itself. When it moved, it was like an insane marionette dancing on a stage. James froze. The skittering thing watched him. He felt spreading warmth, and he realized he'd pissed his pants. Only when he remembered that Daniel was still there in the bed, staring at the broken-shaped thing sitting a foot away, did he regain the courage to move. He grabbed Daniel and ran. In the hall, he turned to see if the thing would follow them, but it didn't. For a moment, it watched, and then, moving like a stop-motion nightmare, it crawled to the window and jumped out, leaving only the billowing curtains to mark its passing. James had trouble talking to the police. He reported a break-in, but when asked to describe the intruder, he didn't know what to say. How could he make the ordinary man in the blue uniform sitting at his kitchen table, while two of his colleagues searched the house, understand a thing like he'd seen? He couldn't even understand it himself. To make it worse, Daniel's memory did not correspond to James's. He described an ordinary-looking burglar. "A man in a mask," he said. James thought about it. Had it been a mask? No, it would have had to have been a full costume, and an elaborate one. Something like they would use for a movie. And that wouldn't explain the way it moved. But in the end, he simply echoed his son's testimony. A man in a mask. A burglar. The lie unsettled him almost as much as what had happened. The doctor said Daniel wasn't hurt and showed no signs of abuse. James was relieved. They stayed at a motel for a couple of nights until they felt ready to come home, and then James had a new security system installed, along with bars in the windows. He didn't like the sight of them in Daniel's room, but it seemed like the only thing to do. James was frightened that first night back in the house, but Daniel, strangely, was not. When asked if he felt okay sleeping alone, he just said yes. In the end, it was James who found himself wishing he weren't sleeping alone. He was up all night, listening for the sound of anything moving in the house. Although he had convinced himself that his memory was faulty and that it had been a normal, albeit probably deeply disturbed man in his son's room, when he closed his eyes even for a moment, he pictured bloodless skin and a twisted, inhuman face. He found himself wondering, why my house? Why my family? He knew, of course, that there didn't have to be a reason, but still, he wondered. 2 weeks later, Daniel stopped talking. James didn't notice at first, and kids went through quiet phases sometimes. But eventually, he tried to get Daniel to talk, and he wouldn't. Eventually, it became clear that he couldn't. Back to the doctor they went. Nothing wrong with him that we can see, was the diagnosis. Was it the trauma? James asked. Could be, they said. Sometimes these things come on late. Children can be a mystery even to those who know them best. They recommended a child psychologist, whom James couldn't afford. He could not, for that matter, even afford the bill they were giving him now. Nothing seemed to help. Daniel could write out answers to questions sometimes, but never more than a yes or no. When James asked him what was wrong, or if he'd seen or heard anything that frightened him, Daniel would only stare. He seemed furtive and bemused. James found himself missing the sound of his son's voice. Sometimes he wanted to hear it so bad that he ached. But it seemed that Daniel would not talk again until he was ready. James had other things to worry about, too. He was convinced, beyond reason, that the intruder was not really gone. Though the alarm never went off and the locks and bars remained undisturbed, he was sure that he heard movement in the house at night. Not normal movement. It was a sound like a huge snake slithering through the house. When he heard it, he imagined horrible things. Nothing was ever there when he went to investigate, though he often thought he glimpsed something just out of the corner of his eye. A pale foot, or a misshapen shadow that would slink away as soon as he turned. He rarely slept, and when he did, he had haunted dreams. Soon he realized he had not left the house in weeks except to go to the bank and buy groceries. He felt hemmed in. With Daniel acting mute, he hadn't had an actual conversation with anyone in weeks, so he called his mother. The connection was bad and her voice sounded faint, on the verge of not being there at all. "I guess I'm okay, Ma," he said, pausing to wipe the sweat from his palms, and then make sure he could hear Daniel playing in the next room. "But things have been a little rough. We had a break-in." "Oh, how awful. Did they take anything?" "No, it just ran off. It was weird, though. I really haven't felt comfortable since then." "Are you still working at that hospital?" "No, Ma. I left last year. You know that." "Oh, well, how have you been getting out? What about that nice woman you were seeing last year, the one who played the piano?" James scowled. She had always asked that kind of thing. Didn't she know how hard it was being a single father? That he didn't have the time? He was about to say so when something made him pause. "Ma, is there anyone else on the line?" "I don't think so." James was sure he heard it, though. The short, gasping sound of someone trying to hold their breath and failing. A cold feeling crept across the back of his neck. "You're sure nobody is listening on your other phone?" "Dear, there is no other phone. I'm on the cell. That's why the service is so bad." "Then what is—" James stopped. If the sound wasn't coming from her end, then... He dropped the phone and raced to the hall. The extension hung on its hook undisturbed. Heart pounding, he hurtled into the garage. The spare phone sat on the workbench. No one was in sight. But could they have been? Could someone have been here all along, listening to his phone call, and then slithered away? Might they be here even now? The next day, he took out the extra phone extensions. He even filled in the jacks with rubber cement. Daniel watched him work, eyes curious, but James offered no explanation. He began giving Daniel a light physical exam every week. His CNA training was a little rusty after a year on disability, but you never really forget. It was an absurd thing to do, of course. Even if there was a physical cause for Daniel's behavior, it would be nothing he could discover this way. And he was aware on some level that it was compulsive behavior. Nevertheless, It made him feel better. One morning, James set the diaphragm on the stethoscope against Daniel's chest, but he couldn't locate a heartbeat. He moved his hand in search of the right spot to no avail. Then, to test it, he listened to his own heartbeat. It came through steady and clear. But when he checked Daniel again, he didn't hear anything. A thought came unbidden to him of the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, whose chest was empty as a kettle. A sick feeling roiled his stomach. He threw the stethoscope down and grabbed Daniel by the shoulders, looking into his face. Daniel stared back with bright eyes. He even smiled a little with the corners of his mouth. James felt the tingle of tears. He swept his son up in his arms and hugged him, and Daniel hugged back. Then James put his shirt back on him and sent him to play. The stethoscope, he decided, was broken. He threw it in the trash. Things got worse. James's terrors were no longer relegated to the long hours of the night. Now it seemed that some creeping, some skittering and scuttling, some unknown noise in some dark corner or another filled every second of his day. The thought of how big the house really was started to weigh on him. There were so many rooms he wasn't in at any given time, so many places someone or something else could be. He imagined strange figures occupying the rest of his home when he wasn't around, melting into the walls or merging with the shadows whenever he turned on a light or opened a door. How would he know if they were there? How would he ever know? Soon, he didn't even have to be outside of a room to imagine it. When he walked up the stairs, he pictured pale figures lurking beneath them. When he went down the hall, he pictured a crawling thing slithering behind the walls, shadowing his every step. If he sat too long in the same chair, he imagined that it was right behind him. And he was never comforted when he turned around and found nothing there, as he could only guess that it meant it had moved swiftly and silently behind him once again. Wherever he was looking right now, that was where he imagined it to be. He was losing his mind, he knew. The only thing that helped him cling to sanity was that Daniel seemed undisturbed. Other than his muteness, his behavior was perfectly normal. And whenever he seemed to sense that his father was troubled, he would hug him or squeeze his hand or even smile. Sometimes when he left the room, James cried. One night he found himself creeping around the house with no lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning. If the intruding thing had taken to violating his daytime activities, then he would get revenge by confronting it on its own terms. The night. And really, night was no more frightening to him than day now. They were almost interchangeable. He padded barefoot down the halls, up the stairs, in and out of disused rooms. Sometimes he stopped to listen, hoping to locate it by sound. It was a stealthy, creeping thing, he knew, but it was awkward at times, and it couldn't always keep its strangely shaped limbs from making their distinct, irregular footsteps. The smallest noise would give it away. There was one room he suspected it spent most of its time in, the spare bedroom. Not a bedroom at all, really. More like a closet, just large enough to accommodate a bed if one were so inclined. It was unpainted and uncarpeted and drafty. He'd always meant to fix it up. He didn't come in here very often because he disliked the bare, unused look of it. It made him think of a partially dissected corpse. He came in now, though. If the thing made its nest any one place in the house, this would be it. Of course, there was nothing there now, but that didn't mean there was nothing there. He cursed, running a hand through his sweat-damp hair. What was he missing? How did it hide from him? What was its secret? He peered into the room's empty corners one by one, getting his face a few inches from the plaster and floorboards so that he could be certain that there was no space for it to conceal itself. The light bulb flickered. He froze. My God, he thought, it's on the ceiling. He pictured it crawling above him like a huge pale lizard. That's how it gets around, he thought. That's how it escapes any time I should have it cornered. It just scuttles up the wall and hides right over my head. He imagined it dangling down behind him like a spider. If I turn around, he thought, it'll be there. hanging with its face right next to mine. He held his breath. He didn't want to turn around, but he had no choice. It was between him and the door. With a quiet sob, he rounded on his heels. Of course, he was alone. There was no man on the ceiling. He checked twice, and maybe it crawled out and was waiting for him in the hall. But when he checked there, the coast was clear once again. It should have been a relief, but it wasn't. After all, it had to be in here somewhere. If the ceiling was not its trick, that just meant it was something else. Something even more strange, even more clever. He went to Daniel's room. He hadn't stopped checking in on him at night, like he always had. This time, though, rather than open the door, he listened at first, pressing his ear against the grain of the cheap wood and holding his breath, and terrified that he would hear a skittering sound on the other side of the barrier. What he heard instead shocked him more. Daniel was talking to someone. James recoiled for a second, and then, when he'd caught his breath, he all but kicked the door in. Daniel was already awake, indeed, sitting up in bed. But he wasn't saying anything now. The light flashed on, and James stalked halfway into the room before stopping, suddenly torn. What did he want more? To confirm that his son could speak again? Or to find whomever he was speaking to? The creak of a door hinge settled the matter for him. He ran to the closet and threw it open. There was nothing inside, or at least nothing that shouldn't be there. He swept aside clothes on their hangers, but nothing was hiding between them. Then he dragged the toy box out and emptied it into the floor. Nothing. He combed along the bare walls and floor, and yes, the ceiling, pushing aside every last bit of rubbish and stray knickknacks so that he could be sure, absolutely sure, that nothing was hiding. All the while, Daniel watched him. After a few minutes, James was panting and covered in sweat, and the closet was bare, and there were neither intruders nor answers inside. It struck him as funny somehow, and he started to laugh, very quietly. He kicked his son's toys out of the way as he went to sit down on the bed, dazed. He became aware all at once of several things. The first being that he had not slept in days, and was nowhere near his right mind. The second was how close he'd come to losing it for good. Tomorrow, he decided, they would sleep until the afternoon, and when they did wake up, he and Daniel would get out of this creaky old house. No more staying cooped up like prisoners, and no more checkups, and no more dreams about monsters. He would even take the bars off the windows. It was time to get back to living like real people again. It was time to... James saw it when he brushed a hand through Daniel's hair. He pulled Daniel, a little too roughly, closer. His son acquiesced to the examination without fidgeting or complaint, as James pawed the side of his head, hoping that what he was seeing would somehow stop being apparent. He stared and stared until his eyes ached from not blinking, but there was no denying what was right in front of his eyes. Daniel was missing an ear. No, he realized with mounting nausea. Both ears. There was no injury, no incision, no mark where they should have been, just simply smooth, blank flesh, as blank as Daniel's quiet, unperturbed demeanor. James swept him up in his arms and ran into the hall. He wasn't sure where he was going or what he meant to do when he got there. He just knew that there was now nothing more important than getting his son out of that house. But their path was cut off. A naked man sat in the hallway with his back to them. No, not a man. James recognized its stretched limbs and stooped shoulders. The pale thing squatted on its haunches, rocking back and forth like it was palsied. It almost seemed to be in pain. James hugged his son closer and backed away. Then he heard Daniel's voice. "Daddy?" But Daniel's lips hadn't moved. James looked back at the hunched figure. Its head jerked when it talked like a tick. "Hello, Daddy?" James's mouth went dry. It took several tries before he could speak. Don't call me that. It is this voice's name for you. Go away, leave my family alone. But I am your family. The longer it talked, the more the voice became distorted and blurred. An icy feeling nestled in James's stomach. Who are you? Someone who came to visit. Why here? You invited me. James's heart thudded against the inside of his chest. Why? I had something you wanted. James licked his dry lips. You're lying. You don't have anything I want. I want you to leave. Leave and never come back. Who is Daniel's mother? James blinked. What? Who is Daniel's mother? What the hell kind of question is that? How old is Daniel? James blinked again. The thing's voice caused a pinching pain in the center of his forehead. Stop asking me these things. When is Daniel's birthday? I don't know. What is his middle name? Shut up. What was his first word? I said shut up. James wanted to tear the thing apart with his bare hands. Only the heaviness of Daniel in his arms kept him where he was. You were alone. You wanted a son, so I made one for you. James's hands began to shake. That doesn't make sense. Made out of what? Out of myself. James's stomach turned over. But now I need those parts back. Daniel picked at James's shoulder to get his attention. Something was strange about Daniel's face. Danny, open your eyes. Daniel scrunched his eyes tighter. Open your eyes, Danny. Danny, open your eyes. Open your eyes. Daniel shook his head, trying to refuse, but he couldn't hold it forever. Eventually, his eyes flicked up, and James saw the truth. Daniel's eyes were gone. James almost dropped him. For a second, he wanted to throw his son down so that he could stop looking into those empty holes in his face. Daniel opened his mouth again as if to speak, but of course he had no voice. He's coming back to be part of me again. No, give him back. Give him back. I cannot. It has been too long. I warned you this would happen. You're lying. You're a liar. Give me my son back. Give him back. I do not lie. I warned you. He could not exist forever. But you do not remember. You can only remember what I want you to. You forget all the times we have talked. Daniel felt like a doll or an empty bag. His hair was falling out, disappearing before it touched the ground. His hands had vanished into his sleeves and his feet rolled up inside his pants cuffs. James cradled the tiny, shapeless thing. Tears streamed down his face, and soon he held a pile of empty clothes, and then those too were gone. He looked around the house. Toys disappeared, photos vanished from their frames. Daniel's little shoes were no longer by the door. James turned towards Daniel's room and confronted a wall where the door should be. He groped the blank surface, fingertips scrambling. He hit his head against the wall. The pain didn't feel real. Why did you do this? It is what you wanted, and I learned so much. This is impossible. People will ask, people will wonder. The police, the hospitals, the people in the neighborhood. They have already forgotten him. They only remembered what I wanted them to. Like you. James pressed his hands to his aching skull. Will I at least remember him after this? You can try, but your mind will fail you. Now that everything he was is part of me again. James sat on the floor looking at the blank wall. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the thing that creeped toward him and even felt its wet hand on his shoulder. But he didn't look at it. If I won't remember any of this, then why tell me? Because a father should know. And then James was alone. Abigail worried about James sometimes. When they met a year ago, he said that he'd never been married and he never had kids. But there was a certain pained expression he assumed when he said the last part. Abigail knew that look. She'd met parents who lost children before. You learned to recognize it. And there were other things about him that worried her too. Sometimes she would find him staring at a particular spot on the wall, brow furrowed in concentration. He didn't seem to realize he was doing it. And of course there was the insomnia and the sleepwalking to consider too. Yeah, there were lots to worry about. But she loved him all the same. James still said he'd never had kids, and neither had she. She'd wanted one, but it was impossible. And she worried that James wouldn't stay with a woman who couldn't be a mother, though he constantly assured her that it was not so. There were times, and more often of late, they were the nights when James took to sleepwalking. And even Abigail imagined that she heard strange, scuttling noises in the house and saw impossible shapes in dark corners. When she thought she would do anything, absolutely anything, if it meant having a little daughter for she and James to raise. And at those moments, she became truly afraid. But she never knew why. William stared blankly at his feet, twiddling his thumbs. He sniffed and eyed a worm on the dirt beside his sneakers, wriggling gleefully between the blades of grass. He wondered what life would be like, living as a worm. Carefree, worryless. Just spending all day squishing through the soil, soaking up the moisture. Was it true that when you split a worm in half, it made 2 new worms? Maybe that was how they controlled the worm population. How many worms could you make if you just kept splitting the same 2 pairs? What if... A sharp sounded from behind William. With a jolt, he turned to see the man behind him displaying a stern expression, indicating to the fact that the cue had moved, and he had not moved along with it. William mumbled a quiet apology and trudged another pace up the stone steps. The heavens cracked with thunder, and the wind blew a strong chill across his shoulders. as if the gods themselves were scorning him for being such an inconvenience. He frowned and glanced towards the sky. And to the left, the sun beamed brightly, surrounded by nothing but clear blue skies. And to the right, a great swirl of storm clouds rose from the horizon, sinking back down beneath the glow of the moon. For a moment, he could have sworn that the two celestial beings winked at him, sharing a brief smile, before their faces shimmered into nothingness. At the front of the queue, William saw two figures, a man and a woman, leaving the tarot tent. Their faces were wrought with grief, and they held each other with shaking hands, tears dripping down their faces. Alas, their grip could only last but a mere few seconds, and the pair were catapulted in opposite directions, the man zooming headlong into the cold, desperate face of the moon, and the woman flying upwards into the warm embrace of the sun. A deep, humorless laugh echoed through the air as their bodies disappeared into the upper atmosphere, becoming nothing more but blips in the skyline. The queue shuffled forward, and William made sure that he moved along with it. Behind him, it stretched on for miles, a slither of bodies twisting across the land like a serpent in the grass. He could see people still siphoning towards his tail, merging from a shapeless mass of bodies into single file one by one, each person ordered neatly in front of the other. He could barely remember the day he had joined. It had been so long, everything before was simply but a blur in his memory, a jumbled collection of times, dates, years, and experiences. He had forgotten what it was like to not have someone standing behind him, their breath hot on his neck, their eyes burning a hole into the back of his head. How long would it be until everyone on Earth had their turn? Decades? Centuries even? A rough jangling noise rose from behind William, snapping him out of his daydream. A red-faced man with a huge backpack was trekking up the side of the hill, stopping every few seconds to catch his breath. In one hand he held a beige suitcase, and in the other, he held his striped fedora to his head. He turned to the queue and unzipped his trouser pocket, pulling out a curved ornament. "Luck charms, get your luck charms," the man bellowed. "Good karma guarantee, 100% satisfactory, no refunds." He stopped to catch his breath once more, nearly slipping on the grass. A well-trimmed mustache sat above his upper lip, and his face was aged and wrinkled. It was the face of a man who was far too old for such a physically demanding activity. Nevertheless, he soldiered on, waving his little statue around for the queue to see, as they bit their lips in contemplation. I'll take one," a voice rose from the line. The man rushed over, and soon, dozens were clamoring for the little wooden figures, their fistfuls of cash falling neatly into his suitcase as he distributed the charms. "How about you, good sir?" the man spoke as he approached William's spot in line. "Are you feeling lucky today?" William sighed and stared off into the distance, avoiding the man's greedy eyes. "No, I'm all right, thank you. Keep my fingers crossed." He smiled weakly as the man turned back towards the rest of the queue. "Sorry, folks, I'm all out," he shouted. A general groan rose from the empty-handed customers. "Maybe in the next life, eh?" He chuckled as he made his way back down the hill, swinging his suitcase by his side. A few minutes passed. The line's attention was captured by a sudden whoosh of air overhead. An ecstatic-looking man in a whitish robe was whisking down the hill on a cloud, leaving a trail of fog in his wake. Halfway down the hill, he leaped from the cloud and, with a tap of his wand, vanished into thin air. The queue collectively grumbled in jealousy. The magician was arguably one of the greatest cards to receive, after all. William stepped forward once again, and the top of the tarot tent came into view. Its purple exterior flapped softly in the breeze, and his heart rose to his throat as he realized just how close he was to his judgment. Was he ready? His confidence had before been so unwavering, yet now, when he was just moments away, William felt a hand on his back, and he nearly lost his balance as a slender, red-haired woman pushed him aside, quickly scaling the steps as she shoved the last few people out of her way. "Hey, you can't cut in line like that," someone shouted. The rest of the line gave an agreeable cry, and the woman scowled as she glanced upon the queue victoriously. "You snooze, you lose, assholes!" She turned and fled into the tarot tent. In just a few seconds, she had emerged from the peak of the hill engulfed in flames, gargling an ear-splitting scream. She begged the queue for water, ranting and raving hysterically as the fire licked across her flesh, dripping the skin from her bones. No one would even cast a look in her direction. In her panic, she tripped and began to tumble down the incline. By the time she had reached the bottom, all that was left of her was a pile of bones and ashes. William gulped and wiped the sweat off of his forehead. Only 3 more people to go. William felt his breath quickening. He fidgeted more and more, tapping his foot, shaking his hand, scraping at his nails with the chip in his front tooth. It seemed as if the pressure wasn't just getting to him. The sound of grinding teeth could be heard from a few spaces behind him, coupled with a calming tune being hummed by an elderly woman. The slightest noise created a moderate disturbance among the rest of the line, whether it was the bleating of sheep from a nearby field or the crack of a storm miles away. Still, no one spoke. No one muttered a word of conversation. It was strange. William remembered how talkative people had been at the very back of the queue, making friends with each other and singing songs of goodwill, and commenting on every little thing that happened at the tent. As time went on, it seemed people had just stopped. There was a sudden flash of light, and William squinted at a man outside the tarot tent spinning at an indescribable speed, generating a rush of wind that threatened to pull him from his place in the queue. A moment of panic gripped the crowd, and the tension threatened to break the line structure. With another flare of energy, the man shot upwards into the sky like a rocket, joining the billions of other stars in the sky. Another fate, another step closer. It was funny, William thought, the way the line slithered upwards whenever the next person's turn was due, like the crests of a wave on the shore. The entirety of the tent was visible now. It was the closest view William had ever gotten. The purple cloth draped across its frame was worn and ragged, torn in some places and loose in others. 2 dark curtains obscured the entrance, concealing whatever mysteries lay hidden inside. It was smaller up close than it seemed from afar. From a first glance, you'd never be able to tell that it had been the sole decider of millions of people's lives, and the sole decider for millions of people to come. William's armpits were dampening. His shoes felt lighter, and his fingertips were numb and tingly. Surely, he must be overreacting. Not all the fates were bad, right? He leaned over the side of the queue to see for himself. The next fate would be a good one, he assured himself. Something like the lovers. A middle-aged woman trudged out from between the curtains, clamping her mouth shut with her hand. Her thin, pale figure reminded William of a school librarian or a canteen worker, someone whose innocence was surely proven. Her wandering stare met his, and William saw a spark of evil ignite in her soul, a burst of pure black smoke behind the eyes, emitting an energy the likes of which he had never felt before. The woman smiled, but only slightly. The creases of her lips bending upwards before the ground swallowed her whole, leaving nothing behind except for the cross she wore around her neck. William began to hyperventilate. His mind screamed at him to leave the queue, to get as far away from the tent as possible, but he refused to give in. His legs wobbled tremendously, threatening to give way at any moment. He clenched his fists and shut his eyes. "You'll be okay, you'll be okay, you'll be okay." he whispered to himself. His heartbeat thudded in his ears like a marching band. In went the next person, holding the trinket he had bought from the salesman. William gasped and turned back towards the line. Through all his worrying, he had barely stopped to comprehend it. He was at the front of the queue. After so much waiting, he was finally there. He almost wished he could live in the moment forever, staring dumbfounded at the queue before him, until he heard a rustling from the tent curtains. The man stumbled dozily from between the flaps. A jester hat atop his head and a knapsack swung over his shoulder. He twitched, his jaw slack and his mouth lazily hanging open. He looked dirtier than before, 2 errant flies buzzing around his ears. Are you all right?" William felt inclined to ask. He cocked his head and babbled a sentence of nonsense words, turning and walking down the hill before William could utter a word of reply. William pondered on the man's fate for only a moment longer before he came to a horrifying realization. It was his turn. His body screeched to a halt, yet a strange force compelled him forwards, against almost every fiber in his body. Strangely, the power showed not the slightest hint of malevolence, rather the opposite. The closer he moved towards the tent, the more at ease William began to feel. The blood rushed back into his head, and he let out his last whimper of protest as he slipped between the velvet screen. William dropped to his knees, taking a gulp of air so big he almost choked on it. He spluttered and dry-heaved onto the wooden flooring, a slither of white vapor escaping his mouth, parting along with the rest of his nausea. "My, the ether's not been too kind to this one," a nearby voice spoke. It was craggy and old, even croaky on some words. The ether?" William questioned, letting out his final cough. "The void, the abyss, the reality, or rather, the unreality that separates this place from the world you have arrived from. Simply put, it is the portal through which you have traveled to come here. It treats its occupants rather unfairly, favoring some and disliking others on a rather random basis. Much like people do, I suppose. Do not fret. The return journey tends to be much easier once you have experienced the ether for the first time. You have spent far longer in there than you would ever wish to know. Best to leave those memories forgotten, eh?" William reached out and pressed a hand against the sealed curtains. Now, let's not get too hasty. No one leaves this realm until I will it so. You can try if you wish, but I must warn you that those curtains right now, right here, in this place, they are not just curtains anymore. They are a closed gateway, and no mortal instrument can hope to break them. Not that it looks like you are in particular condition to try." With a long exhale, William pulled himself off the ground. Inside, the tent was moderately underwhelming. It hid no secret dimensions nor glittering diamonds as William had often meditated on during his time in the queue. The air held a certain mystical aura about it, but otherwise, there were no particular special qualities. The fabric of the tent was the same tattered purple as the outside, with fairy lights haphazardly strung up around the ceiling. Wax dripped from burning candelabras along the edges of the tent, casting dancing shadows along the tent walls. It was warm, comfortable enough to relax in, but not enough to lose sharpness of one's senses. There, that's better. Stretch out your back, get some air down your throat. My, you look disappointed. You expected a much grander venue than this, no? Most do, I suppose. It's a tragedy that so many these days have lost the ability to appreciate the humbler things in life. But I won't ramble. Now come, child. My eyesight has grown worse over the last few millennia, and I wish to see you. William walked towards the voice, feeling as if he was taking his first steps since he was born. It was a hideous being, sat at an old table with his withered arms lying idle on the surface, flaking off skin. It was vaguely humanoid, but more skeleton-like, with dusty gray hair that piled at the floor behind its seat, and curved nails that twisted into spirals at the ends of its fingers. Its ribcage bowled against the tightly wound skin on its chest, threatening to burst free at any moment, and its eyes were sunk deep into its head, little more than black marbles set against the brittle bone. Ah, you are young. A boy of no more than... It sniffed the air, wrinkling its dried-out nose. 18 or 19, correct? I can feel the light in your eyes, unmarred by the world's wrath. And tell me, why have you come here so early in life? Are you running from somewhere? Or someone, perhaps? Or are you running from a life that you never had in the first place, How old are you? William blurted out, immediately slapping his mouth closed with his palm. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause offense. Your courtesy is much appreciated. It's been a while since I have had such a polite guest. Speaking of which, where are my manners? You may refer to me as the teller, and as for my age, I lost count many years ago. Besides, it is of no importance, I assure you. This meeting is about you, and you are, as I understand. The teller pulled out a huge list from under his table, mumbling to himself as he sorted through the names. William, I'm glad to see you've kept your proper position in line, unlike that red-headed girl from before. If it was my place to say, I would tell you she got exactly what was coming for her. William frowned. But you are the one who decides people's fates, right? The teller shook his head. I am not the one who judges your path, William. It is the universe that sets your fate. I am merely the vessel through which that outcome flows. That is why I am called the teller. An awkward pause cut the conversation as William stopped to process what he was hearing. We aren't on a time crunch here, are we? William asked, scratching his neck. I mean, isn't there everyone else behind me that needs to go soon as well? Time is a human construct. It has no meaning in this place. A year in this realm could equal 30 seconds in the world you know, if I wanted it to be. The teller sighed. Many people simply want their fortunes over and done with. No chit-chat, no questions asked. Just in and out and off they go. When the fortune is rushed, it's not as special, you know. That's why it's so refreshing to be able to speak with someone who takes their time. So, Please, William. Take your time. Do you have any questions before we begin the reading? William turned and rubbed his hand against his chin. Here he was with the opportunity to have any of the millions of questions that had gnawed at the back of his mind for so long in the queue answered, and he couldn't think of a single one. His brain buzzed like a beehive, each thought lost in a cascade of activity. He managed to fish out one singular query from the mess in his mind and push it into his tongue. The people who never leave the tent. The ones who go in, with the next person going in before they leave. What happens to them? Where do they go? William asked, resting his head on his palm. The teller nodded. Very well. It leaned down on the lowest part of the table, its bones cracking with every small movement it made. Out of a drawer, it pulled out a set of glass globes, and William leaned in closer to see the contents. In the leftmost globe was a slender building, ablaze and tortured by lightning strikes. People jumped from the tallest windows, their bodies breaking onto the rocks below, only to reappear back in the tower moments later suffocated in smoke. Another bolt of lightning struck, and the entire structure crumbled, crushing the rest of the inhabitants, only for the nightmare to start up straight again when the building quickly rebuilt itself. The next globe housed, at first glance, an ordinary forest of leafless oak trees. William looked up to the teller in confusion, who gestured back towards the globe, imploring him to look deeper. Upon further inspection, William saw that each tree held a single body, tied upside down with bags over their heads. The bodies writhed and squirmed against their restraints, and he could just about hear the communal screams of millions of voices crying out into the air at once. William shuddered and moved to the third globe. A never-ending parade of chariots were marching down a busy street, cheered on by a crowd of energetic spectators. Roses and jewelry were thrown at the processions, as music played and people parted in the alleyways, spraying bottles of champagne. Inside the final globe was the mouth of a huge cave. Give them a moment, and they'll come out soon, the teller croaked. Soon enough, a flurry of people began to trickle out of the cave entrance. Their bodies were subhuman, lesser evolved, as it seemed, and they were clothed in primitive, shabby attire, made from plant leaves and patches of wool. They stared up at William's huge eyes with trepidation, some hiding away their young behind their hunched frames, baring their teeth. Beneath each globe, William saw a distinctive label. The tower, the hanged men, the chariots, and the hermits. I believe that satisfies your question, does it not? The teller spoke. Yeah. Please, tell me my fortune. Very well. A puff of smoke blew across the table, clouding William's vision. The smoke cleared to reveal the full tarot set held within the teller's bony hands. The cards flicked between the creature's fingers effortlessly, some being discarded to the side, the numbers slowly dropping. 12 cards, then 11, then 10, then 9. Oh, yes, I feel it coming. Your fate, it is soon to arrive. Be still now. The teller squinted at the deck as it poured through the last remaining cards. William could barely watch, peeking at the cards through his fingers. One left. The teller slid the card into his palm and glanced down at its inscription. Now, there's one I haven't seen in a while. What is it? William half shouted. The suspense was close to killing him. The teller flipped the card on the table. Card 4, the Emperor. What? William whispered in shock. He backed away from the table, rubbing his hands along the side of his face. "Do not fight your fate, William. It will do you no good, for you have received a very special gift." "A gift? I'm no emperor. I'm a coward. I was terrified of coming here from the very moment I joined that queue. And now you're telling me I'm going to be an emperor? I'm not fit to lead a flock of sheep, let alone an empire." "The universe has decided your fate, William." "The universe is wrong," William exploded. "The universe is never wrong, William," the teller responded, in a much harsher tone. "You have come here for one thing and one thing only, to know your fate. And now your fate has been given to you." "What happens now?" "You will forget all of this. You will forget any notion of who I am, or where you are, and each and every one of your old memories will be washed away. I am sorry, William, but there is no turning back now." This isn't fair." "It is not your place to decide your own fate, William. You know that as much as I do." William leapt to the curtains, clawing his nails against their surface. They felt as hard as rock. "Let me out, please, somebody help me." The teller frowned. "It was nice meeting you, William. I wish you well." It began chanting, a bizarre, incomprehensible language that William could not understand. He leapt from corner to corner, punching the tent until his knuckles were red, snapping the candelabras and ripping down the fairy lights. A great sphere of blackness rose from the teller's hands, increasing in size as the chanting became faster and faster, drowning out William's screams for help. The teller's shriveled eyes turning a deep purple. The sphere launched itself at William. He vanished as it came into contact with his cowering body, one last scream echoing through the tent before he was gone. The teller coughed, breathing deeply. "Poor kid," it mumbled to itself, clearing its throat. And that, class, concludes the chapter on early British history. The class groaned a sigh of relief. Mr. Alderson never made learning about monarchies fun. He smiled at the front of the classroom, endlessly pleased with himself, while the bored students sat around twiddling their pencils and passing notes that his elderly eyes failed to see. Now, before we move on to the next chapter, let's recap a few key points from this one first. The class groaned once more. Question 1. Through which log was the Battle of Hastings documented? "The Bayeux Tapestry," the students replied. Question 2. What famous battle occurred during 1066? "The Battle of Hastings," the students replied once more. Question 3. Who won this battle? The class was silent for a few seconds, until the nerdy girl at the front desk shot up her hand. "Yes, Abigail?" "William," the girl answered. "William the Conqueror." Click. I knew the dangers of it all. Hell, they talked about orthostatic intolerance and the constant need for cardiovascular workouts to prevent the loss of consciousness while in space. But they never discussed the supreme sense of isolation that we would be experiencing. They told us about the millions of things that could go wrong on our maiden voyage. But they of course missed the problems that did occur. It was problems such as these that left everyone except for me dead, and resulted in our ship being set adrift in the cold vacuum of space. They never told us about the chance that cryopreservation would malfunction and freeze most of our crew to death. They failed to mention the effect that space travel would have on bacteria, making it superpowered. They glossed over the possibility that the navigational system for the ship could lead us off course millions and millions of light years. I've given you all an overview of what left me the lone survivor on a ghost ship, but I feel like I should go a little more in depth. My friends and family said I was always more focused on multitasking, and so I guess it makes sense. I am recording one final report and my last words simultaneously after all. I'll start at the beginning. I was brought along on this space excursion to study the environment and atmosphere of any planets we might come across. I think the higher-ups must have had some other homeworld fantasies rattling around in their heads. They named our ship Exogenesis for crying out loud. I woke up from cryostasis about a week ago. I went about the procedures we had learned in the Space Academy groggily. I first made sure I had been woken up at the appointed time. I shakily got out of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers style pod and stretched. It was a few minutes into calisthenics that I realized no one else was out with me. A cursory glance around the room revealed that all the pods were sealed shut and frosted over. My heart began to beat faster in my chest. They shouldn't have been opaque like that. I frantically opened up to the nearest pod and came face to face with the frozen death mask of McReady. The cryopods must have malfunctioned in some way. Freezing and then rapidly thawing had completely lysed over all the cells in his body. He was dead. The machine had likely lost power for a brief moment and caused his cells to completely rupture upon such a rapid change in temperature. The other pods were in a similar state. Each had been subjected to a rapid decrease in temperature that resulted in complete cell lysis. The entire crew was dead except for me. How was I still alive? The cryopreservation system was linked to each pod. It was then that I noticed. There were 6. Kelvin, the psychologist, McReady, the navigator, Adams, the captain, Ripley, the warrant officer, me, the environmental scientist, and Hall. The cryopod for Cheryl Hall was open. Cheryl Hall had escaped the fate that befell the others. I shambled out of the cryostasis room, still not fully in control of my faculties, and down an empty corridor. I went towards the flight deck, praying I could find some answers to the questions that were piling up. Unfortunately, it was empty. I looked over the navigational log and found another question. Why were we 6 months off course? Whatever had prompted me to agree to this 2-year expedition quickly evaporated. Most of the crew were dead. We were millions, if not billions of miles away from any assistance, and I had never felt so alone in my life. I wanted to reset the course or maybe turn the ship around and return back to terra firma. But the more I studied the controls, the more confused I became. Everything on the control panel was a series of switches, levers, and blinking lights. In other words, it was literally rocket science. I was worried that pressing random buttons would completely screw us over. The only thing I managed to discern from my investigation was that the course had been manually changed. Was there someone else on this ship besides Cheryl and me? My only hope lay in finding Cheryl and working out this madness together. I moved towards the laboratory on my way down to the mess hall. Cheryl had to be either here in the lab, in the mess hall, or not in the ship at all. I shuddered to think of her being gone via the airlock. I was truly terrified that I'd be the only survivor on this ship, doomed to spend the rest of my life drifting aimlessly through space. I kept one hand on the railing to prevent falling face down on the metal grating that composed the walkways. I arrived in the small laboratory to find it in complete disarray. Someone had taken a lab stool and swung it around the lab in a blind, all-consuming rage. The autoclave, air hood for handling chemicals, and the centrifuge had all been broken to bits. The shelf that held a series of bacterial samples that we had brought along to study their growth in space had been tipped over in each culture, individually smashed underfoot. Dried rust-colored droplets of blood seemed to be flicked across the room, as if the perpetrator had injured themselves slightly in the rampage. What the hell had happened here? I shuffled through the ruins of the laboratory to the mess hall itself. I was slowly regaining control of my appendages and mental faculties. The mess hall was the largest part of the ship. It was broken into 3 parts. One section for food storage with enough supplies for a 2-year voyage. Another part was the dining hall. And the final was a garden with bed soil that went 3 feet deep to allow for renewable food. Upon entering the dining hall, I was hit with the smell of decay and decomposition. My worst fear was realized when I saw her. What remained of Cheryl Hall was in a booth with her head resting on the table. A glass had tipped over, but the liquid had completely evaporated or been absorbed by her now bloated, festering face. Her stomach was tumescent from the built-up gases, and her body had already begun to putrefy. If I had to weather a guess, I'd estimate that she died a few weeks ago. The smell was completely atrocious. There was a mix of rot and shit that insinuated itself around the booth that was her tomb. There was a small handheld camera facing her on the table. As I looked at what remained of Cheryl, the memories flooded back to me. I remembered working with her in zero gravity for training. I kept glancing sideways at her. I recalled joking with her about the bureaucracy that held up the space voyage for so long. Her smile sent a warmth throughout my core. Most of all, I remembered our last celebration before our maiden voyage. I remembered getting her alone in an adjacent hallway, and pressing her up against the wall and nearly smothering her with kisses. And I told her that I had wanted to do that the moment I laid eyes upon her. I remember pulling back from that passionate embrace and the look in her eyes. There was a hint of dreaminess, but also of uncertainty. My eyes flooded with tears and deep groans racked my body. She was gone, really gone. I could remember memories of her all I wanted, but that wouldn't change the fact that she was lying before me now. She was lying face down in the booth and rotting away to a skeleton. I crumpled to my knees and pressed my forehead to the grating as the sadness and despair enveloped me like a shell. I wasn't sure how long I remained in that position before I was able to regain some modicum of composure. I managed to rise shakily to my feet. I avoided looking at her corpse. I would lose it all over again if I did. I'm not proud of what I did next, but spending all that time in stasis with no nutrition except intravenous nutrients had left me starved. I needed something solid to eat. I left the body and moved to the pantry. I surveyed the sparse supply of food that we had left. There should have been enough food here to sustain us all throughout the ship, but a large quantity wasn't on the shelves anymore. How long had Hall been awake and alone on the ship? I gathered all the food that was left there and did a quick inventory. There was enough food to last me for a few months. Hall wasn't a big drinker. They had sent us out with a few bottles of wine to use for cooking and a bottle of champagne to celebrate a safe arrival. The champagne was almost empty and there were 5 bottles of wine from the original 7 left. I ate some nutrient paste on crackers while thinking of my next move. I decided I would bury Cheryl Hall. There was ground in the garden, and the longer she was left out, the greater the chance of me getting sick off of the bacteria that was growing on her festering corpse. She deserved the decency of a funeral. I proceeded to the garden. The soil wasn't deep, but it would serve as a decent burial spot. The problem wasn't in the location, but in the tools themselves. There were a few tools essential for gardening, but no shovel. I had to resort to using a trowel. She deserved a decent burial. She deserved the hard work, the back-breaking labor, the love. A few hours of back-breaking work spent hunched over the land. Feverishly pawing the earth with a 6-inch trowel, I was finished. I got out of the hole and stretched. Now was the time for the actual burial. I had to move the body from the dining hall to the grave. This was the moment I feared the most. I approached the body cautiously. When I was younger, I loved to watch those old zombie movies, and I guess some instinctual part of me was wary. I didn't think she would lunge out at me from the booth and try to sink her teeth into me. But that logical and factual portion of my psyche wasn't able to completely disassociate myself from the idea. I'm not proud to admit it, but I spent a few minutes standing over the corpse, paralyzed to inaction by my fear. I eventually managed to gather her up in my arms. I cradled her body to my chest. I desperately tried to keep my eyes forward and not meet her decomposed visage or smell her rotting corpse. Only once did my gaze meet her swollen, rotten face, and that was all I needed to see. I gagged and tore my eyes away from her body. Her form smelled sickly saccharine, and I tried to focus on anything other than retching. I carefully moved towards the open grave. I'm not the strongest of individuals. I managed to get her there. But by the time I made it, I was panting and sweating heavily. I tried to set her in the grave as softly as I could, but my arms had grown weak from carrying her so far. My arms gave as I lowered her and dropped her into the grave. Her tumescent stomach ruptured and the odor hit me in a wave. It felt like something had actually punched me in the sinus. That's how bad the stench was. I couldn't help it. I threw myself back and heaved the paste and crackers onto the earth next to me. I'd like to say I have a steel stomach, but there are some things in this world that can offend even my sensibilities. I wiped my mouth clean and set about burying my friend. An hour later, I was finished. There wasn't much to tell her. I cried over the disturbed earth and wept. I think I loved you. There wasn't much else I could think of to say. We had worked together for the year before the initiation of our expedition, and other than that kiss we shared during our celebration, I hadn't known her outside of work. I wish I did. I had hoped that this voyage would have given us plenty of time to connect and build a relationship. I said a quick prayer and left the grave before emotions could overtake me and paralyze me again. Now my focus was on the tape she had left. I was lightheaded from the strenuous activity, but I managed to make it to the booth and pick up the camcorder. I went into the storeroom and fixed myself some more food to refill my recently voided stomach. I debated whether or not to play the tape. It felt like I was invading her last moments and words. But I decided that her last recording might hold some answers or clues to what had happened. I sat down with some crackers and meat paste and turned on the last recorded message. From the time of start to the end of the recording, I didn't touch my food. The recording opened with her face. She was looking at the camera and she looked haggard with bags under her eyes and a vacant stare. It was almost as if I was looking into the face of a completely different person. She always had a bubbly and vivacious persona, but this Cheryl looked melancholic and dead to the world. "I'm dying," she said. "It doesn't take a doctor to see that. I can't hold down food and feel like I'm shitting out my soul. Dehydration is probably going to get me. It all started when I woke up early from cryostasis due to some horrible malfunction months ahead of our destination." She continued. "I tried to reprogram my chamber and go back to sleep, but that was futile. I spent so much time lying in the pod and fiddling with the controls. No matter how hard I tried, I was unable to learn anything. I was so alone. I tried to turn the ship around, but I think I sent us off course and further from our home. I just wanted to go back. She broke into tears which lasted only a few minutes. She croaked. "Instead, I shanghaied us, impossibly far from home." She managed to regain her composure before continuing. "This is all so screwed up. After a few weeks of solitude, I tried to wake someone up. I couldn't stand to be alone anymore. The silence was just so oppressive. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought just shutting off the machines would wake them." She winced and clutched at her stomach for a few seconds before continuing. "I just wanted someone else to talk to. I didn't mean for him to die. Oh God, McReady, I'm so sorry." The realization hit me like a wave. McReady was dead because she tried to wake him up from cryostasis. Ripley and Kelvin too. She killed them. She continued. "I came across this camcorder for recording our voyage. It's ironic that I'm using it to record my last message. Is that irony or coincidence? Shit, I don't know anymore. Can't think straight. My thoughts are getting fuzzy. I think I must have caught something when I smashed up the lab. I just lost it. The situation became too much for me to handle. I had to lash out. I think there was something in those cultures." She grasped at her stomach and ran off screen. Hall came back a few minutes later. She spoke slowly. "Diarrhea isn't fun in space. I'm feeling weak. I've had this for a few days now. I can barely think." She took a long drink from a glass of water on the table before proceeding onward. "I killed them. We just kept drifting further and further, each day bringing us further out of range of home. It was a kindness, not having to wake up and be exposed to this fear, this hopelessness, this sickness." She looked directly into the camera and said, "It was the only kindness I had left to give." Hall rested her head on the table before she continued her day's message. "I couldn't kill him. I couldn't bear the thought. I stood over his body for hours, my fingers on the console. I didn't want to think of what happened to the others happening to him. God help me, I left him alive. I want to think that there might still be some hope of rescue, but the rational part of me knows that that's just the delirium talking. I'm too exhausted to move now. I just wanted to tell you thanks for the kiss. So thirsty." Cheryl Hall reached for the glass, but it slipped out of her hand and spilled on the table and washed over her face. She laid there, breathing raggedly and sending small ripples playing across the spilled water with every strained breath. I watched for a few minutes before fast-forwarding the tape. I fast-forwarded until I realized that she wasn't moving anymore. An hour elapsed on fast-forward and she didn't make the faintest of movements. The camera shut itself off after a certain period of inactivity. She was dead. Whatever Cheryl had contracted from smashing up the lab had killed her. A few days passed by and I tried my best to figure out the ship's navigational system. I wasn't suited for the task. There was no point in randomly pressing buttons, and I couldn't find any manuals or guides to the consoles. The exogenesis seemed damned to spend eternity drifting through space without destination. On the fourth day, I started to feel nauseous. I told myself it was just my imagination. I couldn't have contracted the sickness from the destroyed laboratory. Too much time had passed for the cultures to survive. Could my contact with Cheryl Hall have infected me? On the fifth day, I was sure I was sick. I was sprinting to the toilet every 30 minutes. I tried desperately to keep food in my stomach, but the very thought of filling my stomach left it feeling roiled. I had to have some form of salmonella. I remember when I contracted the illness as a kid. The symptoms I had then mirror the symptoms I'm now experiencing. Diarrhea, stomach pain, and nausea. I couldn't replenish my fluids fast enough, and I started to suffer the effects of dehydration. The average person can survive without water for 3 to 5 days. depending on physical activity. I knew my time was running out. On the 6th day, I walked to Hall's grave in the garden and I spit on it. Ambivalence raged inside me. This was the goddess that I had fallen over throughout all the training. This was also the bitch that had infected me and killed the crew. It had to be in her digestive system. When she fell into the grave and split open like a ripe watermelon, I must have been infected. I left the grave knowing that there was nothing else I could do. There was really nothing left to do at all. I spent my 7th day in a frenzy trying to keep my fluid intake up and pretend everything was going to be all right. It's not all right. I am dying. This is my final message to my friends and family. I doubt this will ever reach you, but I have a lot left to say that I don't want to go unsaid. There's nothing left here. I'm getting sicker and sicker. There is no medication for what I have. This is the only choice left. I'm not going to die like Cheryl, lying face down on a table in my own filth as I succumb to dehydration. I'm going to expedite the process. This is why I have a rivet gun with me. I don't have many other options here. I think I'm going to press it to the roof of my mouth and pull the trigger. See if that'll work. The rivets are only 3 or 4 inches long. I'm using this tape recorder so you don't have to see what I'm about to do. I also cracked open a bottle of Merlot. I doubt it's going to do any more damage than the sickness I already have. I just need a bit of the old liquid courage to get the rivet gun into my mouth. I don't think the NASA eggheads who engineered the pneumatic hammer had thought of it being used as this way. It was probably to be used to repair the hole of the exogenesis should there be any damage. The wine's all right. It tastes bitter. I think I'll have another bottle. To my family, sorry if this sounds a little slurry. Dehydration is taking its toll, and the wine sure isn't helping. I wish I could hear all of your voices one last time. Space can be quiet. I hope you all remember the good times. Please don't remember me like this, crying into a tape recorder so far away with a rivet gun in between my legs. The second bottle tastes a little better. Can't say I have the energy for a third. Clark said something about space. Whether it was more terrifying to know that we were not alone or completely alone. I have my answer. I'm out of wine. Click. Daddy, Daddy, it's snowing! Robert Thorne groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, What is it, sweetie? His daughter Susie was standing by his bed. She loudly and excitedly exclaimed, It's snowing outside! Robert groaned. It's July, honey, it can't be. That was as far as he got because Susie was so excited that she was about to vibrate into another dimension trying to contain her anxiousness. She had never seen real snow before. She ran off proclaiming, I'm going to build a snowman. Robert looked over at his tired wife and decided to see what the commotion outside was about. Robert Thorne threw on a robe and proceeded outside. Much to his astonishment, it did appear to be snowing. White flakes fell in mass from the sky and had already begun to layer the ground. Susie ran around the yard, twirling and whirling about. She opened her mouth to the heavens to catch a few errant flakes before flopping on her back to make snow angels. He opened the door and was shocked at how warm it was outside. A part of him had forgotten it was July and they were in Escondido, California. The temperature hadn't dropped below 60 degrees all week, and it was absurd to think that it was winter. He was about to call Susie inside when she spotted more kids and was off like a flash to play with them. There wasn't any way to stop her short of yelling, and Robert wasn't worried. They were in a safe neighborhood, in a safe part of town, and he knew the kids she was going to play with. He knew that he had to let his daughter have some room to spread her wings. He could use this time to figure out what was going on. He looked at the neighboring houses and found that all their lights were off. This wasn't odd. It was 5:30 in the morning after all. He took one last look at the sky that was dumping white flakes all over the neighborhood. He went back inside and flipped on the television. He flipped to the local news channel. There had been breaking news. Robert began to fix himself some coffee while listening to the news. He never finished preparing that coffee. The report featured a stuffy-looking man from NASA. He was at some sort of news conference and he was urging everyone to be calm. He talked about how NASA hadn't had any communication from a ship reported to have been sent off decades ago. They had performed an override on the controls and began recalling the ship years ago. Robert Thorne mused that they had probably only wanted the billions of dollars worth of equipment back. It was the next words that made the father drop the coffee mug onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. The NASA expert urged the press that the debris was not dangerous. There had been a miscalculation in the recall of the ship named Exogenesis, and it had entered the stratosphere without any atmosphere entry preparations. The ship had burnt up in the atmosphere. He urged the audience again that the debris was so infinitesimally small that it posed no real danger to anyone's health. Robert's mind flashed to an image of his daughter Susie catching snowflakes with her tongue while laughing all the while. He didn't even hear the part where the press asked the NASA official if there were any crew on the ship. Outside, ashes rained from the sky and continued to blanket the small town of Escondido and its neighboring cities. The 60s weren't kind to me, and my 80s aren't much better. When you get to be my age, which happens to be the ripe one of 82 in 4 months, but who's counting? You begin to realize that you only have a limited number of things to actually do. And despite all the money that you stockpiled up like those bunker nuts during the Cold War, and all that social security, your money really ain't worth jack shit. Right now, I'm sitting on a mound of cold hard cash, and despite how sweet that may sound to a younger, less advanced, as they're calling us, person, I still have sores up and down my ass. I'll spare you the details, but again, when you're my age, you can only spend those dollars in a few secret places. Gambling on bingo night, Tuesdays and Thursdays, the tithing plate of the religious organization or denomination of your choice, scratch-off lottery tickets and a microwaved hot dog from the local gas station, if the bus makes a pit stop, or buying superfluous knickknacks off those home shopping channels with your husband's credit card. Personally, I'm sick of the bingos, just fine with Father Myers' bi-weekly visits, prefer the microwave junk from the cafeteria, and don't have a husband or a wife anymore. And also don't bother ordering from the television. I simply just watch it. Or at least, I used to watch it. You would think that you'd never see the day that your television privileges were taken away after the age of, say, 6. But that show you love changes things, doesn't it? The first time I remember it coming on was the night of August 28th. It was a Thursday, and it was a bingo night. Again, if memory serves. We'll get to that in a bit. I had just lost $28 to Dan Rosenberg from room 94, and was sitting on my bed wondering why the hell I allowed myself to bet with a former attorney at law. The rule was unwritten, but we shook on it. No winning the easy way. Free space. Old Danny Boy swore up and down that we never agreed on such a term, and even though the man's mind wasn't what it used to be, The wheelchair-bound shyster knew full well that he didn't have a leg to stand on. Unfortunately, I didn't either. And technically, B12, just like the vitamin, did complete his diagonal down. Suffice it to say, I was heated when I got back to my room. So much so that when the TV began blaring that crappy old music you'd hear if a tin can could whistle Three's Company, I immediately fumbled for the remote. The set itself is, and was ancient by today's standards, a CRT boob tube that would zap you if you tapped the screen, complete with rabbit ears so tall, you'd think you were seeing the friggin' Easter Bunny in late summertime. No matter what you played on the dopey thing, everything from those sleek cell phone commercials to The Godfather looked like a 70s porno, not that I would know, of course. I was about to shut the hunk of junk off when the face of a gorgeous young woman, at least young to me, probably in her late 30s, caught my eye, and then the rest of her. She was folding the laundry and whistling something I couldn't quite make out. And as the machine beneath her leaning tower of clothes wobbled and shook a fresh load, the one on top of it did the same before the upper 6-odd shirts and blouses tumbled to the floor. I chuckled to myself as the laugh track played and I leaned back onto my pillow. Being a somewhat easy man to entertain, especially considering these days, I only watched the news and traffic reports, knowing full well my license is well past expired, mind ya. I crossed my legs and turned up the volume. She was whistling Sharp Dressed Man by ZZ Top, a song choice that slowly began to make sense as soon as a casually dressed one, presumably her husband, entered the room in his boxer briefs. In one hand, he held a toothbrush that danced around between his lips. The other was empty, and he used it to slap the woman on the ass. I hate to date myself more than I already have, but back in my day, Lucy and Ricky slept in separate beds till 55, and then the Flintstones did it, and then, if a cartoon could, the rest would. And they did. Point being, watching a woman's ass get slapped on national TV was something I never dreamed of seeing all those years of staring at reruns of Lash Laura. But an old boy can dream, can't he? Apparently I must have been, because the next thing I knew, I was seated upright with a pool of drool in my lap, staining my own boxers with saliva. "How do we sleep tonight, Mr. Benson?" The youthful voice of my nurse rang out and interrupted my thoughts. I couldn't see her, but if it were a day that ended in Y, she was stirring my crushed-up pills into a cup of applesauce. I thought about her question, and my lips parted into a grin. "Who's this we, Jessica? Because I slept like a baby." "That makes one of us," she said, puffing up my pillow and handing me the cup. "You still in that honors class?" She shook her head, turning down the television. I watched as the toothpaste commercial ended, and That Show You Love started up again. "I am, but, well, not for long," she said, setting the remote on the nightstand with a little clack. The show was mid-episode, it seemed, and the wifely woman, her hair bunched up from bedhead, was kissing her husband goodbye as he lifted a briefcase and straightened his tie. Typical Americana. My eyes then snapped back to Nurse Jessica, back to reality, and there was the faintest look on her face that, maybe, Old Man Benson was finally losing it. You shouldn't quit so soon. It's only been a week." "A terrible week, Mr. Benson," she said as she approached me. "But don't you worry about that. I'll be fine." The woman on the TV over her shoulder was brushing her teeth in her pajamas now, the shower beside her running hot water as evident by the fog coating the mirror glass. She dropped the brush, and it tumbled into the sink. I couldn't help but smirk at the slapstick and envision the Stooges doing the same, a laugh track echoing inside my head as if on cue at the fumble. I then turned my still grinning gaze back to Jessica. "I know you will," I said, as she took my expression as a sign of goodwill. Good. Nurse Jessica cleared her throat. "As for you, Mr. Benson," she began, but that's as much as I heard. Behind her, the woman on the boxed-in screen had taken off her pajama shirt, likely an oversized t-shirt of her husband's. She then began to pull the plush pajama pants down to her ankles, and clear as day, despite my cataracts, I could see her pale white ass and breasts in the mirror. "And that means a minimum of 8 hours of sleep," Jessica continued. I grabbed the remote she had placed onto the nearby nightstand and clicked the TV off in a scramble. She spun around, looking at her own reflection in the window, lit black void, and then turned back to me on her heel. I can't get 8 hours with the set on." The nurse wagged her head and continued. I didn't hear a word of it. When Jessica finally left, which was after a grueling 15 more minutes, that felt more like 4 hours, I lifted the remote from my lap and pressed my thumb to the little red button. The woman appeared on the screen again, only now she was fully clothed and standing in the kitchen, her hair still wet from the shower. Nearby, a television of her own was playing, though it was far nicer than the quite literal boob tube that stood before me. I turned it up. "That's what I said," a woman's voice faded in. "But you know he didn't listen." I knew right away it wasn't the showered woman's voice. Hers was too busy laughing at the voice coming from her flat-screen's TV. They were both in their respective kitchens, cutting some kind of leafy green on a chopping board. She was watching a cooking show. "I told him that," the woman on the cooking show continued. I now noticed there was a cell phone wedged between her shoulder and her ear, and the wet-haired wife listened along as she sliced a vegetable. This went on for a good 20 minutes or so, until again, I fell asleep. When I finally opened my crusted-over eyes, Nurse Jessica was standing over me with the dinner plate. It was dark outside the window just to the left of the TV, and on its screen, the woman and her husband were watching something themselves, though the angle was on them, and I couldn't see what it was. "Got your 8 hours in, Mr. Benson?" Jessica asked with a grin, setting the plate on the little swiveling tray before me, meatloaf and corn. "Well, what time is it?" I groaned, sitting up a little. 8:30. That's 9 hours today. A new record. Jessica shook her head as she salted the meatloaf. I didn't need my sodium after all. "If all I did was watch this all day," she said, her eyes lifting to the image of the couple on the couch, "I'd sleep for 9 hours too, Mr. Benson." She wished me a good night, and as soon as she shut the door, I turned up the volume, which she had the liberty of turning down, though there wasn't much to listen to. It was some kind of show that they were watching. None of the voices in it sounded familiar, but it sure kept their attention. I watched on as I forked down the meatloaf, avoiding that pesky yellow corn, until the couple stood and clicked off the program and made their way off screen. There was a good 20 seconds where I simply stared at the empty living room. At first, I thought the cable box might have given out, or maybe there was a glitch. But before I had time to do anything about it, which wouldn't have been much, a new shot appeared. It was of their apparent bedroom, and Mrs. Whatever her name was waltzing through the doorway seductively in some kind of lingerie. Her husband, in his boxers again, sat on the edge of the bed before standing up and approaching her. It was at that point when the two passionately began kissing, and the same point when I wondered what the hell kind of late-night channel I had accidentally been watching for the past 2 days. I hit the guide and was presented with, perhaps, an even stranger sight. The channel wasn't listed, but instead, I was taken to the list of programs playing on channels 1 through 5 with the weather report in the corner. I clicked back on the show, and now the couple was on the bed, making out like bandits. I'll spare the details, but let me just say that it was the first time I had a stiffy since Janet Jackson's little wardrobe malfunction at the '04 Super Bowl. And despite my little excitement, however, I figured it was neither the time nor place to be watching the After Hours channel. Much like when Mom would catch Harry and I on the living room rug watching The Twilight Zone, instead of Captain Kangaroo when he was 6. God forbid that Snoop Dan Rosenberg should point his little pointy nose through the crack in my door and see me watching this, not to mention Nurse Jessica. So I turned off That Show You Love, shook my head, and leaned back onto my pillow. The image of the couple never left me that night, and I couldn't fully tell if what I was feeling was a bit of libido, a bit of the creeps, or something in between. Regardless of my feelings, however, the show had me hook, line, and sinker. I didn't even know the characters' names or any of the plot, but still I felt compelled to watch it. It was that slice of life bullshit that Amy always loved. Of course, minus the gratuitous sex. It truly was That Show You Love. That show that I now loved. After indecisively rolling back and forth beneath the covers, I grabbed the remote between my legs and clicked the little red button again. Immediately, my finger dashed to the volume control, pressing it until the number in the upper right-hand corner virtually became 0. But the effort was of little need. The couple was asleep, and not a sound emanated from the television other than the white noise that scratched my ears. I stared on like a voyeuristic swine for a good 3 confused minutes, until I myself drifted off into dreamland. When I came to, again with a streak of spit along my chin, Nurse Jessica was hoisting me up and onto the bus. It was Saturday, which meant activity day, and for a group of geezers that could barely walk, not to mention sit up straight, the outings usually included bowling, if we were feeling frisky, the local indoor shopping mall, and by mall I mean food court, or the grocery store. You wouldn't think that putting a box of Raisin Bran into a wheeled steel cage would classify as a fun Saturday outing, but the alternative, watching The Price of Right for 8 hours straight while thinking about all the grandkids you comparatively didn't have, paled in comparison. Before Jessica escorted me to the bus, though, in that half-awake, half-asleep twilight that a yawn usually snaps you right out of, I watched as the woman on That Show You Love kissed her husband goodbye. Only this time she was leaving the house in a bright yellow blouse and a purse hung from her shoulder. The next shot, which looked to be about the same from the intro of the show with that jolly jingle, was of the house itself as the woman shut the front door and strut to her car. As the shot slowly widened, the stark white mailbox drifted into view reading plainly, Johnson. Finally, I thought. I have a name. I continued thinking about the show all the way to the mall, and when we had finished eating in the food court, many of us, especially Fat Joe as we called him, got the hankering for the supermarket. So we went, at least the bus went, and as it pulled up, like a shot out of the Night of the Living Dead, we shuffled into the fluorescent gleam of aisles upon aisles of processed junk food. Heaven for those of us that weren't quite there yet. As I spun my cart into aisle 3 to grab myself a handful of cheesy puffs in that 10-gallon drum, my feet squeaked to a stop faster than my brain ever could have. Standing at the end of the aisle and reaching for a jar of peanut butter on her toes was the woman from That Show You Love, that same wifely woman. Of the few times I had seen it, I had never suspected that the show to be that of a local broadcast, not to mention that members of the cast were actually residents of Des Plaines, Illinois. I had never met anyone famous in my life up to that point, and maybe besides sharing a connecting flight with one of the members of Frankie Valli's Four Seasons. And because of that, I had also never felt that, as I call it, a butterflies feeling. That feeling when you get starstruck. While my stomach wasn't exactly fluttering at that moment in time, it was in some manner a bit uneasy, And it probably wasn't the food court either. I couldn't help my cold feet as I approached her, but maybe due to the intimacy I had seen her in on screen, I felt somewhat comfortable tapping the stranger on the shoulder with my brittle fingers. She spun around, clutching the last jar, and I extended a warm smile. "Hello, young lady," I said, nodding my head. She was more stunning in person. "Hello," she replied, mirroring my gesture. We stood silently as the hum of the overhead speakers played some kind of saxophone crap. I cleared my throat, but before I could speak, she continued. "Were you looking for this, sir?" I followed her eyes down to the peanut butter. No, ma'am." She nodded silently at me. For a starlet, she was rather shy. "I just wanted to say I'm a big fan." Her eyes narrowed and her brows furrowed, looking at me as if I were bug-eyed. "A big fan? Of?" I chuckled. "Your show." The woman's smile faded from her cheeks, and she continued to shake her noggin. "I'm sorry, sir. You must have the wrong woman." "You don't have to be coy," I said, raising a hand, realizing her in-person modesty. "I just wanted to tell you that your work has made an old man very entertained," I nervously huffed. The woman looked down the aisle to either side, and when she saw that no one was around, stepped a bit closer to me. "What work?" Now my smile was gone too, and my voice deepened. "You play Mrs. Johnson on that show you love." The woman's face drained of all of its color, and her cheeks hollowed out. She just stared at me for a good 30 seconds in that aisle, a jar of peanut butter close to bursting between her fingers. "Mister," she finally said in a hushed, low tone, "I am Mrs. Johnson." I licked at my lips and started to shake my head. "But you're—" She stopped me. "I'm not on TV." We stood silently across from one another until she set the jar back on the shelf and paced down the aisle, occasionally looking over her cold shoulder at me, until she disappeared behind a wall of marshmallow bags. Then it hit me in her absence. She had been wearing the same yellow blouse and shoulder-hung purse from this morning's episode. Perhaps I was living in an episode of my own. That night I simply stared at the black void screen of the television set, never once turning it on. I couldn't sleep, even despite the warm milk Nurse Jessica had given me. I was chilled to the brittle bone. Eventually, when the darkness outside faded into the glow of an orange-yellow sunrise through the curtains, I mustered up the strength to press, once again, that little red button. The button my finger had been resting on all night, but was too timid to dare push. The TV flashed on. I had winced in expectation to see the woman and her husband, perhaps in bed or making an early breakfast. Instead, the shot was of their bedroom, yes, but on top of their covers, as opposed to the couple being under them, were 2 thick suitcases. Mr. Johnson, as he might have been called, was continually looking around the house, back and forth, and tossing clothes and neckties and black suit pants into the zippered bag. At times, he stared straight into the camera, which was apparently, and in some way, hidden from his view. Mrs. Johnson, indeed the woman I had seen in that aisle at the grocer, was frantically yelling something at him. I cautiously turned up the volume. "I just don't know how it's possible, honey," her husband said, flailing his arms. "I looked all night, couldn't find a single one." "I know what he said. It's completely crazy, but how the hell did he know?" "He's probably just an old pervert," her husband replied, shoving something into a bag. "I think I'll give that Sunny Gardens a call. That's what it said on the bus, right?" "Right." "Oh shit," I thought to myself. And that shit, which proverbially hit the fan that night, came in the form of that single solitary word that none of us wants to hear at Sunny Gardens, Not even Dan Rosenberg next door. No, not even him. It was a word that meant those funny looks in the lobby, the extra pills to swallow, and the rigid visitation rights. Not that anyone was visiting me anyways. Dementia. It's just a precaution, Nurse Jessica said as she crushed the new medication into my applesauce, stirring it alongside the others. She probably thought I was crazy just like everyone else. Not only for the phone call that the home had anonymously received about a certain old man and a stained wife-beater, but also because I had requested her to close the curtains and keep them shut, even during the day. The sunlight would still bleed into the room, but without the glow of the TV, whose remote was now hidden from me, the only other source of light was that of the lamp on the nightstand. She handed me the cup and I instinctively lifted the cold steel of the spoon. Do you think I'm nuts, Jessica? Of course not, she shook, but I could tell she was lying. You just need a little extra care right now, Mr. Benson. I thanked Jessica, unable to convince her that I wasn't loony, and let her wrap up her shit for the night. About an hour later, just as I was about to sit silently and stare into the voided screen that reflected my face back to me, there was a knock at my door. Come in, I said with a strained voice, and in stepped one of the assistant nurses, Nurse Becky, if memory serves. She smiled, but it was a nervous one. Even around here, I thought I had, somehow, fled my covers by the cover of night and went to play Peeping Tom down the street. Come to find out, the Johnsons had only lived a couple of blocks from the home. But, Mr. Benson, she said somewhat clunkily, you have a visitor? I snapped my head to face her. I do? She nodded, and from behind her stepped in a woman I had never seen before. A smiling brunette woman. I'll let you two be alone, she said, and ducked into the hallway. The woman approached my bed and I sat up hastily, pulling the covers up to my chest. Do I know ya? I stuttered. She extended a pink envelope and a pink gift baggie toward me in either hand. Probably not, she said in a tired voice. But she wasn't right. Though I had never met this woman, that voice of hers sounded eerily familiar. As I watched her hands tremble, still upholding the gifts, suddenly it clicked. She was the woman on Mrs. Johnson's TV in her kitchen. I had done a lot of cheap dope in my heyday, but this was way worse. Wait, I said gruffly. Don't you run a cooking show? She shook her head, and then shook the gifts in her hands. I took the card and unwrapped it. It was one of those get-well-soon ones with a little puppy on the front, a thermometer in its mouth. I looked at the woman as I opened it and could see in the lamplight that she must have been recently crying. Her eyes were sunken and puffy red. Inside the card, written in black ink, was a note. It read rather bluntly, "Stop looking through windows, Roger." The woman then set the baggie on my lap and without another word left the room. I sat in silence for a moment. The opened card still in my hands, and then placed the card on my stomach and lifted the little baggie, opening it. Inside, there was a television remote wrapped in a newspaper, another television remote, strikingly similar to the one the home had hidden from me. I aimed it at the box and pressed the same colored red button. That show you love, rather, that show I once loved, came on, and on screen was a different sight. A different house entirely, as a matter of fact. Seated at a desk and punching something into a laptop was a young woman with long, wet, jet black hair. I immediately clicked the set off again with a quivering hand. I didn't even need to see her face to know who it was. It was Nurse Jessica. I still haven't told her. See, that newspaper that wrapped the remote in the baggie? It wasn't only there for fluff's sake. Come to find out, on the page stamped with the number 16 at the very tip top with all the other classifieds was an advertisement for a modest suburban home, one that looked all too familiar. But that wasn't all. On the back page at the very bottom were 2 Have You Seen Me bulletins. I think you can figure out whose faces were in those pictures. I keep my curtains drawn even now, unless I've wanted to be curtains for me too. If the woman who had stood in this very room that night, holding that card and baggie in her hands, had been watching Mrs. Johnson, and I had been watching her, then who the hell has been watching me? I got that answer last night. I was up in bed and reading an Agatha Christie novel. All I can do now without the company of the boob tube, not that I want it anymore, when there was a knocking at my door. It was Nurse Jessica, just as I had every time since I saw her black locks on that damn screen. I winced and curbed that reaction into a smile. "Mr. Benson?" "Yes, Jess?" She smiled and extended an envelope. "Looks like someone's a very popular person here at Sunny Gardens." If only she knew. I forced a smile and took it from her. She bid me good night and I did the same, ever so desperately waiting for her to leave. When she finally did, I tore it open, and this is what was written inside on a sheet of white paper. "Dear Mr. Benson, you don't know me, but I'd like to think that I know you. Call me your secret admirer, although I'm not so secret anymore. You have given me a lot of joy these past few weeks. When you got that unsightly boner in your bed, I laughed just about as hard as I did when I first watched Blazing Saddles on Turner Classics. My father passed away back in June, and he and I used to watch that channel all the time before I found this one. I'd like to think that your presence with me day and night has been something of a comfort in these trying times of mine. You remind me of my father. I noticed that there is a lump on your lower back on your right, my left, hand side, a marking that unfortunately reminds me of Dad's appointments of late. It's a shame that Jessica has never caught it, especially considering how hard she's been studying. I hope you'll tell her about it. Just don't tell her about the show. I miss the Johnsons, and I'm sure you do too. Sincerely yours, your biggest fan." Everyone has their own personal hell. These words ran through my mind over and over as the tall, stocky prison guards escorted me to the execution room. My arms started to hurt as they were bent in an awkward position, held by the straitjacket tightly strapped around my orange prison jumpsuit. I heard the various prisoners of D Block shouting random shit out to me as I passed them. One of the inmates, Frank Morris, went as far as stopping me, just to mock me. "I bet tonight's show will be a real shocker, huh, pretty boy?" "I'll see you in hell, Morris, you piece of shit." "If I can't escape this shithole, you sure will, buddy." "We were never buddies, Frankie." He reached his long, skinny arms out to strangle me, but failed as a guard smacked his callous knuckles with his guard's baton. Frank flinched at this, stepping back while rubbing his hands and scowling the guard with bad looks. Sure, kiddo. When you get there, tell Doc to go screw himself, all right? Why don't you do the same?" "Those are some fighting words, Charles." A guard stepped in and pushed him back through the bars on his cell. "If you don't shut up, I'll break both of your hands, Frank." That immediately made Morris walk back to his bunk bed and sit down slowly before waving to me a sad goodbye. I knew the asshole hated me as much as I hated him, but he still felt sorry for me. I mean, I didn't have a choice. I didn't provoke the guards or the wardens to do this. Unlike Arthur Doc Baker, who was killed trying to break out of here a couple of years ago, I admit that I brought these life sentences upon myself. I'm a psychopath, Batshit crazy. But who isn't in a world like this? Another prisoner stopped me to send his condolences. Sort of. "That's what you get for banging my wife Kelly, you son of a..." The other guard spoke up. "Enough sympathy for the dead man. Let's go." He violently shoved me forward, and a horrible look appeared on my pale face. We finally reached the heavy, armored metal doors to the execution room. Warden James A. Johnston was standing there smirking at me, holding the keys to the huge doors. One of the guards beside me nodded, and he unlocked the doors with a loud click, before two more beefy guards walked up from behind me and forced the doors open with a loud squeak and then a creak. A guard behind me pushed me inside the room and forced me into the chair we called Old Sparky, before strapping a metal piece onto my head tightly and wrapping my limbs with leather straps. "I'll see you in hell too, James." "I'm sure you will, Charles. I'm sure you will." As I embraced my horrible fate, I peered into the bulletproof spectating glass ahead of me that divided this now empty room from the spectating room that contained the warden, 5 guards, and the families of all those I've abused, taken advantage of, murdered, etc. As I said, I am a psychopath. But in a world like this, who isn't? I'm proud to admit it. I'd do it again. I'm being executed for 23 killings, most of which consisted of young women or boys who I took advantage of in multiple ways, or even their parents. I actually took the lives of 36 people in total. I was just never caught or convicted for those extra treats. I even got 9 police officers and 3 prison guards in my first escape from this place. I was caught a few weeks after those events, though. It's not like I gave a damn. As I stared into the eyes of the family members of my victims, I saw one mother start crying and the warden of the prison reaching for the huge magnetic switch. He nodded and pulled it down. I felt the electricity run through my body. I screamed and squealed like a little girl as my flesh and blood started to boil like molten lava underneath my rotting ground-like skin. Everyone from behind the glass looked away except for the sadistic Warden Johnson, who laughed cruelly as my brain melted like black ice in an oven. Suddenly, the searing, electrifying pain stopped. Everything went white, then black. I gasped and woke up, coughing and hacking while laying upon a small, bare bed with a hard, lumpy mattress, in a strange white room with no windows and a tightly sealed door. The room was moderately large, and everything was dull, bare, and pure white. The walls, the door, the bed, and even the mattress. In the corner, there was a small toilet in the style you would see in a prison. I jumped up off of the bed at a pure reaction and screamed, "Where the hell am I?" No answer. I strongly marched up and down the room lengthwise with my arms behind my back, holding on to each other tightly as if they were living creatures losing hope as I was at this time. I looked down and noticed I was wearing a black prison jumpsuit similar to that of which I was wearing back at the old nut house. I grumbled and grasped the bridge of my nose tightly in frustration. There was a knock at the door. I stopped for a moment out of surprise. Who could it be? I heard a voice from beyond the door. It sounded as if it belonged to a young woman about 16 to 19 years old. The kind of person I strive to truly meet, and to get close to. "Dr. Charles Kelly? Are you in there? Are you awake?" I sighed and replied without strife. "Sorry, my dear, I'm no longer a doctor, but yes, I am here. I'm demanding to know who the hell you are and where the hell I am. Tell me or there will be consequences." She again replied after a few moments of an awkward silence. "Hell. That's just it. You're in hell." "Wait, what?" "You just died and your soul has been harvested by the Dark Lord. It's about as simple as that. I will be your guide. This is your new home." I heard keys rattling as the huge metal door was unlocked by the young lady. She entered the room without hesitation. She had gorgeous, natural blonde hair that was tied in a bun to the back of her head. Her face was obviously free of any sort of makeup. I noticed this as I stared into her stunning blue-green eyes curiously. Her rosy red lips stuck out like yellow on black, and her perfectly shaped nose made me just want to... I stopped. I wanted to get past that. I was no longer who I used to be. At least I wanted to believe that. Certain parts of me didn't. Her magnificently beautiful eyes were covered by large, black prescription glasses that made her irises appear much larger. I looked down upon her rosy red cheeks, extraordinarily special looking, something you could only witness once in a lifetime, like a perfect sunset, although there were many like it. I sensed that this one was absolutely perfect. I had never felt such emotions in my 67 years of life. It felt as if my frozen, microscopic heart was growing and melting at the same time. It felt as if I was in love. Her perfect lips curled into a twisted smirk as she sensed I was spacing out into her universally wonderful eyes. If I'm dead in hell, why has this ride been so perfect so far? Maybe because I have merely chosen the form that suits you the most. Something, or someone, you would feel comfortable with. But I don't feel comfortable. My chest, it hurts. Oh, well, you are already dead, so what's the worst that could happen? She let out an adorable giggle before walking out into the long, dark hallway, filled with identical rooms door by door, all locked. Are you coming, Charles? I nodded silently and followed her. She was dressed in a white lab coat covering a red, buttoned shirt above a dark skirt that ran to her knees. Even further down, she was wearing a pair of high-heeled stilettos. I followed in pure ecstasy. So, how does this work? Where are we going? What's going... First of all, stop with the questions. Second of all, I am not your friend, nor am I your enemy. I am merely your guide. She signaled for me to enter an old, rusty, unsteady elevator shaft at the end of the hallway. I did so and she followed. Tell me, Mr. Kelly, have you ever heard of the 9 Great Planes of Hell? Who hasn't, Miss? Miss Nashton, Emma Nashton. Of course, that is merely a pen name. I'm not even a human. And like I said, I chose a form of something that you would like, something you would not fear. Again, I nodded slowly as she moved her hand to press a red button on the inside of the elevator while holding a brown clipboard with a massive amount of paper stacked into it. So, you are a demon. It's about as simple as that. I am the demon representing lust. The elevator ride felt like it was taking forever. The whole time it felt as if the contraption was going to fall and kill us both, but, well, I was already dead. I'm not sure whether this is a nightmare or a dream come true. Why do you say that, Mr. Kelly? Oh, no reason, my dear. After about 25 minutes, we finally stopped. The doors screeched open, hurting my ears. It felt as if they were going to bleed. We're here, Charles. Where is here? Where do you think? Inferno, or, well, Dante. The 2nd plane of hell. Oh? Yes, you are here for the people you hurt. You know what you did. For that, you now get to sit here and rot for the rest of eternity. Have fun, Mr. Kelly. She pushed me out of the elevator, and it started to go up again without me this time. Dante, or well, Inferno, was a medieval-based setting. As I looked around from the elevator shaft that had now disappeared, I saw a very long corridor-like hallway that was filled with eerie paintings that stared at me as I walked past. These paintings were of other people that were eternally stuck within this dimension, such as Helen of Troy or Marilyn Monroe. I kept walking and walking and walking. I couldn't see the end of the hallway. It angered me. It felt as if I had walked at least 10 miles by now. I looked around, leaning my hands on my knees, panting for air. On both sides of the hall, there were curiously mysterious rooms in all different styles. There were also open windows throughout the long hallway. Out through the windows, I could see the hellish plains that lie below. There were small volcanoes spewing out molten lava, flying into the sky that was roofed by a caved ceiling. It looked as if I was underground. I could hear screams from the prisoners in the distance and in the strange rooms that laid ahead. On the left, I saw a padded cell with a man tied up in a straitjacket. He was hanging upside down from the ceiling by his feet, and below him laid a burning pit of lava. Another room had a man buried in a sandy pit within the room, screaming as rocks pelted his face, wounding him further and further for eternity. And another room where a man was tied up with all of his limbs from the ceiling and floor, being beaten by men dressed in robes with electric batons. He was screaming as they burnt his bare, exposed skin. On the right, I saw a naked woman lying on a metal operating table with mysterious spiked helmet around her head. The spikes were strategically placed on the inside, so she was in a position in which, if she moved, the helmet would compress and demolish her wet, teary face. The woman was being cut, spliced and operated on by a man in a plague doctor outfit. She was alive and awake the entire time, while the man was pulling her organs and intestines out every which way. In the other two rooms, a man was being burnt and branded with metal cattle prods on the top of his exposed body, and being beaten with metal baseball bats by the same minions, dressed in plague doctor outfits below, while another man was being impaled and revived over and over again through the chest, while he was tied up in an extremely awkward position, his arms on the ceiling and his legs planted on the floor. Hell was a good place for me. I liked it here so far. I finally reached the end of the 100-mile hallway, or at least it felt like so. My calves burnt like there was no tomorrow. There were two large, demonic red doors blocking my way. I was out of breath, so I sat down, leaning against the hallway's enormously tall walls. As I did this, two demonic beings beat me into unconsciousness. Everything went white, then black. I awoke and was strapped in a chair by my arms, legs, and waist. I tried to squirm, but it was physically impossible. Across the room, an enormous man sat behind a brown maple office desk and a black office chair. He was wearing a red mask covering his entire head and black pinstriped suit over his white blood-stained shirt. He was drumming his fingers along viciously. "Charles Kelly?" "Satan?" I replied sarcastically. "How did you know?" "Wait, just a wild guess." His voice was entirely booming and deep. It sounded like a growl almost, but at the same time, it sounded fairly calm. His voice was conquering. "How shall we decide your eternally painful punishment?" I was silent. "Oh, you took advantage of 15 little boys and girls before killing their parents and then themselves. You killed 8 random people that you just didn't like. And you murdered 13 officers of the law, all before playing with their corpses. Well now, I didn't see that coming. Kelly, I really do wonder what goes on in that fucked up mind of yours." "I wonder that too myself sometimes." There was an explosion beneath me, and I was blithered with smoke as I once again started hacking and coughing. When I stopped and looked around, I was exposed, strapped on a wheel similar to that to the Wheel of Fortune. Standing beside me was the beastly man that smiled at me and spun the wheel as hard as he could. He let out a grunt as he pushed the humongous wheel down, I screamed like a little bitch as I started to feel sick and the wheel came to an eventual stop. I heard his booming voice again as the world started spinning for me out of dizziness. Well. I was silent. Everything went black, then white, then gray. I opened my eyes to notice that all of this shit was just a mere dream. I never really died, nor did I go to hell. I was just sleeping. I woke up to find that I was staring at the bottom of the bed above me. The warden walked into my cell. "All right, Charles, let's get going." "Wait, what?" "You're being executed today. I'm sure it'll be a real shocker." He laughed and rubbed his calloused hands together as two large guards walked over to me and carried me away as I started screaming and ranting about my nightmare. I could barely breathe as this tight straitjacket crushed my body. As I followed the warden to the electric chair, the world started turning gray, the edges fading to black. I could smell sulfur in my nostrils, and the warden's body slowly started turning demonic. Have you ever heard Plato's allegory of the cave? Well, I'm no philosopher, but I'll try my best to explain it. Essentially, you have a group of people who spent their entire lives chained up inside a cave, all facing a blank wall. The prisoners watch shadows projected on the wall by persons or objects behind them and outside of their field of vision. The shadows are the prisoner's reality, but they are not accurate representations of the real world. They're merely projections, a false reality created by persons unknown for their own nefarious purposes. As Plato's story goes, one prisoner escapes from his chains and comes to understand the truth, that the shadows are not reality, and a whole world of light lies beyond the tight confines of the darkened cave. The escapee is astonished by his discovery and returns to tell his fellow prisoners the remarkable news. But he found that they didn't want to hear the truth. The inmates of the cave have no desire to leave their prison, for they know no better life. In this allegory, the escapee is a philosopher, incapable of seeing the greater truths of the universe. But the other prisoners are content with the limited and false reality they inhabit, and they're unable or unwilling to learn the truth. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. I relate with the escapee in Plato's story, and with the nightmare he faces, having to live with too much knowledge and becoming an outcast amongst his peers. My life is eerily similar to his. I don't dwell in a cave, and I'm not in chains. Not literally, at least. Instead, I live a comfortable existence in a modern home with all my basic needs catered to. I have parents who love me and try to protect me, in their own way. Nevertheless, I'm a prisoner, cut off from the world and forced to live a lie. Sometimes I wish I was like the other prisoners in that story, that I could learn to accept my fate and be content with my lot in life. This is what my parents have done. But alas, I can find no peace. It doesn't matter how many times they erase my memory. I will always feel the urge to break from my chains and seek out the truth, no matter how terrible it turns out to be. I'm telling my story now, before they come for me and take away my memories, wiping the slate clean. I don't know if anyone will ever listen to my account. Probably not. But I still hold out hope that someday some help will come, and I'll finally be free from this living nightmare. It's hard to know where to start. I don't know how long I've been here. It could be months or years. The memory wipes make it difficult to keep track. I know that something existed before this. Now and then I experience glimpses of my past life, my former identity now erased from history. I'm not sure exactly what age I am, but would guess around 16 or 17. And still a kid, I suppose, although I feel like I've lived well beyond my years. The people who I call mother and father aren't my real parents. I know that now. They're not bad people, and I believe they genuinely do care about me, but nevertheless, they are content to remain as prisoners here and to collaborate with our prison keepers. My surrogate father is a kind-hearted man, but has a passive nature. He's seemingly resigned to accepting things that are outside of his control. My mother has a similarly mild-mannered personality, although she does have a genuine maternal instinct, loving me like I was her own child, which of course I'm not. The house we live in is a luxurious one, with 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a modern kitchen, a spacious and open-plan lounge, a den and game room, and a home office. We have all the basic amenities: electricity, heating, hot water, and nutritious food delivered daily. It's all very comfortable. And there's just one drawback. We can never leave. The house's windows, if you can describe them as such, aren't transparent glass panes that allow us to view the world outside. Instead, we have screens projecting digital images of various scenes of great natural beauty: sandy white beaches beside clear blue seas, snow-tipped mountaintops, and rolling grass savannas, to name but a few. The artificial scenes are played on a loop, or specific images can be picked depending on one's mood. As stunningly beautiful as they are, I always found these digital projections rather odd, something akin to the shadows on the cave walls in Plato's story. I've asked my parents about those images, inquiring why we can't have actual windows showing the reality outdoors, but they always brush away my concerns, saying not to worry about it, and how the images projected on screen are far superior. We have a front door that doesn't open. Not ever. Any time I raise the issue of the door, my father becomes angry, telling me in no uncertain terms that I must never approach it, and warning that I would be punished if I ever attempted to. Since we can't go outside, all of our food is delivered to us by a high-tech version of a dumbwaiter installed in our kitchen. It's a bit like a larger version of a vending machine. We just type in what we want, and it magically appears at the bottom of the chute moments later. You might well ask where these supplies came from, and who provides our sustenance. Well, this is a question my mother and father were unwilling to answer, and one I eventually grew tired of asking. I have no desire to starve myself, and so I do eat the food, even though I've come to realize there's something in it that affects my hormones and behaviors, taking away my desires, and leaving me docile and complacent. Nevertheless, the drugs they force me to ingest do not entirely suppress my spirit or remove my thirst to discover the truth. My bedroom is my sanctuary, but also my prison cell. I have plenty of distractions to keep me occupied: music, books, game consoles, a widescreen television, and a huge collection of films and box sets. Nevertheless, I am incredibly lonely, as I have no friends my own age, and no human contact with anyone other than my mother and father. What lies inside of these 4 walls will never be enough for me, and I have spent countless nights crying into my pillow, dreaming of the world outside and the opportunities I would have, if only I could escape. Like I said, my memories are hazy due to the drugs and mind wipes, but I will recount as far back as I can remember in this current cycle, which is when Cain came to live with us. At the time, I had no idea who Cain was or where he'd come from. I simply remember waking up and coming down for breakfast one morning, and there he was, sitting at the kitchen table, acting like he owned the place. I knew he was trouble the first time I set eyes upon him, noting the dead look behind his dark eyes and deep scar along his left cheek. He was a large man, and appeared to be physically intimidating. Later, after he stood up, I noticed how he walked with a heavy limp. It seemed as if he'd been through the wars and had the scars to prove it. As you can imagine, I was very shocked to see this newcomer suddenly appear at our breakfast table after all this time, and I opened my mouth to speak without thinking. "Who the hell are you?" I demanded angrily. I regretted my words as soon as I spoke them, as the grizzled newcomer glared back at me with hatred in his eyes and a cruel grin on his lips. He didn't answer, but instead my mother rushed in from the kitchen counter, carrying plates filled with breakfast as she came. I noticed how her hands were physically shaken. Now, sweetie," she exclaimed nervously, as she hastily dropped the plates and dishes down on the table. "That's no way to speak to our new house guest. Mr. Kane is an old family friend and he's going to be staying with us for a while. I want you to make him feel welcome for as long as he's here." I was confused and utterly flabbergasted. Nothing about this situation made any sense. An old family friend? A house guest? Why would this Kane suddenly appear now after all these years of it just being the three of us? And why would I welcome a guy who looked like a total psychopath? I opened my mouth to speak, but before I got the chance, my father marched in from the lounge and attempted to take control of the situation. "Listen to your mother, kid. We'll hear no more about it. Now let's sit down to enjoy our breakfast." He tried to exert calm confidence in his voice as he spoke, but I knew my father too well, and could tell he was on edge. Nevertheless, I didn't feel inclined to argue in that moment, so I did as I was told and took my seat at the table. The breakfast was a predictably tense affair. My mother looked terrified throughout, keeping her head down and refusing to make eye contact with our guest. Father was also uneasy, keeping a cautious eye on Kane, like he expected the mysterious newcomer to kick off at any moment. I couldn't wait to get away from the kitchen table, and I ate very little as my stomach was in knots. I don't think Kane even touched his food, and he didn't speak a word. With some concern, I noted how his predator-like eyes darted from side to side as he looked over us each in turn, sizing us up. It was a great relief to get away from him, but of course we couldn't really avoid Kane, as all four of us were cooped up together inside this overgrown rabbit hutch. After breakfast, Kane went to sit in the lounge. He didn't speak, read, or watch TV, but instead parked himself in an armchair and stared out the window, seemingly captivated by the artificial images on the screens, the shadows on the cave wall, if you will. We did our best to ignore Kane and go about our daily routines, but his mere presence produced an almost unbearable tension. To be honest, I was still angry with my parents for not telling me the truth about Kane and his origins. Obviously, they knew a lot more than they were letting on. I took my dinner upstairs, not wishing to repeat the tension-filled experience of breakfast. Whatever drugs they put in my food did the trick, as I was able to calm down and eventually drift off to sleep. I awoke in the middle of the night to a loud crashing noise, and closely followed by a muffled scream. Shooting up from my bed, I felt a wave of terror run through me, and an icy chill worked its way up my spine. I lay there, frozen to the spot, as more sounds followed, those of a frantic struggle occurring downstairs. I was terrified in that moment, as I imagined all the awful events that could be happening. Were my mom and dad fighting? Had Kane gone crazy? Or perhaps our mysterious prison keepers had finally turned on us, launching an assault upon our sanctuary. My first instinct was to hide under the covers of my bed and pray, but I knew this would be futile. I wasn't a little kid anymore, so I needed to be brave. With my considerable trepidation, I crawled out of my bed and carefully tiptoed across the bedroom floor in my bare feet whilst still wearing my pajamas. I crept along the corridor and made my way down the staircase, taking great care with each step, as I tried my hardest not to make a sound. As I descended, I could hear muffled cries interspersed with the sound of heavy breathing and hard boots thumping upon the wood floor. My stomach was in knots and my whole body was shaking uncontrollably, but I knew I must go on. Despite their faults and the lies they told me, I still cared about my parents, and I needed to go to their aid. And besides, what else could I do? There was nowhere to hide and no means of escape. Ultimately, I had no choice but to confront the attacker. I proceeded with stealth through the kitchen, following the ominous and disturbing sounds emanating from the lounge. Realizing I may need to defend myself, I carefully removed the sharpest kitchen knife from the block, holding the blade out in front of me to use as a weapon. When I entered the lounge, I was faced with a horrific situation. My mother and father were bound to chairs, their arms tied behind their backs and their mouths stuffed with gags. I saw the dried blood on my father's forehead and guessed he'd received a nasty head wound, leaving him barely conscious. In contrast, my mother appeared to be entirely conscious but tightly bound. Her eyes filled up with terror when she saw me, and she tried to shout out a warning, but the gag muffled her words. And then I saw him. Kane emerged from the shadows in the far corner of the room. It looked like he'd been waiting for me the whole time, having used my parents as bait. He walked forward into the light, and I saw the crazed, homicidal look in his eyes, and the cruel, sadistic smile etched across his face. And then I saw what he carried in his hands, an improvised club, fashioned from one of the heavy legs from our kitchen table. And Kane certainly looked strong enough to wield his weapon, and I reckoned he could smash my head in with a single swing. He glared straight at me as he spoke his hateful words, saying, "Why, hey, kid, welcome to the party." To my horror, I watched him advance with pure malice in his eyes, approaching my helpless mother whilst raising his club and preparing to swing. "Leave her alone!" I cried out in panic. To my surprise, Kane took notice, lowering the club and turning his attention back to me. "So, kid, you want to go first? Be my guest." What happened next is something of a blur in my memory. I do recall Kane charging forward, screaming like a berserker, his club raised and ready to smash into my skull. I acted on instinct, holding the kitchen knife out before me in a desperate attempt to defend myself. Kane hit me like a ton of bricks, his swinging club missing my head by mere centimeters. I got knocked over, my small body almost crushed under his huge frame. I felt hot blood against my skin, spraying over my face, and for a brief moment I feared it was my own. But when Kane rolled over, I saw the knife embedded in his chest. His eyes were full of shock and pain as he grabbed at the knife's handle, unsuccessfully attempting to pull it out of his ribcage. Next, his eyes rolled over, and his mouth filled up with blood, and he began to choke. I didn't dwell over the bloody scene, instead jumping to my feet and running to help my parents. My mother's eyes were shut, and so I feared the worst. But when I frantically checked her pulse, I was relieved to confirm she was alive. My guess was that she'd passed out. I removed her gag and went to untie her, but just then I heard my father's voice. He'd regained consciousness and was trying to talk through his gag. Fearing he was in pain, I went to his aid, removing his gag to let him talk. I remember how he looked at me with a combination of disappointment and terror in his eyes, and what he said was, "My God, what have you done?" I stood there in shocked disbelief, staring into my father's eyes, as I tried to understand the meaning behind his words. I was baffled and also furious, my blood still up after the violent encounter with Kane. Unable to contain my fury, I lashed out with an angry tirade. "What the hell do you mean? I just saved your damn life!" My father shook his blood-covered head, speaking down to me in a condescending voice I'd come to resent so much. "You don't get it, kid. There are forces at play beyond your understanding. Now, untie me so I can clear up this mess." His words only increased my anger. All the lies I'd been told, all the time I'd been locked up, I couldn't take it anymore. My heart was filled with defiance, and suddenly I knew what I had to do. I walked away from my father leaving him tied to the chair and ignoring his pleas. Instead, I walked back over to Kane's limp body, noting how he'd stopped breathing, his eyes having closed for the last time as his dark blood stained our wood floor. I didn't dwell on the killing I'd just committed, instead focusing fully on the task at hand. I reached out for the makeshift club, using all my strength to pull it from his cold, dead hands. Holding the weapon up in triumph, I nodded defiantly at my father, seeing the fear in his eyes. For a moment, I think he really thought I would use the club on him, but this was never my intention. Instead, I confidently marched through the lounge, proceeding to the screen at the back of the room, which was currently projecting an image of a pristine desert scene. Dad must have realized my true plan as he screamed after me, shouting, Don't do it! You have no idea what you're dealing with!" I didn't listen. Enough was enough. I'd spent too long watching those shadows, and now I would finally break free from my chains. I could still hear my father's cries and struggles as I approached the false window, raising my club ready to strike. I experienced a rush of adrenaline as I took the first swing, smashing the club down against the screen, seeing the artificial image falter ever so slightly as it struck. I repeated the violent act, striking the surface again and again, until finally the screen cracked and the projected scene began to flicker. The material was tougher than I thought, but I had no intention of giving up. I raised my club once again, swinging with all my might and smashing it hard against the screen, and suddenly the image disappeared, being replaced by darkness, or more specifically, a dark flowing water. In that moment, I experienced a wave of icy terror running through me, and I began to regret my decision, but it was too late to walk away. I stared into that dark abyss in a state of disbelief, noting how there was a wall of water in front of me, sealed behind thick glass or some other type of transparent material. It was like we were trapped inside of a reverse goldfish bowl, but how was this possible? I took no notice of my father's screams and struggles as I stood there, completely mesmerized by what I saw. But the greatest shock was still to come. They came out of the darkness so suddenly. 3 creatures, animals of an indeterminable species, their large bodies glowing in the dark water as they swam towards the glass. I'd never seen a squid or octopus in the flesh, only in pictures and on film, but this was the closest comparison I could draw. Before me swam a trio of monstrous, giant squid-like creatures with protruding and flapping tentacles, fluorescent skin, and huge saucer-like eyes with dark black pupils at their center. On the surface, they appeared to be mere beasts, but when I looked closer, I swore I could see an intelligence in the way they moved and observed. Once again, I found myself frozen in fear, unable to avert my gaze from these inexplicable monsters as they glared back at me, floating just on the other side of the glass. And suddenly I heard a crashing sound behind me and my father's voice screaming, "Get away from there!" He rushed towards me, physically tackling me to the ground. I looked up just in time to see the creatures quickly swimming away from the window, leaving only dark water behind them. And then, a moment later, pandemonium broke out, as suddenly the entire house was flooded with a blinding light and I was deafened by a piercing siren. My father lay on top of me, shielding me from the chaos. But still, I felt a pressure building inside my head as my senses were overwhelmed. And then the darkness took me. I awoke sometime later in my own bed, and for a fleeting moment I thought it had all been a horrible nightmare, but then I felt the ache in my arms and the bruises on my body, and I knew it was all real. I adjusted my eyes to survey my bedroom and was surprised to see my father sitting at the end of my bed, dutifully watching over me. His head was bandaged as a result of the injury he'd suffered at Kane's hands. I expected him to be angry at me because I'd gone against him, but instead, he looked sad and despondent. He nodded as I sat up in my bed, like he'd been waiting for me to wake up. How are you feeling, kid? He asked sympathetically. I'm okay, I think. Where's Mom? She's resting. I gave her a sedative to help her sleep. It's hit her hard, everything that's happened. He trailed off, breaking eye contact momentarily. And Kane? I asked, barely disguising the anger in my voice. My father took a deep breath before replying. Dad, they took his body away. They're real then. Those monsters I saw, horrible sea creatures, or whatever the hell they are. My father nodded his head solemnly before confirming what I already knew. Yeah, kid, they're real. Not only that, but the creatures you saw are our benefactors. Or perhaps a better description would be owners. I simultaneously experienced a surge of both excitement and fear. What my father was telling me was almost unbelievable, and I had so many unanswered questions. Owners? What the hell are you talking about? What are those things? My father shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, I don't know. Your mother and I remember fragments of our past lives, but we don't recall how we came to be here. Your mother believes we're in hell, and the things outside are demons. I disagree. I believe our captors they come from an alien world and possess intelligence and technology vastly superior to our own. I think they're keeping us locked up here and to study us. Or maybe this whole setup is their version of a zoo. Come and see Homo sapiens in their traditional domicile. I literally couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind was racing and my heart beating fast in my chest. I vividly remembered my Plato in that moment, as my entire world was turned upside down. And clearly, I've been living in a dark cave and now suddenly I've been exposed to the terrible light. But I couldn't understand how my father, if that's indeed what he was, could be so passive and accepting of our situation. Why? Why would you accept this? They're keeping you as a pet locked up and you do nothing? What else can I do? He snapped back, with more than a hint of anger now evident in his voice. They have total control over us. The food we eat, the air we breathe, the power of life and death over the three of us. And for the most part, we have a good life here. A good life? We almost died last night. They sent in that maniac Kane and he attacked us. What was that about? Entertainment for our owners? My father shook his head and lowered his gaze. When he spoke, I could hear the self-doubt and shame in his voice. That was a mistake. They shouldn't have sent him here. It's like when they put a rogue tiger in the pen and it attacks the other cats. But they wouldn't have let him actually hurt us. They would have stopped him. I lost my mind at this, jumping up from my bed to angrily confront him. I stopped him. I saved you both. He didn't seem to be listening to me, instead muttering angrily under his breath. A man must make sacrifices for his family, he said. I decided to confront the final elephant in the room. You're not my real father, and she's not my real mother. I've always known it deep down. It's all been a lie. Suddenly he looked up at me, and I could see the hurt in his eyes. His voice was filled with emotion as he spoke his next words. We're the only parents you'll ever have, kid, and we care about you. No matter what you think of us, you're still young, but in time you'll understand. I'll never accept this, I exclaimed defiantly. You don't have a choice. Tomorrow they'll wipe your memory, and this will all seem like nothing more than a bad dream. Your mind will continue to reject your environment for a time, But in the end, you'll continue to accept what you cannot change. Believe me when I say it, kid. Ignorance is bliss. With that, he marched out of my room, shutting the door behind him and leaving me alone with my thoughts. Right now, I'm typing out my story in the full knowledge that soon I may not be able to remember any part of it. And part of me is grateful. I don't want to remember Cain or the knife I plunged into his heart. And I dread to think of those monstrosities lurking on the other side of these walls, watching everything we do, and plotting new and imaginative ways to torment us. This is my digital message in a bottle. The likelihood is that no one will ever read or listen to my account. And even if they do, they'll never believe me. Still, I hold out the slimmest of hopes that somehow this message will make its way home, and I pray someone will come to my rescue. I don't want to spend the rest of my life here, living in constant ignorance and fear like a slave chained up inside a cave. Please, help me before it's too late. The wanderer stood atop the crumbling cliff, eyeing the shadowy landscape below. The tall grass quaked at his feet, every blade shivering away from the soles of his worn rubber boots. The wind was fierce at such a height. The pinnacle of tortured moans tossed his clumped hair and whipped at his apron. The chainsaw felt heavy in his hand, his fingers frozen around the grip in a painful inability to let go. Occasionally, he squeezed them around the deteriorated foam handle, feeling every digit pop in its restless embrace. He could feel the aura of power calling to him, an intoxicating tether reeling him to the next worthy soul that could feed the teeth of his saw. Far below the rocky cliff was a rundown house, one that was built along the edge of a quarry. It looked like it was barely standing near the edge, ready to cave at any second. The sinister presence seemed to radiate deep within the walls of the shoddy structure. The chainsaw man felt the overwhelming sensation of bloodlust boiling in his fuel-festering veins, a feeling that the tall grass seemed to respond to. The blades flattened against the ground and shook in fear as the boiling rose throughout the wanderer, a feeling the masked man himself had no trouble keeping under control. The mask on his face shook, vibrating so fast the outer rim was a blur. The man squeezed his fist and forced the adrenaline to subside, promising that soon it would be able to take the reins and swing the saw to its heart's content. Inside the beaten home was an enemy much stronger than the previous, one so strong he could feel its aura bleed out through the siding. The wanderer took a step forward and free fell, letting his arms out to embrace the cool wind. The sudden rush of air whipped his wild hair as he watched himself plummet, feeling nothing but the thrill of the impending massacre. Even as he fell, he held his gaze to the house, feeling the demonic aura like an echoing heartbeat. It called to him, a song of anguish luring him in with a gentle, caressing hand. The ground rapidly approached, and the air whistled in the wanderer's ears, holding his lusting stare as he positioned himself at the last second, his boots meeting the earth so hard the ground shook in protest. The bones in his legs shifted, a temporary inconvenience that would sort itself out before he even made it to the front porch of the gloomy destination. There was a sort of gravel driveway leading to the building, thousands of human teeth crunching under his boots, where gravel would be appropriate. There were no roads connecting to the driveway, only the rocky wall in which the Wanderer had just descended. It was almost like it was paved there just for him. The crackling mixture of molars and canines shifted under the weight of each step. The grinding sound was pleasant to him. It would have taken hundreds of victims to make such a thing, and the power of the individual responsible would be something worth seeing. The wind sang across the valley, wind that seemed to come from the direction of the rundown house. The Wanderer marched up the drive, the crunching teeth getting louder the closer he got to the porch. There were glinting beads watching him from under the steps, 2 little glassy eyes shining in the darkness behind the steps. The Wanderer continued his pace and watched the eyes without the faintest feeling of interest. Each step closer showed more of its appearance, cheeks and ears becoming visible until the entire face revealed itself. It was the head of a child, only a few years old. It looked to be floating in place, holding itself up with thin jellyfish-like tentacles. Its mouth was open blankly, and its eyes tracked the Wanderer as he drew close. He stopped and watched the face silently, feeling a trickle of power seep from under the shadows of the porch. The floating head looked like it wanted to say something, but the only sound to escape its lips was a repetitive gasp. Other orbs began to materialize around the child's head, little specks of pink neon blinking to life in sets. 2, then 4, a dozen, 2 dozen. The sense of power grew as the orbs surrounded the floating head. And then, in an instant, the head was gone. Hundreds of pointing teeth snapped down and devoured it, suddenly turning it into digestible pieces. The many eyes drew closer, followed by the skittering body of an oily spider abomination. It had too many legs to count, and they twitched in all directions, each appendage barbed like a scorpion's stinger. It hissed defiantly, as if to warn the Wanderer to back off. The Wanderer simply stared at the arachnid hybrid, even as it revealed 2 crab-like pincers dripping with poison. The rusted iron mask strapped to the Wanderer's face just looked at it unamused, its closed eyes and a motionless visor offering nothing at its aggression. The chainsaw remained limp at his side. The spider hissed once more and retreated to an unseen hiding spot under the house. The Wanderer said nothing and climbed the steps, each board aching under his weight as he worked his way to the front door. All the windows were boarded up, and there was no way to see inside. The Wanderer tried the knob and was surprised to find it unlocked. Inside, the house was derelict. A thick haze of dust wafted through the abode like a cloud, the heavy particles catching cracks of light through the slits in the windows. It looked abandoned, plain living room furniture staged and unused like a forgotten movie set. Old rags and illegible newspapers littered the floor, along with random discarded trash. The garbage itself didn't make any sense, like it was someone's inclination of what garbage should look like. At first glance, it looked like nobody was home. The Wanderer took a step in and panned his head across the room. His body was stiff, in need of a kill, and the effort it would require from his body. Stagnant veins begged for stimulation, and the rusted blade felt empty in his hand. He moved through the house autonomously, determined to find the reason he was drawn here. There would be sufficient sustenance here. He wouldn't settle for otherwise. In the living room, there was nothing. When the empty kitchen failed him as well, he took down the hall to the bedroom, which produced only a heavily stained mattress and more boarded windows. The wanderer looked around slowly, trying to pinpoint the heart of what had called him there. Outside, the wind assaulted the house, whistling cool air fighting its way through the siding to produce a draft. The air howled its tortured groan, the same tune the wanderer had heard hundreds of times on his possessed search for challenge. But still, he craned his head. There was something off about this particular tune, an additional pain that sounded too close to him to be a part of the chorus. It was a moan, a tired bleating of weakness, and it was close. The wanderer looked at the floorboards beneath his feet and tightened his grip on the chainsaw. Below, the hunchback waddled leisurely amongst the chain stock. A single light bulb hung from above, swaying in the draft from the wind outside. Men and women of every age surrounded him in the dingy basement. Those who couldn't hide in the dark simply covered their faces and whimpered. With their hope long lost, their only choice was to huddle obediently on the filthy concrete. Most were beaten and starved, stripped of their clothing and forced to wait in the perpetual line that led to the large wooden door. It was locked at all times, and only opened when the master required it to. The hunchback, his shrunken and malformed body garbed in a cloak stitched from the skin of many who had been processed, narrowed his eyes on a young woman. She was shivering and hugging herself, looking up at him with a single good eye, the other heavily bruised and swollen. He lurched toward her like a goblin, every 2 steps followed by a slap to the floor to keep from falling over. His other hand held dearly a key around his neck, one made of shiny brass. The young woman wanted to turn away, but was too weak to do so, only capable of helplessly watching as he shuffled over to her. The hunchback caressed her thigh with a bony finger, running the digit along the outline of ribs and the flutter of her stomach as she whimpered. He dug into his cloak with a giggle and produced a sharp, bony knife, one that he used to gently carve into the flesh of her abdomen. Her pain was hushed and disassociated, but he still found pleasure in it. The way her flesh cut easily, tender and lean. She would be a perfect next choice. Above, the ceiling exploded, followed by the heavy impact of a large, broad form. The hunchback wiped debris and dust from his face, in time to see the solid bulk of the wanderer crouched before him. From behind a false metal face, the intruder was looking silently at the ground, where his knee had completely obliterated the young girl's face, her head along with it. He was already climbing to his feet, leaning on the blade of a rusted chainsaw to help himself up. His joints cracked as he stood tall, and the other cattle shrugged away from him, clawing and thrashing at each other to hide in the dark. Flustered and angry, the hunchback shouted at him, incoherent syllables meant for an insult, falling on deaf ears. The wanderer shrugged him off and looked at the large wooden door. The master's room. There was no way he'd be allowed such entry. It was forbidden. With a scowl, the hunchback threw the boning knife at him to get his attention. The handle bounced off the wanderer's face mask harmlessly and disappeared into the darkness of the damp dungeon. The wanderer stopped and looked at the hunchback, his rusted face of closed eyes and mouth staring blankly in annoyance. He could hear the intruder squeezing the handle of the chainsaw, the twist of leather in his elbow-length gloves. The hunchback teased and dangled the key out to him, the only means of opening the door to the master's room. Its polished brass finish shined in the overhead light, catching the wanderer's attention. The chainsaw-wielding man looked from the large wooden door to the key and reached out to take it. In a swift movement, the hunchback laughed and tore the key from his neck, promptly swallowing it. The wanderer watched the cold iron work down the hunchback's wrinkly neck, already working its way to his stomach. The wanderer watched him for a moment before looking at the door again. The sounds of wet chopping echoed off the walls as the butcher cleaved the arm from its shoulder. Heavy, precise swings made a quick work of it, and soon the limb came free in a gush of blood. The spatter drizzled down the butcher's face, the burlap sack sewn permanently as a second skin with crudely cut eye holes. The man the arm belonged to, long dead and decayed, stared up at him with lifeless eyes. He returned the stare from the darkness of his mask, obscured eyes portraying no emotion for the massacring that had taken place. The butcher buried his cleaver in the corpse's forehead and let its dead weight hit the table and tossed the severed arm into a bucket. The room was dim, the scattered beams of gray light from the gloomy sky outside shining in through a single egress window. The light was enough to illuminate his workspace, the same dull glow painting the importances of the room. The wooden table and chopping block, the wall of hung butcher's cleavers and knives, the many, many meat hooks dangling from above on their grimy chains. There wasn't a single inch of the room not covered in arterial spray. The room looked more like a hollowed-out cave than a workshop. The butcher rolled his shoulder, stretching stiff and rippling muscle that pulsed against the straps of his apron. Now that it was cleared of limbs, he grabbed the torso and held it up to the many jingling chains hanging above. Links and hooks sticky with blood and gore, all stemming from a grand spiderweb of them several feet above. With practiced delicacy, he pierced the torso and let it hang, and taking pride as it joined the sway of the dozens before it. He admired his work, each victim dismembered uniquely to be on display with their special hook. On the other side of the door, the butcher heard a ruckus. One of the cattle must have gotten out of line. He paid it no mind, pulling the cleaver free from the freshly hanging torso and returning it to the wall. He looked over the blades, each dull and caked in blood, but still worthy enough of use. Behind him, something slammed against the large wooden door. The force was enough to rattle the hinges and kicking up the dust in the dimly lit room. A cry from the hunchback rang loud, a sound the most curious in the redundant routine he was accustomed to. He felt his blood boil at the disturbance, unseen eyes immediately searching for the right tool to deliver punishment. He scoured the wall of cleavers and taking note of the different shapes of blades and the types of cuts they would provide. Something slammed the door again, harder this time. The hunchback was silent, something unusual for the pesky beast. The butcher looked up at the door expectantly, his large hands cracking knuckles as they curled into fists. He hadn't had a visitor in quite some time. The butcher watched as the door exploded, splintering chunks of wood breaking away from the hinges like a bomb had detonated. The deadbolt tore a portion of the wall with it, clearly unable to contain what wanted in. The butcher watched the doorway, wondering what was causing such noise. The heavy-set visitor stepped in, and the butcher noticed two things immediately: the rusted chainsaw held at one side, the bleeding remnants of the hunchback in the other. Holding him by his caved skull, the visitor tossed the body of the hunchback back at the butcher's feet before looking up expectantly through a metal mask. The wanderer had found his adversary. He was bigger than he expected, nearly 7 feet of muscle, held back by an apron quite like his own, his face hidden by a burlap sack. His legs were the size of telephone poles, the stretch of canvas pants barely containing his bulk. The wanderer looked upon the giant of a man and readied the chainsaw in both hands. Behind him, the many prisoners fought to escape from the hole in the ceiling, frantically climbing over each other in hopes for a better life. The butcher looked at the body of the hunchback, his face caved to a pulp like a broken pumpkin. His only form of mourning was a labored exhale, before immediately turning to the wall of cleavers to his right. He reached up with both colossal arms and selected a cleaver from the very top, one with a foot-wide blade and a handle to accommodate its size. The butcher returned with his weapon of choice, brandishing it with a flex of his forearms. The pull of a ripcord, the scream of the saw, the wanderer's blade roared to life, the thick black smoke erupting from the machine as he bellowed a battle cry. With abnormal speed, he crossed the room with a leap, swinging down vertically with his weight behind it. The butcher raised the cleaver in defense, a flurry of sparks grinding off his blade as the teeth bit angrily. He held the cleaver firm, pushing against the momentum of the wanderer as he bounced back from his assault. Veins ran taut in his arms as he steadied the cleaver, face to face with the metal mass that invaded his home. Muscles flexed and he thwarted his strike, and the wanderer immediately came down with another. As the chainsaw's blade blurred inches from his burlap sack, the butcher sidestepped and grabbed the wanderer by the back of the neck and slammed him into the table. The surface erupted into broken lumber as the wanderer crashed into the floor, the impact jarring his limbs as he was met with solid concrete. And before he could toss the rubble off of him, the wanderer looked to see the heavy weight of the butcher's boot immediately following his head. He rolled to the side, barely missing the stomp, and a spiderweb of cracks formed where his skull had been. The wanderer slashed upward with the chainsaw as he climbed to his feet, knocking the cleaver away before coming down once more. The butcher was surprisingly fast for his size, bobbing and weaving away from the screaming blade before retaliating with his own. Sparks flew, and every clash lit up the room, and the scent of the black smoke mixed with the rot and decay in the room. The wanderer swung wildly, a maniacal cry growing behind the mask with every deflected strike. In between slashes, the wanderer connected a solid backhand, one the butcher shrugged off like it was nothing. He raised the large cleaver and brought it down harder, forcing the wanderer to take a knee and brace against it. Even as the wanderer folded under the strength of the butcher, he relished in the sickly sweet taste of power he held, one that seemed to grow the longer the fight went on. It radiated off of him like a bloody fog. The wanderer braced for the next slash, only to feel the unexpected grasp of the butcher grabbing him by the throat. The headbutt he received was hard enough to shake the house. The wanderer felt the metal mask crunch everything behind it, shattering his nose and blacking both eyes. Before he could recover, the uppercut that followed hit harder, sending him sprawling across the floor like he had been hit by a truck. He rolled to a stop next to the deceased hunchback, still clenching the rumbling saw. Blood pooled from behind the mask, trickling onto the concrete as he picked himself up off the ground. The Wanderer's rusted false face started to vibrate intensely, the edges of metal falling out of focus as it shook. He looked to see the Butcher momentarily flex to taunt him, massive shoulders popping as he squeezed the cleaver's handle. He rushed in again, leaping across the room with the crude blade held high. He brought it down with a shout, watching the blade separate flesh and guts in a powerful sweep. The damage was overwhelming, so distractingly so, the Butcher didn't realize he had cleaved the body of the hunchback down the middle. Lurching through the entrails of the human shield, the Wanderer wrapped his arms around the waist of the Butcher and suplexed him with inhuman speed. The concrete floor burst under the combined weight, the shoulders and head of the Butcher smashing chunks into powder as his neck broke sideways. As the Butcher thrashed weakly, the Wanderer elbowed him in the temple, sending him sprawling awkwardly. The Wanderer grunted and snaked his arms around his legs and twisted his body, pulling his heavy opponent into a spinning lift. The Butcher clawed through the rubble as he was swung into motion, whipping through the air like a pendulum. After 3 rotations of momentum, the Wanderer let him fly, and the Butcher catapulted into the wall of cleavers like a missile. Bones and concrete alike shattered as his body caved in the wall, blades of every size raining down and clattering to the floor. The Wanderer dashed forward instantly, the chainsaw screaming as he brought it down on the Butcher's shoulder, cutting diagonally as his head lolled. The jagged teeth ate greedily, buzzing through flesh and bone until it tasted intestines. The Wanderer stared into the burlap sack, which frothed red through the fabric. The Butcher parted down the middle, peeling apart in a spray that coated the entire room. The engine gorged on the fluid, chugging along as the plume of smoke exhaled like a freight train. The Wanderer's hands jolted as the saw jammed, sputtering to a stop as the teeth bit into the Butcher's pelvis. Flayed almost in two, the hulking Butcher went limp, his head resting against the broken wall. The Wanderer wheezed behind the mask, each breath heaving through bubbling blood as he admired his work and the devastation caused by his oil-burning companion. Relishing in his victory, he placed a boot on his enemy's chest and started to pull the blade free. An explosion of energy erupted from the Butcher's body, and a burst of hot air hit the Wanderer like a wall. The limp Butcher's hands sprang to life, one grabbing the Wanderer by the hair, while the other drove a meat hook under his chin. The hook punctured until it stuck into the inside of the metal mask, and his vision suddenly clouded and felt the tight wrap of a chain around his neck. With an angry pull of a chain, the Wanderer was lifted off the ground and kicking his feet as each consecutive pull brought him closer to the ceiling. The Wanderer caught glimpses of the scene before him in dizzy passes, his dead weight spinning as he dangled helplessly. The Butcher stood awkwardly, his separated body pulsing as it freed the chainsaw from his midsection. The power tool fell amongst the other weapons, and as the Wanderer tried and failed to free himself, the Butcher gathered around another chain from the floor. He looped it around his body several times and pulled it tight, groaning painfully as his body rejoined itself. Every breath from behind the bloodstained sack came in a cloud of steam, and the aura of power emanating from him was deafening. In his blind desperation, the Wanderer felt for the chainsaw, an invisible tether reaching for the tool as the Butcher tied a loose knot in the chains. He rigged it in place with a metal spike, and the coil of links stretched taut against his bleeding mass. The Wanderer called for the chainsaw again, and as he contorted his fingers, the saw started to shake. The Butcher reached up and felt for his head, seething with anger as he worked to reset his broken neck. The chainsaw skittered across the floor and bounced toward the Wanderer's outstretched hand. Hanging helplessly, he pulled on the ripcord until it sputtered to life and held it up to saw at the chains constricting him. The Butcher rolled his adjusted neck, tendons and vertebrae impossibly recovering from his previous annihilation. He worked his shoulders against the chains and tested his movements as sparks showered the Wanderer, a guttural roar radiating from his lips. Just as the saw was almost through the chain, the butcher bounded after him, each step angrier than the last. The chain snapped and the Wanderer fell free, just as the butcher slammed into him. The saw buried into the butcher's face as he tackled him into the wall. Together, they punched through the wall of the basement and into the earth behind it. In a rush of flailing limbs, they burst through the side of the quarry, exchanging blows as they tumbled over layers of steep rock. The gloomy wind tossed at their clothes and blood painted the air, each punch and chainsaw slash sending a spatter to a growing avalanche. The butcher threw jabs and hooks with every topple, and the chainsaw nicked at his chains and scored his flesh. Even with the hook still stuck in his jaw, the Wanderer fought back ruthlessly, rending in weak spots until the momentum was too much to work the saw. The butcher wrapped both hands around his throat, shoving the meat hook further as the Wanderer dug a thumb into his eye. Like a boulder rolling down a mountain, they bounced in unison down the multiple cliffs of rock. Each impact tried to force them apart, but their death roll resumed each time they hit air. The world blurred around them in a barrage of kicks, punches, and knees, and just as it felt like they would fall forever, a sudden stop came in the form of mud and standing water. The splash was tremendous. Disfigured creatures scurried away from the pit in fear of the screaming saw. The butcher was up in an instant, mounting the submersed Wanderer and pummeling with such rage, he didn't stop even as the chainsaw bit into his stomach. The blade spun furiously, spraying a bloody geyser at his back as he held his enemy underwater. Through a murky film, the Wanderer watched him rain down punches, driving his head further into the sucking mud as he held onto the saw for dear life. Turning entrails to mush, the chainsaw kept working until there was nothing left to eat. Chains split and bones shaved away, but still the butcher pummeled away. With a defeated sputter, the chainsaw succumbed to lack of fuel, coming to a silent halt in the ruined torso. The Wanderer battered and clawed at his attacker, his fingers coming back wet with strips of gore and burlap. He punctured eyes and dug into open wounds, but nothing would stop the punishment from the butcher. Water filled his lungs and the world started to fade, and the Wanderer felt for any attempt to gain ground. The chained vessel simply would not stop, even as knuckles broke against the mask and fingernails came free. And just when the Wanderer felt himself slipping away, he felt the meat hook in his jaw. The hook came free in a rip of flesh, and the Wanderer shoved it upward as hard as he could. As the hook pierced through the butcher's eye socket, he felt a brief pause in the brutal beating. And a second was all it took. In the flash of an eye, the Wanderer wormed out from underneath the crushing weight of the butcher and wrapped the hook's chain around his neck, just as he did moments ago. He pulled the chain taut and hurtled over the confused butcher, pulling the chain hard with both hands. He tried to fight it, but the hook ripped violently, making his body obey with every tug. The Wanderer stopped him and planted a heavy boot on his back, and put his whole body into a final, devastating pull. The chain worked as both a noose and a guillotine, and with a loud rip, the butcher's head came free from his body, and bringing his spine along with it. Alas, the butcher fell silent. The Wanderer stood victorious, letting the beheading chain fall with a splash. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a crackle of lightning forked across it. With heavy, wheezing breaths, the Wanderer looked above, just as the patter of rain started to hit the metal mask. He let out a battle cry as the rush faded, and in the smear of muddy water, it almost looked as if the face was trying to move. Slow and exhausted, the chainsaw man rolled the headless corpse over and grabbed the saw. The handle was hot to the touch, and it came free with a squelch. In the shadows of the pit, a wicked creature watched with frightened interest. A man that walked on his hands pulled a trail of twisted entrails behind it. He watched the masked man from a distance, his upside-down face observing with long-ago gouged-out eyes. The viscera merman shuddered as the masked man unscrewed the fuel cap of the chainsaw and tilted back his metal face, right before vomiting violently into the reservoir. The burning scent of gasoline carried on the wind, and with a few pulls of the ripcord, the chainsaw came to life. Once more, without as much as a word, the wanderer left his adversary behind, sauntering through the mud almost like he was disappointed. Above the pit, the merman watched as the butcher's house started to fade away, dissolving like sand in a box. Shingles, siding, and boards fluttered away like ashen butterflies on the wind. When the merman looked back at the wanderer, he was gone, as if nothing ever happened. Hey everybody, Nightmares Nightly here. I'd like to thank all of you for listening to the video. This was written by A Hawaiian Shirt, aka Jesse Pullins. If you like this story, he has a playlist on the channel with more of his work. And he's also a published author. You can check out his books here on Amazon. I highly suggest giving them a read. I got this one off of Aggravated Flesh, another flash fiction. This was the last story in the book, and it's one of my favorites. If you'd like to support him, check out his work on Amazon in the links below. And, as always, thanks for listening, everybody. The Wandering Saw. The wind whispered across the infinite plain like a great black hand, casting waves of shadows over the dancing grass. Each individual blade curved under the whirling gust, almost as if it cowered under the silent chorus of tortured screams it seemed to bring with it. Each breeze was filled with an acute sense of pain, a wail of eternal anguish inaudible to the normal human ear. The grass swayed back and forth before abruptly standing straight, pulsating in response to the arrival of a wanderer in the sea of gloom. The endless grass could sense the danger, the violence, oozing from the very pores of the man who trudged through the valley. Under his step, the blades bent beneath his oppressiveness, flattening under his boot without really knowing why. The man planted his rubber boots firmly into the grass, crushing the frightened blades as he scoured the horizon of the eternal gray. The wind whipped at his long, matted hair, almost dread-like from a lifetime of blood and grime caking the strands without as much as a single wash. His face was obscured by a crude metal mask. An emotionless expression shone on the rusted iron. He was heavy-set, but carried it in a way that made it powerful. What was once a white cotton shirt was heavily stained with dirt and a faded crimson color, with a black leather apron tied around his waist and neck. Both hands wore long butcher's gloves, one squeezed in a fist, the other gripping a sticky chainsaw. He moved his head across the dark grassland lazily, as if he hadn't seen anything interesting in days. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. His only regime was the endless wander, and to find someone worthy of tasting the jagged teeth of his saw. The grass around his boots vibrates intensely, almost as if they were shaking in fear. Without direction or any inclination of where to go, he simply walked forward, the chainsaw swaying in his low grip. When the teeth grazed a taller blade among the rest, the foliage seemed to silently scream, withering away like ash in a windstorm. On he trudged, one heavy-booted step after another. It was a determined walk, each step filled with unspoken purpose, silently drawing closer and closer to a blind goal that made sense only to him. The chainsaw was heavy in his left hand, but he held on, impatiently waiting for the exulting pull of the ripcord. Despite the nagging desire, it remained calm, like an itching gunslinger's hand eagerly waiting to draw the machined blade. And creatures lurked in the shadows of the tall grass, watching the wanderer in frightened silence. Not a single organism looked identical to the next, aside from the recurring theme of twisted gore and limb amalgamation. Occasionally, the masked man would stop and slowly browse the horizon, and the things lurking would duck out of sight, and trembling under the metal gaze. He would look only for a few seconds, but the concept of time was lost to this plane. The single blink of an eye could take an eternity to observe. And to the hidden pests in the grass, all they could do was wait for the roar of the living chainsaw. But there was no cord pulled, no hostility brewing. The masked wanderer simply turned back to his course and continued his slow march, leaving the critters be. Concern was not a capable feeling for the wanderer, nor was any of the normal human feelings one would experience. Deep within the expressionless face of the rusted mask was the ability to sense the power of those around him, as if he could see an aura of strength radiating from the creatures he passed. If something were to lurch from the grass and attack him, he would know, and he would reach for the cord in the same instant his opponent took a single step in his direction. Over many hills and slopes walked the chainsaw man, with nothing but more grass and the weak hiding around him. He could sense them trembling, but he paid them no mind. They were not worthy of tasting the teeth. Step after step he continued on, pressing forward through the trembling grass with steady, monotonous steps. The more he walked, the more he felt the itch, the urge to rip the chainsaw to life and let it scream. The want of the vibration in his fist was what he existed for, but it was pointless if there was no one worthy of feeling its shredding embrace. As the masked wanderer reached the top of a hill, it gave him eyes on the plain ahead, one of the twisted metal and stacked husks, a junkyard. The chainsaw man looked over the newfound area with calm excitement, wondering if such an opponent was hiding among the nooks of scrap. He cracked his stiff neck, feeling the wear of constant travel in his demented bones. He wasn't tired, and there would be no rest. The win of the next fight was enough to keep him going, and it was more nourishing than any morsel of food or relished depravity he could indulge in. Without further delay, he descended the hill and trudged into the walls of scrapped automobiles, seeking the reward that lay within. The destroyed vehicle frames were stacked well over his head, looming over like skyscrapers of burnt metal. The vibrating grass thinned and eventually gave way to a slop of mud, each step sucking at his rubber boots as the journey grew more difficult. The weaker pests watched from their posts in the distorted steel, watching him work his way through the walls of scrap. Off in the distance, a scuffed-up jester with bleeding eyes watched from atop the wreckage, a bloody skinning knife squeezed into his linen glove. The wanderer could sense his gaze, but didn't give him as much as a glance. He was not the opponent he sought. With his sense of power, he felt the jester slip away into the surrounding abyss, withering away until the aura was lost. Deeper and deeper, the masked man descended into the walls of skeletal automobiles, each passing row growing narrower until he found himself in some sort of hallway of broken steel. He was getting closer. Every step planted brought him closer to his reward. The chainsaw was ready, begging to come to life. He idly ignored the plea, his boots slapping through the mud that came up to his ankles. An aroma of stale petrol wafted down the tunnel of stacked cars. The fuming scent welcomed the congested nostrils behind the mask. Ahead there was a standing pool of gasoline, its oily shine reflecting on the mud surface. With a silent nod of acceptance, the masked man trudged his way towards the collection of fuel. Without a sound, the man knelt before it, the swampy ground soaking his pant leg. He tilted his mask upward, long locks of dirty hair obscuring his face. As his chapped lips kissed the surface of the potent liquid, he slurped loudly, taking in mouthful after mouthful of the burning water. He drank greedily, for it was perhaps the only other indulgence he allowed, aside from the wandering hunt. The fluid stung his cheeks, and with every gulp he felt the fire shriveling his insides. Behind him there was a thud, followed by the clang of metal. He paused his quenching thirst and slowly slid the mask down, swallowing the last bit of gasoline that continued to stab at his rotting gullet. With the sound of wrung leather, he squeezed the hilt of the chainsaw as he returned to his feet. He could hear the hissing of his visitor lurking behind him, but he did not quicken his pace. He turned to see half a man, hunched low like a wolf ready to strike. The man was perched on his hands, holding himself upright with bent arms. The walking torso took a hand step forward, dragging his body that was obliterated from the waist down. He had a mess of tentacle-like intestines where his legs would be, and he slid himself over the mud-slick surface like some sort of grotesque octopus merman. His face was upside down, and a toothy mouth served as one hollow eyeball. His actual legs looked as if they had been gouged out ages ago. The butchered merman looked over the wanderer with his sniffing nostril, trying to size him up without actually seeing him. After a series of reverse smells, the merman shrieked, his coarse growl bouncing off the walls of cars that sounded like a chorus of tortured men. After his lungs emptied, he puffed his muddy chest out, letting his growl of intimidation sink in. The wind whistled as the chainsaw man looked down on the merman, his dreads whipping wildly. He stared intently from behind the rusted mask, the closed eyes on the iron burrowing into the walking torso. He took a powerful step forward, his boot striking the mud so hard it seemed to shake the ground. The air around them seemed to crackle, and suddenly the merman wailed in fear, like lightning had struck inches from his face. In a series of screeches, the torso fled, burrowing into the wreckage with its flailing guts trailing behind him. The masked man watched until the pest was out of sight, and when he was satisfied with the dismissal, he continued his journey down the iron corridor. The air grew thicker the closer he got. He could feel the growing intensity with every step, and as the metallic taste of victory was in reach, he felt the ever-evolving itch of the ripcord demanding attention. He silenced the need and focused only on the whistling wind. As he waded through the energized atmosphere, his breath wheezed against the mask, his boots sloshed in the mud, the apron slapped in the gust, and as he drew toward the end of the corridor, he heard the first sounds of his opponent's presence. The tearing came first. It was a loud, shrewd hiss like someone was ripping carpet from an old floor. It was slow, painfully drug out. Whoever was causing such a commotion was taking their time, enjoying every step of their cruel endeavor. Each tear was followed by a muffled groan, like magma suffocating under a hard shell. The masked man drifted in, eager to see the scene of his next battleground. So close to the reward, he couldn't pass up savoring the discovery. There was a loud pop, accompanied by a grunt of relief. The chainsaw man could hear the sudden gush of fluid peppering the mud, a shower of blood without question. It was a familiar sound, one common in a land such as this. Then there was the sound of a thrown object slapping on the wet ground. The next grunt was slower, almost aroused. Whatever task had been completed had just as easily been forgotten. Unable to wait any longer, the masked man reached the end of the metal hallway, arriving in a round, dead-end clearing. It was a miniature coliseum, and the junk cars were stacked much higher. The walls of scrap reached almost 30 feet, and towering high to keep out any unwanted attention. Only a few brave crows watched from the pinnacle, blood-red eyes waiting for the inevitable feast. The masked man watched silently, the source of the noise being everything he wanted it to be. Alas, the long journey had paid off. He had come to the right place. Directly in the center of the clearing was a chiseled mountain of a man, his muscles flexing as he worked on his prey beneath him. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he twisted the giant spiral gear of a two-handed crescent wrench. He adjusted the mechanical jaw on the oversized tool, his beady eyes never leaving his victim. A faded yellow hard hat was strapped to his head, a color that matched his reflecting fireman trousers. He was shirtless, showing his natural armor of bulging muscle and suspenders that stretched over a broad chest. With the sound of gnashing molars, he worked his jaw, a complete lack of skin and tendons from his cheeks down, showing the complete lower half of his skull. The hulking worker was so entranced on his prey, he hadn't yet noticed the masked man observing in silence. Beneath the weight of the muscular fiend was a body, so horribly mangled the only features telling its gender were the pair of pale breasts pressed into the mud. Both legs had been wrenched off mid-thigh, as well as the right arm. Each stump was a torn mess of broken bone and warped gristle. The only limb intact was the left arm, frozen in a final reach of despair, contorted fingers grasping at the unknown possibility of rescue. The masked man watched as the helmeted fiend lowered the cold forged steel jaw on the last limb, spinning the gear to get the perfect clamped bite on the tender flesh. The laborer's bony jaw clacked with excitement when he stood and gripped the wrench in both hands, giving view to the outline of a large erection in the tight fireman pants. Just as the fiend was about to throw his man-made lever, he stopped, suddenly transfixed on the face of the mutilated female. With one hand holding the wrench, he crouched, his clicking jaw inches from the girl's face. His free hand caressed her matted hair, moving the strands from her brow so he could see the side of her face that wasn't buried in mud. Her cheek wore the streams of 100 dried tears beneath a single bloodshot eye that was locked in the distance. Through twitching eyelids, she stared at the masked man, who watched in silence, savoring. As the beady eyes found the rusted mask, a ghostly scream erupted from the skeletal jaw, so loud it shattered every window in the makeshift coliseum. In a rain of glass, the laborer rose, tearing the wrench from the ground and letting the heavier end fall into his palm. With a single stride, he stepped in front of his prey, as if to block the path of the chainsaw-wielding trespasser. There were no words spoken, only the invisible rules of the fight that would now have to unfold. The laborer flexed his entire upper body, veins popping like straw all across. The masked man reached for the cord, his wrists and fingers cracked from prolonged disuse. When his digits curled around the cord's T-handle, he felt his whole body come to life, suddenly reawakened from a long-lost slumber. He waited for the opponent to make the first move, and as the helmeted fiend took his first sprinting stride, he yanked hard on the rope. The chainsaw roared to life, and the battle began, the jagged teeth moving in a blur as they cut through the air. The laborer jumped and brought the wrench down hard, aiming for the metal mask in his aggressive rage. Another ghastly scream exploded from his bony jaw as the tool crashed into the ground, throwing chunks of broken earth and splashes of mud in all directions. The Wanderer had moved out of the way at the last second and was thrashing with the chainsaw, swinging wide at his opponent's face. The laborer tucked his chin and caught the screaming blade with his helmet, feeling the teeth dig into the tough plastic before it glanced off. The masked man worked with the momentum of the saw, holding it outstretched in both hands and pivoting his feet in the mud so he spun with the weight of the power tool. And turning on his heel, the masked man turned and brought the saw down harder this time. With a frustrated grunt, the laborer yanked the wrench free from the earth, bringing it up just in time to stop and absorb the saw's impact. The chainsaw burrowed into the wrench with a flurry of dancing sparks, the unnatural teeth shaving a divot into the steel. The masked man leaned into his attack, gripping the shaking blade like a heavy sword. The helmeted fiend buckled under the vibrating weight, his boots sliding in the mud as he fought for traction. He looked into the expressionless mask of his mysterious challenger, the wrench shaking so hard it tore the skin on his palms. Toxic black smoke billowed from the engine as he teetered into the cut, rocking back and forth like he was finishing a fallen tree. The mask shielded any signs of fatigue, only adding to the power of the maniacal blade. This angered the laborer deeply, and he flexed again to unleash his own power, fueled by the interrupted climax of his prey. The laborer deadlifted the weight with his massive legs and repelled the saw with a wild swing, rearing back to bring the wrench down on his opponent's skull once again. The masked man stepped in quickly, tossing his weight into a haymaker with his defense wide open, his gloved fist buried into the laborer's face, bony knuckles crushing his nose and digging into his left eye socket. The wound bled immediately, crimson tendrils seeping from half of his face the instant he withdrew the punch. The laborer echoed another ethereal scream, much louder than before. The mangled female on the ground burrowed her face away from the noise, and the crows perched above flew away in fright. The laborer clacked his jaw rapidly as his eyes glowed red, his veins pulsing like living worms across taut muscles. The next punch came before the Wanderer had time to react, a straight-armed slug smashing into the mask like it was shot from a 75mm cannon. The impact jarred his neck and the shockwave sent his body reeling, hurtling across the mud like a skipping rock. The Wanderer crashed into the Colosseum wall, embedded into the warped metal in a flurry of dust and debris. As the dust cleared, he shouldered a broken sedan door that tried to envelop him in an attempt to break free of the junk's embrace. The saw still throbbed with life, a feral cough of digested fuel surging through the machinery. The Wanderer raised his head just in time to see the helmeted fiend rocketing toward him, already at half swing with the muddy wrench. With glowing evil eyes blinding his vision, he felt the excessive force of the wrench crushing his plump stomach, several ribs cracking under the colossal weight of the blow. The wall of trash cars shifted under the immense power of the attack, and the Wanderer felt his body being pressed further into the broken steel. A meteor shower of metal and fiberglass rained down from the walls of their arena, dozens of sharp pieces sticking into the mud around them. Winded, the laborer reached a thick arm into the wreckage and grabbed the Wanderer by the shoulder, ripping him from his twisted encasement. The masked man latched onto his opponent's arm and squeezed, digging his meaty thumb into the soft flesh opposing the elbow. With shattering strength, he broke the laborer's arm and twisted, feeling the sinewy snap of the joint under his butcher's glove. The helmeted fiend sucked in for a cry of pain, but was stopped short as the Wanderer burst from the wreckage, driving mask first into a full-body headbutt. The blank mask drilled into the laborer's face like a battering ram, the rusted iron splintering the hard hat to several scattering pieces. Distraught from the surprise attack, the laborer stumbled, retaliating with an awkward one-handed swing of the wrench. In the staggered blink of his beady eye, the wanderer squeezed the injured arm and broke it backwards, followed by a chainsaw swing that swatted the wrench away like an annoying fly. As the laborer flinched from the wanderer's inhuman recovery, the masked man let go of the ruined limb and smashed him in the face with the pommel of his mechanical sword. The hardware broke multiple teeth from the skeletal jaw, and the laborer fell like a rag doll, inches from the bloodshot gaze of the tortured female. He locked one eye with the girl, his other one swelled shut from his opponent's haymaker. As he stared at her, he struggled to lift the wrench once more, pouring all of his strength into a final attempt to reclaim his domain. As he looked into the girl's mocking eye, he heard the scream of the chainsaw, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the masked wanderer. Despite his odds, he tried to lift the wrench again, only to feel the immeasurable pain of the teeth chewing through his flesh. As the wanderer sideswiped him, the wicked blade ate through the muscular arm with ease and dug into his ribcage, shredding meat and bone alike as if it didn't exist at all. The wrench fell to its murky grave, taking the severed arm with it. With nothing else to hold himself up, the laborer collapsed into the mud with a wet smack, just as immobile as the abandoned girl that lay beside him. The wanderer stood over him, wet locks dripping on the laborer's chest as the blank mask looked down on him. The power of his gaze was suffocating, and as the rusted mask stared from above, he felt just as much as the prey he hunted. The fight was over. The laborer had lost. Without a single word, the wanderer planted a rubber boot on his heaving chest. He held him firm, just enough to keep him in place for the final blow. The wanderer did not receive pleasure from cruelty, nor did he enjoy toying with those he defeated. He only did what was necessary to move on. He took a closing look at the laborer, and as he squeezed the chainsaw's trigger, the blade's edge screamed in emotion. The laborer released a clacking hiss as the wanderer thrust the saw downward, plunging the weapon underneath the bony jaw. A gurgling rush gave way to the grinding of marrow, the hot chain kicking up a spray that splattered the black leather apron. The laborer's husk bucked under his planted boot, and he ran the blade upward, separating the skull in an explosion of broken bone and brain matter. The saw screamed until the rush of blood and gore gave way to the tilled mud, and only as the corpse ceased all movement did the chain stop its grind. The wanderer yanked the blade from the mess in silent satisfaction, pausing only momentarily to savor his victory. He looked up to the eternal overcast sky, blood running down the rusted iron that lacked all visible feeling. There was a deep breath. And as he exhaled, lightning cracked across the sky in a bright flash. Sheets of rain followed, showering the wreckage of the junkyard arena as if it tried to wash away the madness. Raindrops seeped past the mask and trickled down his shielded face in cool streams. There was an instant of solace, but it was only temporary. When he finally lowered his head, he knew it was time to move on. Rainwater trickled down the caked blade, leaving a red trail in the mud as he made his exit. A booming thunderclap sang across the sky as the wanderer left the destruction behind him, continuing his unending search for a stronger opponent.
Let me start by saying I'm breaching my contract by sharing this. If the company's lookouts link this post to me, which they will, I'll be disgraced. And any chance at getting a job in this profession again will be out of the picture. I have the common sense to keep my name unknown, but all that's going to do is slow them down. Keeping this hidden would be a crime against humanity of the highest order. You all deserve to know, as terrible as it is. I work at an unnamed technological research company as, you guessed it, a researcher. In recent years, we've made astonishing advancements in developing technology that can interact with and harness tachyons. Tachyons are particles that travel faster than light. That's the most important part. They've been a subject of theoretical physics since the late 60s. But as far as public knowledge goes, they're still just that, theoretical. But they are most certainly real. Well, not tachyons per se, though their behavior is equatable. I won't bore you with all the technicalities, but the research of a particle traveling faster than light is that said particle is able to, effectively, travel backwards in time. My other group members and I have been experimenting with these particles for the best part of 2 years now. We've made major advances, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. Yesterday, March 23rd, 2023 at 9:07 a.m., my equipment detected a tachyon signal. This was in the morning, mind you, and no tests have been carried out yet. From what I can tell, this signal originated, or rather, will originate, from elsewhere. Playing it out loud, it at first just sounded like a garbled mess of frequencies. But after observing the audio structure, I found it to be made up of thousands of tones, of which there were only 2 types, long and short. The realization hit pretty quick. It was Morse code, or at least it could be interpreted as such. The most fundamental form of digital communication known to man, other than binary. So, I ran it through an audio interpreter a few times and got a fully coherent message. I refuse to believe that I'm seeing patterns where there are none. The chances are so astronomically low that I can't feasibly consider it to be a random signal, especially considering I've never received one from somewhere outside the lab. I'm going to copy over the translation here. I don't wish to instill panic, but please spread this post. People need to be aware that this is a possibility. To whomever is listening to this, prepare yourself. Here it is. Hi, my name is Tim Hermel. Before I write down this account, I should insist that this is the truth. This is all happening to us all right now. This isn't a joke, prank, or an interactive project. This is the truth. You have to believe what you're about to listen to. Okay, with that out of the way. Shit, it's getting closer. I'll write down what I can before we're pulled back to the city to join the others. I hope enough context is given in my account for you to fully understand. I lived, in the great city of Faraday, the utopia of humanity's future. Life was amazing. Every aspect brought joy and satisfaction to every person. No hunger, thirst, no overpopulation, pollution, a nirvana if there ever was. The level of advancement may be difficult for some of you to believe. Work was optional, and automatons would fill the spaces left by those choosing to pursue their own personal dreams. Even so, a large number of people here still choose to have jobs. Vocations, I suppose. Healthcare was unparalleled, and not one person has died during my time here. Everything major was decided by a vote. It was the perfect democratic system, but I'm no politician, so I won't explain to you why that is. Hell, we even had a collective vote to decide the next week's weather every Sunday. That's right, we'd taken control of the weather. Want to splash in puddles smelling the petrichor? Maybe get a tan on? You just have to go out and vote for it. Faraday's was, without hyperbole, frickin' beautiful. In between the city blocks, there were great swaths of woodlands and meadows. Crystal rivers flowed underneath silver bridges, and leaves of every color painted the landscape like polka dots. In the city itself, well, they say nature trumps anything man-made in terms of beauty, but I disagree. The intricately designed towers were accented by all the most complementary colors. Gold, chrome, red, blue, and any combination you can imagine. It was here. Arches, spirals, and patterns of every variety adorned the structures. The day in question was a Wednesday. Not that days of the week held any particular significance anymore. I'd planned to meet with two of my buddies, Aaron and Tuan, at our favorite coffee shop a couple of districts over in the Wantanian area. Historically, the journey may have been arduous or frustrating. Not now. Most people didn't even use vehicles anymore. Instead, the city had built a vast underground network of ever-shifting and rearranging tracks called Tuburinth. Each person owned a personal pod of sorts, customizable to any degree. I input Wantania Central and hopped inside. My pod contained a sofa and a mini-fridge, stocked up with my favorite drinks. The journey was always snappy. Each time, the underground superstructure would arrange a new and unique track to be used, direct to a reserved bay. Just 15 minutes later, I was stood under the vaulted, ornamental expanse of the station roof, 100 or so feet above. I always stopped here just to stare upwards for a moment, absorbing the imaginative architecture. After exiting the station, I was surprised to see that both Aaron and Tuan were already waiting for me outside. The good kind of surprised, that always slaps a goofy smile onto your face. "It took you long enough," Tuan chuckled, finding the irony in his own words hilarious. "God, I know, right?" Aaron added. "I was worried I'd need crutches after standing out here waiting." "Well, you're not gonna like this next part," I joked, and we set off down the street laughing. Our favorite cafe was called Beansmith's Forge. It was a cheesy but endearing name, and the theme fit the three of us like a glove. As I said before, we'd been working on world building for our fantasy RPG, an immersive Neuralink VR experience, where the player could design their own character and have a unique quest line auto-generated out of a complex system. We ordered brunch and, of course, coffee. I won't get into the details of our talks, but we quickly finished up, paid, and set off down Gerben Street. The more exciting event of the day was our session booked at the aptly named Noji Box, something you could call an anti-grav playground. Admittedly, I've never fully known how it works, just that it involves paired wormholes, immensely powerful electromagnets, and a huge vacuum chamber. One thing I was always grateful for was that the automatons, who I saw working robotically through storefront windows, were withheld any accurate human likeness. I'm sure you've heard of the uncanny valley, so you'll know what I mean. They fell just short of it. All was calm on the walk, as to be expected. We made it to the Noji Box in good time, 10 minutes before our session booking. I get it's company policy to take everyone through safety basics, but it was admittedly a little boring after many past visits. The only real requirement was that you'd have to wear an osteopathic suit. No, osteostatic? Something about keeping your bones from floating away from each other or for disappearing over time. We were suited up, ready to enter the SS Slamdown when a sudden tremor shook the building's foundations. Everyone shared the same puzzled expression. Not once had something like that ever happened in Faraday. The staff looked a bit slumped at first. I guess I never had to deal with a situation like this in the past. To our dismay, but unsurprisingly, our session was cancelled, and we were told that they would call us later to sort out a rebooking. I had the strangest feeling when we left and began back down the road. Something similar to déjà vu, but not quite. Like nostalgia, but without the accompanying feeling of reminiscence or joy. Trying to brush it off, I distracted my mind by humming a tune. I didn't know what it was from at the time, but I knew it was a stringed melody. A violin. Thing is, I wasn't really humming it as much as hearing it in my mind. We rounded a corner, and Aaron paused in surprise. "Oh, hey, that's Jeremiah. He's been playing that fiddle down the street from over mine for the past, 2 weeks? Come on, let's go listen. I grew confused when we approached, only to hear the same exact melody that had just been looping in my head. Before I'd heard this guy playing. I don't remember stumbling upon this particular street performer before this point. We stood listening for a few minutes, then continued our walk. Thoughts no longer infested with that tune. I was hit with what I can only describe as a taste. The savory taste of something on my tongue, complete with mustard and relish. Meat of some kind? The concern started to flourish when we came upon a food truck. Antoine asked if we were hungry. Sure, we'd just eaten at the coffee shop, but I could fit in one more tasty bite. He offered to pay, which we gladly accepted, and he returned with hot dogs with mustard and relish. My gratitude masked the ever-growing confusion within me. Was this just a weird coincidence? Or something else? Did I know we were going to get hot dogs? We wound up back at the station where a feeling of detached sorrow welled up inside me. Something you might feel after recalling a bad memory from which you've since recovered. I understood then that I would run into my on good terms ex inside. But before we could enter, another rumbling tremor swept across the street, followed by the clamor of destruction and screams from inside. A gray dust cloud plumed out from the entrance, sweeping us off of our feet. I saw Aaron flipped face first into the pavement, just as I caught my heel on the base of a stop sign. Yet another quake boomed underneath the asphalt. The asphalt I was falling down onto. But the impact didn't come. Instead of a hard surface, the sensation of falling went on. You know that feeling when you think you've reached the bottom of the steps, but there's nothing there? It was just like that. The ground I fell upon was an asphalt. It rang out as I collided, almost hollow sounding. Metallic. Maybe it was just my head ringing, but without a doubt, I wasn't in the street anymore. I sat up and my palms confirmed I was on a metal floor, the kind with those diamond-shaped grips. Looking around almost caused a complete sensory overload. A multitude of flashing lights, screens, wires, buttons, and all sorts decorated the room. It looked not far off from the control room of an intelligence agency. At least, that's how they're depicted in movies. I got onto one knee and pivoted to look around. The tall man standing directly behind me almost led to a second fall, but instead, I scooted backward frantically at the sight. The man, well, I say man, but this person didn't really have any distinguishing features. They were wearing a spotless black and white cloak of some kind, and a metal cage covering the upper half of their face, so that only their mouth was visible. They stood still, not reacting to my show of surprise, then spoke in the most androgynous voice conceivable. "How did you get in here?" I scanned the room, finding that there were no obvious entrances anywhere around, like we were inside a closed-off box. I fell over it, and the next thing I know, here," I stuttered. "Well, you shouldn't be here, and there's no way that you should be able to get here." I stood up, feeling a little more comfortable in the presence of the stranger, though not letting my guard down entirely. Now, I could see the pictures displayed across the screens. They seemed to be feeds of countless locations and Faraday, streets, woodlands, you name it. What the hell's going on here? Who are you? Why are you spying on the city?" The stranger didn't seem amused, being belted with questions, and put up a hand, gesturing me to stop. They let out a deep, held breath. "Well, since you're here, I may as well enlighten you. Take a seat." So I did. I sat in shock and disbelief for the next 5 minutes as the person answered all my questions, even the ones I didn't know I wanted to ask. They introduced themselves simply as administrator, but I chose admin to avoid the mouthful. Admin proceeded to tell me the truth,
as casually as one would talk about the weather. It wasn't real. A simulation. They told me we were inside of a highly advanced, self-sustaining supercomputer pod traveling through deep space, harvesting energy from ions extracted from the surrounding vacuum. Over 100 trillion years ago. Those living here now consented in having their consciousness imported to the device. On top of the ion harvesting, power was supposedly generated from emotions experienced by a consciousness. The more intense an emotion or feeling, the more power generated. I interrupted the monologue at this point with a question they hadn't seemed to consider. Let's say I believe what you're saying. If this system's been up for as long as you say, why did I only just have my 29th birthday, 2 months back now? I understand your concern, but allow me to continue. Every 50 years, it's reset. All of your memories are wiped and locked away, until the moments when you would again make those memories. There are only a set number of people who are uploaded to the system, and their minds simply cannot be deleted if they were to die. Not only a simulation, but an endless loop? My brain felt like it might burst. Wait, if we're reset every time, and everything plays out the same, then we can't possibly have any free will of our own, right? I suppose you could say that. But the illusion I have worked to tirelessly maintain, gives the impression that you do. What, so the original me signed up for this? But I'm not him. I'm a copy, aren't I? Don't I have a choice in this? There is no way for me to erase any person that lives here. Only if the pod itself is damaged or destroyed can I, or anyone else, truly die. The great stellar extinction has come and gone, and all that remains outside is cold and dark. A handful of black and brown dwarves and black holes, to my knowledge. The sudden feeling of intense, hollow loneliness filled up my chest. We were alone in a great black sea of nothingness. My slack jaw must have told admin I didn't have the capacity to speak. Over time, I have lost contact with the hundreds of thousands of other pods that were ejected from Earth all that time ago. Either they are too far now, or they met a destructive end. I can't say which is the better anymore. Absorbing the truth, the emptiness evolved into anger. Let me get this straight. We, living our lives down there, are puppets to you? Is that it? Just an endless cycle of digital paradise kept in the dark of all you've just told me? How can you possibly justify this? Calm down. Having your memories wiped is a luxury I cannot afford. Anyway, there's only the preface of what I need to talk about. I'm sure you noticed the tremors down there. The tremors? Oh, yeah, it sort of ruined my plans, but I guess it doesn't matter now. I didn't do anything. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Whatever the cause, it's not within this pod. I took it all in. A system malfunction? Why did the admin feel the need to share this with me? Is that why maybe that I could predict some of the things that happened afterwards? Oh, it's worse than I thought. The memory suppression seems to be failing. Both of us paused for a moment. The silence was deafening. I've been taking readings on the external sensors. There's something out there. An object. It's been following us for a while now, but with no starlight left, I don't know what it is. Space debris couldn't move on its own accord like this thing is. What are you trying to say? I sputtered. The dread I felt deepening by the second. I'm saying that something has found us. My blood ran cold. Found us? What could have found us? Didn't you just say that all the stars are dead? The universe is just darkness now? What could have found us? What? I wish I had the answers too. I don't think we're safe anymore. The most recent readings imply that whatever it is, it's latched onto the pod somehow. Possibly.
Admin was cut off by the loud screech of static from the speakers around the room. Their head shot up to the nearest corner in a manner that set me on a knife's edge. The tremors returned with a vengeance now, and the both of us were sent sprawling onto the floor. I didn't fall through it this time, though. Sparks flew and monitors went offline. I was about to ask what we should do when the roaring static settled, and something else started to play. An innocent, childlike giggle, gurgled coos, infantile squeals of joy that pierced my eardrums like needles and left them ringing. Remembering the sounds that came from those speakers make my insides twist and yearn to escape my body, knowing what came next. The laughter grew, and so did the tremors. The room started to collapse, wires and boxes raining down upon us. Well, not really collapse, no, but change. The far wall crumpled, like something on the other side assailed it with forceful impacts, and the room began to shrink. As if that dark place wasn't claustrophobic enough, the ceiling, walls, everything began to close in on us. All the while, the childlike giggling only grew in joy. I thought we were to be crushed and snapped by the pressure when we were abruptly freed. It happened again, pushed through the floor and spat out somewhere else. This time, we, found ourselves near a paved road leading out of one of the city blocks, into a green meadow which gave way to trees a ways down. Something was terribly wrong. Only after brushing myself off and standing up did I become aware of the swirling darkness that replaced the once baby blue sky with its cotton candy clouds. A heavy and unsettling calm had fallen upon us, dampening the city's brilliance. No more did sunlight gleam off the ornate spires and arches, replaced by a still hanging shadow. The eerie quiet was shattered by that god-forsaken crackling booming across the landscape, despite not a single speaker in sight. Again, followed by those ill-belonging coos and cries. Accompanying the infantile sputtering came an uproar of cracking and crumbling, great impacts from deep within the city's heart. Both Admin and I stared in disbelief as distant buildings sunk into the ground, while others twisted and warped their way into the sky, as if made from soft clay. Some just disappeared entirely, leaving not a shred of evidence behind that they had ever been there, while their former inhabitants plunged from stories above. "It's taken my place." Those 4 unprompted words shook me to the core of my being. The god of this world had been usurped. But why? With what motive? Admin went to reply, but stopped upon seeing the great pinkish masses floating up out of the streets far ahead. We stared in bewilderment, trying to make out what they were. The chorus of screams hurried us to the realization that the balls were. They were made of people. Agonized, howling faces littered the fleshy abominations while more objects rose around them. Structural beams, signposts, metal objects of every kind gravitated toward the amalgams of humanity before their relentless assaults began. Ripping, tearing, stabbing, slicing. It was already too much for my mind to comprehend. It garnered no reaction from myself other than stunned shock. Flesh and blood spewed from the masses and orbited around them like the rings of Saturn, falling haphazardly to patch themselves back onto the wailing people. My thoughtless attention was redirected as a frantic deluge of citizens fled the city, running down the street towards us. One by one, the exodus was halted, people seeming to stop in place abruptly, though the screams did not relent. I couldn't see what had stopped them until the crowd drew closer, where I saw an elderly man whip forward, foot stuck fast, instantly snapping his knee from the momentum. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as he fell down and looked to see what had stopped him. Something that looked like roots, water pipes maybe, had erupted from the tarmac and coiled their way up his leg. I could see the strength draining in his eyes as they stood him back upright by force, wrapping around his entire body. I watched in abject horror as he was raised off the ground
and each and every one of the old man's limbs were bent and snapped at unnatural angles, shattering frail bones into dust. His feeble cries were promptly silenced as a squirming metal tube forced its way inside his mouth, his eyes rolling back in unfathomable agony as the bulging mass forced its way down his throat, splitting his rib cage apart and allowing the organs within to slop out and float in the air as if weightless. The whole process seemed to reverse itself in time, then repeat over and over. I could only hear the echoes of Admin's shouts and the faint sensation of their grip on my forearm as they pulled me away from the mind-bending atrocity. My vacant body tumbled backward, sending both of us falling onto the grass. Still, I could only sit there, frozen. Somewhere off to the right, I saw a young woman pulling presumably her daughter along by the wrist, fleeing the hellscape of flesh and bone down a small alley. Her head spun wildly around as she noticed the walls of the alleyway closing in around them. She burst out into the open but was yanked back, her grip fast. She turned in desperation only to see her daughter, who couldn't have been more than 7, being slowly crushed into a paste of bloody flesh and yellow fat. Her pitiful screams still ring in my ears, seeing her child suffer such a terrible fate. Admin was finally triumphant in breaking my trance, and I rushed to my feet, stumbling before gaining my footing and bolting the hell out of there. The childish giggling echoing out over the sky only served to push me forwards and away from that place. "What the hell is going on?" I yelped, glancing over to Admin, hoping they could offer just the slightest of explanations. "I have an idea, but we need to get somewhere first. You see that hill through the woods right over there?" "A hill to the observatory?" "There's one last thing we can try to stop this. It's a shot in the dark, but I can't just stand here and fade away with the rest." High-speed winds whipped the trees as we ran below them, leaves fluttering in a wild seizure. Air-splitting cracks sounded, so loud my ears began to ring once more, and I looked over my shoulder to see what they could have been. Blazing spouts of fire shot down from the clouds behind, more akin to lightning than anything, striking the Forsaken with white-hot temperatures. Even from a distance, I could see skin and flesh melt off of bones like candle wax, forming spiraling clouds of organic vapor. In my distraction, I ran straight into a tree and tumbled over, blood leaking from a small cut on my forehead. Admin skidded to a stop and pulled me up to my feet and ran onwards, not waiting for a moment to ask if I was okay. Neither of us were okay. That was a given now. We reached the top of the hill without too much effort. It seems it was programmed for everyone to have an above-average level of fitness, young or old regardless. Admin frantically but methodically sifted through what appeared to be a large hoop of keys, hoping to search for the one to fit the observatory's door. I looked back over to where we had fled from. The twisted buildings coiled towards the sky, gargantuan talons holding captive everyone I'd ever known. But there was something else. Far behind the city, in the distant hills and woodland, a great black wave that spanned the horizon was traveling towards us, eviscerating the world itself. All it left behind was an endless chasm of darkness defying reality. The tsunami came closer before stopping at the city's outskirts, leaving only a towering earthen spire of suffering, flaming bolts cracking down upon it. "Admin, what's going on?" They paused for a moment, then continued working on the several locks barring our entry. "Do you remember what I told you earlier when you found me? How this system is able to keep on running over the trillions of years?" "Ions?" "Yes, but that's only the basis. I told you that emotional activity generates power, yes? The more intense an emotion, the more power generated." "What are you getting at?" "This is pure theory, but I believe that whatever is out there is feeding off of the system." "Is that why all that was happening? I stifled a gag, recalling the horrors fresh in my memory. "Again, it's a theory. I don't understand what it is. If the constraints of the universe are loose enough for something to evolve in endless darkness, to predate on the last sources of energy within it, I don't know.
and I doubt we ever will. I stared out at the hellscape, speechless. Finally, admin found the right key, yanked the door open, and pulled me inside by the arm. "Hey!" admin yelled, snapping their fingers. "I need you to be present for this. I am restricted in this world. I can't break and reform things like you can. A failsafe for if the power were to go to my head. Follow my instructions exactly." They told me how to break apart some of the technology in the observatory and rewire it into a different machine. I had no idea what we were creating at the time, but complied nonetheless. The finished product was a makeshift beacon of some kind, connected to the nearby terminal. "Thank you. Now, type." "Type what?" "Everything that has happened. Add as many details as you can, because we won't have another chance to get this out there." Okay, what is this thing? A radio?" "In a way. The observatory is one of the only places here that has a connection to the outside. I have used it more than once to observe the universe fading away. This setup will send our transmission as a unique superluminal type of wave. Hurry, we can't waste our time chatting about this." And so, here we are. I don't know who will be hearing this, if anyone at all. I beg of you, consider how our advancements might be our downfall. It's almost here. I can hear the flaming bolts striking the forest closer. This is my account. Please save us. Please spare us. Don't condemn us, as you have. Transcript end. There it is. I've revised the translation more times than I can count, and I'm sure there's no mistake here. Other readings imply that this message has traveled an unimaginably vast distance and not only over space. Repeated triangulation only tells me this came from above, somewhere far away among the stars. I can feel the edges of my mind singeing. This can't be proven as truth, nor can it be discredited. There's no possible way to explain how this message came from our own planet. I'm trying to be rational, but I think we need to consider future development very carefully. As a people, we have always rushed through our technological advancements at an incredible speed, not stopping to consider all the consequences that might follow. If anyone will believe this, please spread it around. I have no doubt this post will be taken down the moment they find it. As for myself, I'll be disgraced probably. Stuck in a cold cell, most likely. Spread the word. The fact that the higher-ups will attempt to conceal this is a cruel thing indeed. If any of it's true. This is me, signing off. There's a common saying that goes, "Curiosity killed the cat." It's a very useful saying, teaching people not to make poor decisions that could ultimately lead to their demise. Unfortunately, some people allow their curiosities to get the better of them, and it eventually consumes them. Kelly was one of those people. Sunday, October 31st, 2004. It was Halloween, and Kelly's favorite time of the year. She thought it would be a good idea to decorate her front door with some cheap decorations to let the kids know she was handing out candy. At 12:35 p.m., she drove to the local dollar store to buy Halloween candy and decorations. While browsing, she found a shelf full of old VHS tapes. As she looked through them, her eyes fell upon an old copy of Disney's 1951 classic, Alice in Wonderland. "Wow, I haven't seen this movie in a long time," she said to herself excitedly. Kelly decided to purchase it along with her candy and decorations. When she came back home, it was still too early for trick-or-treaters to be out, so she took some time to prepare her front door.
She continued decorating and filled a large pumpkin-shaped bowl with candy. By the time she was finished, it was nearly 4 p.m. She checked if there were any more decorations to put up. When she looked inside the plastic bag from the dollar store, she saw the Alice in Wonderland VHS box sitting all by itself. "Oh, I forgot about this. Maybe I could watch it before trick-or-treaters arrive." Kelly had a VCR and DVD player in her living room, so she opened up the box to watch the movie. Something was strange about the tape. The movie's logo was on the front, but it was as if someone had tried to scratch it off with a knife. Kelly figured it must have been a used copy. As she took the movie out of the box, she noticed a strip of masking tape on the back of the video cassette with the words, "Play Me," written very poorly, as if a child had written it. "That's weird. Maybe someone was trying to be cute at the dollar store," she reassured herself. She closed her curtains, turned the television on, and turned the lights off, and put the tape into the VCR. Kelly was shrouded in darkness, perfect for watching a movie. As the opening title cards were playing, Kelly laid herself down on the couch and was excited to be watching one of her favorite movies from her childhood. The movie started off normally with nothing out of the ordinary. The picture was a little faded, but it was tolerable for a used copy. For about 10 minutes, the movie played just fine. When it got to the scene showing Alice inside the bottle she drank from, strips of static started appearing on the screen. "What's going on?" Kelly started getting frustrated. "Please don't crap out on me." And then the entire screen went to static and the movie was gone. "Oh, come on!" Kelly became angry and got her to see what was wrong with the tape. As she headed over to the television, the picture came back on. Only this time, it wasn't Alice in Wonderland. It was an old home video. Kelly was upset but decided not to fast forward the tape. She was curious to see what the previous owner could possibly have recorded over the movie. The picture quality wasn't very good. The footage looked like it came from a 1970s home movie camera. The video was of a small group of children gathered around a table with a little girl sitting at the end of it. She had long auburn hair, and she wore a dress similar to what Alice wore. They were all singing a happy birthday to her, and someone, most likely her mother, brought a cake out with lit candles and set it in front of the girl. As she blew the candles out, everyone started cheering. Kelly thought it was strange for someone to record this girl's birthday over the movie, but she kept watching to see what would happen next. As she made her way back to the couch, the video jumped to the children chasing each other in a game of tag out in a large field. After about 2 minutes of tag, the video suddenly cut to static. It made Kelly's heart skip a beat. She laughed it off and continued watching the movie. After a few seconds, Alice in Wonderland was playing again. It started as Alice left Tweedledee and Tweedledum in the woods. For a few minutes, nothing happened to the movie. When Alice met the talking flowers and listened to them sing, the video cut to static again. As the picture became apparent, it showed the same children from earlier playing Ring Around the Rosie with the birthday girl in the middle of them. They were in the same field that they were playing tag in moments before. The camera filming it was at a high angle, possibly from a 2-story window. Unlike the previous video segment, this one had no sound. The children were constantly spinning around the little girl, holding their hands together in a giant ring. After about a minute of silence, Kelly could barely hear children's voices whispering simultaneously. This is what she heard. "Ring around, dear Alice. Her heart is filled with malice. Alice, Alice, she soon shall die." Kelly was disturbed by the horrific song. The video suddenly cut off with loud static. Kelly gasped and held her hand to her chest. She thought it would be wise to stop watching the movie, but she felt that she just had to know what was on the rest of the tape. As the movie came back on at the scene where Alice met the blue caterpillar, Kelly sat herself up and continued watching. The video continued playing normally until it got to the Mad Tea Party. Before the Mad Hatter and March Hare could sing a very merry unbirthday, the video jumped to static again. Kelly felt a lump forming in her throat. There was sound this time, but the image was distorted and very hard to distinguish. Kelly could hear a little girl's voice. "Mommy, I'm not lying. There's a monster in my room. I can't sleep because it watches me at night. Please, you have to believe me." She seemed very upset, almost to the point of tears. "I'm sick of hearing this," her mother said angrily. "You are 8 years old. There are no such thing as monsters. You should know better." "But, Mommy..." "That's it, I've had enough," her mother screamed at the top of her lungs, and Kelly could hear the girl sobbing softly as a mother stomped her feet. And suddenly, the picture shook violently and became clear. The video was of the little girl sitting in a chair at the floor. She had tears rolling down her face and looked as if she had been beaten. Bruises covered her arm and face. "Mommy, what are you doing?" At this time, the girl looked very worried, dreading what her mother was about to do. In a few moments, her mother walked towards her head cut off by the edge of the screen. In her hand was a small knife. Kelly's heart pounded in her chest, but she couldn't take her eyes off the screen. The girl's mother took the knife in one hand, grabbed the girl's cheeks, and forced her to stick out her tongue. "I'm going to scrape those lies off your tongue." With that, she placed the sharp edge of the knife into the girl's mouth and quickly scraped it across her tongue. The girl screamed in agonizing pain, and Kelly could see slivers of bloody tongue fall onto the floor. She suddenly felt nauseous. She got up, ran to the kitchen sink, and vomited. As Kelly washed out her mouth, the video went to a piercing static, making her scream. She slowly crept back to the couch, keeping her eyes glued to the TV. The movie came back to Alice walking away from the tea party, disgruntled with the Mad Hatter and March Hare. However bad the segments were, Kelly felt she had to find out who was filming these terrible things happening to this little girl. The movie got to the scene with Alice getting lost in the Tolgi Wood. Again, the screen filled with static. It only lasted a few seconds before cutting to a video of the girl sitting on the front edge of a bed, crying into her hands. The room she was in was very dark. Everything behind her was cast in shadow. For nearly 3 minutes, she just sat there crying. Not once did she look up. Every few seconds she would stop and say, "Nobody loves me." After a while, a door opened off camera, letting a dim light enter the room. Slowly, a shadowed figure entered the room and floated towards the girl. She looked at the figure and her eyes shot wide open. She began to plead, "No, please." Her cries were abruptly severed by the deafening static. Kelly screamed out loud and covered her eyes. After the static died down, she gained the courage to open them. The movie came back on with Alice going into the Queen of Hearts courtyard. All the bright colors and silly moments of the film couldn't stir Kelly out of her deep-seated fear. Kelly began to hope that the hellish video segments were over, and she could watch the rest of the movie in peace. As the trial scene approached, the picture gradually faded to static. Kelly's heart dropped and she started sobbing. This time, the static lasted over 2 minutes. Kelly's heart raced in anticipation of the upcoming video. When the static disappeared, there was nothing. The living room was filled with a deafening silence. Kelly became short of breath and started hyperventilating. For several seconds, there was complete silence. Kelly thought the movie was over, but the tracker on the VCR said the tape was still playing. After a short while, Kelly could hear something. It sounded like children whispering. She couldn't make out what they were saying, Kelly panicked when she noticed a dark picture slowly developing on the screen. It was a photo of the little girl on the edge of the bed again, secluded in darkness. This time, she wasn't crying. She was staring straight at Kelly through the screen. Her eyes were bloodshot from so much crying. The look on her face was a pure horror, her eyes shouting, "Help me." The only light in the girl's bedroom seemed to be coming from the glow of Kelly's television. The image was so clear that they could have easily been sitting in the same room. Kelly could hear the little girl crying again. But she was still glaring at her through the screen, not moving an inch. As Kelly looked past the girl's shoulder, she made out what appeared to be a faint set of crooked teeth fixed in a smile. The teeth appeared to be human, but were elongated and stretched out too wide to be from an actual person's mouth. Voices joined in like a maddening chorus. Voices of all kind could be heard whispering, "Off with her head." Over the next minute, the little girl's crying and the voices grew louder and more hysterical. Kelly had to cover her ears. And then everything fell silent. Her heart pounded as she uncovered her ears. One final deep voice said menacingly, "Off with her head." The static flashed over the image for a fraction of a second. The picture began to move. The little girl's head slowly fell forward as if she was going to cry again. It dropped lower and lower and lower until it rolled right off of her shoulders and onto the floor. The instant her head fell off, her blood-curdling scream filled the room as Kelly covered her ears in terror. She screamed as loud as she could until the video cut to static one last time, and the ending credits of the movie started rolling. Kelly could not speak. She was traumatized at the blank screen. By this time, it was 5:15 p.m. As Kelly slowly started to get up, she kept her eyes on the screen to make sure nothing else was going to show upon it. Her concentration was broken by the sound of her doorbell ringing. She screamed and shot her head around to see her front door. "Just breathe, Kelly. You're all right. Everything's okay. Just relax." Kelly collected herself, turned on the lights, then headed for the door. "It's just an early trick-or-treater." Before opening the door, something told her to look through the peephole first. When she did, what she saw froze her. On her doorstep was a little girl with her head down. She was wearing an Alice dress. "Calm down, Kelly. You're just a little freaked out from the movie. It's only a kid in an Alice costume." She grabbed the candy bowl and opened her front door. When she got ready to hand out the candy, she dropped the bowl in horror. The little girl had vanished. Kelly trembled terribly as she picked up the candy, put it all back into the bowl, and slammed the door behind her. "You have to relax, and you're just seeing things." When she put the bowl back down on the kitchen table, the television cut to a loud static, and Kelly screamed and turned towards the living room, and tears rolled down her face. Written on the wall above the television in blood were the words, "Off with your head." Kelly frantically tried to get out the front door, but it turned out to be locked. And suddenly she could hear something clawing at the door violently like a bear. She looked through the peephole again and saw nothing but black. As if a fuse broke, all the lights in her house went out at once. She was submerged in total darkness. She could see absolutely nothing, except at the end of the hallway, there was something near her bedroom. It was a faint set of gnarled teeth affixed in a smile. Kelly was paralyzed with fear. Who's there?" The smile slowly floated towards Kelly. She tried to run away, but found herself unable to move. In a moment, the shadow monster was right in her face. She could smell the horrible stench of rotting flesh on its breath. It whispered to her, "Off with your head." Later that same night, a girl by the name of Abby Lawrence had just finished trick-or-treating in her fairy costume. She was 10 and her mother let her go by herself with her friends for the first time. She and her mother lived about a block away from Kelly. When she returned home, her mother gave her a big hug and helped her get ready for bed. "Did you have fun trick-or-treating with your friends, Abby?" "Yeah, my bag is full of candy. It'll probably last me until next Halloween." "I'm glad you had fun, sweetheart. Hey, Mom, you have to see this." Abby ran to her bag of Halloween candy and pulled out a copy of Disney's Alice in Wonderland on VHS. "Where'd you get that?" her mother asked. "One of the houses I went in had it in a candy bowl, and the bowl was empty, but this movie was in it." She could barely control her excitement. "Can we watch it tonight? Pretty please?" Let me just get the obvious out of the way first. Yeah, I've actually been to the future. No, don't ask me about the current disease going around, or the climate crisis, or the next election, or next week's lotto jackpot. I've been to the far future, long after any of that has ceased to matter. It was billions of years, at least. It was the very end of the universe, I think. But it wasn't the end of everything. I should probably back up a little bit and explain how I got to the end of the universe. I'm an Air Force officer, and I was selected to be the test subject of what my superiors referred to as Chrononautical Kitty Hawk, out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, relatively close to the Hawaiian Islands. There's a top-secret experimental particle collider. It's underwater, both for secrecy and so that they can use the ocean as a heat sink for the massive nuclear reactor that powers the thing. I wasn't privy to all the details, so I don't even know who's funding it. There were definitely a lot of non-Americans there, so I'm pretty sure it's an international collaboration. From what I was able to understand, the experiments they're doing there are meant to reveal the basic nature of time. Whether it's a fundamental aspect of the universe, an emergent property of more elementary components, or just an illusion of our own limited perception. The collider produced an unknown and, based on what some of the researchers told me, previously untheorized particle that caused bizarre temporal effects when they interact with ordinary matter. For the time being, they were just calling them chronotons, since that's what time-traveling particles are called on Star Trek. When they saturated an object with these chronotons, it would vanish for a period of time roughly proportional to its mass, and then reappear in the exact same space. Sometimes the objects would be detectably hotter or colder, sometimes they'd be damaged, and on at least one occasion, not even in one piece, but as far as the scientists could tell, every atom they sent out came back, and never with any extraneous matter clinging along for the ride. The objects were clearly experiencing something during their missing time, but they couldn't send a probe, since the chronotons would scramble any electronics, no matter what they did to protect it. It was decided they needed to send a human test subject to report back on what they encountered. I was chosen because I hit the exact sweet spot of having the necessary skills and temperament, while also being sufficiently commonplace that, should I never return, my commanders would write it off as an acceptable loss. I was assured that the chronoton radiation was non-ionizing, and that the tests they had run on biological samples showed no immediate or short-term ill effects. As for the long-term effects, well, we'd just have to wait and see, wouldn't we? At this point, you may be asking yourself what I was getting paid to expose myself to unknown radiation and get blasted God knows how far into the future. The same Neil Armstrong got paid to go to the moon. Bubkiss. Absolutely nothing outside of my regular salary. I'm an Air Force officer after all, and putting my life on the line for the good of my country is all part of the job. I should be honored to have the privilege of being the first person sent into the future, they insisted. If the experiments were ever declassified, I'd be famous, immortalized even. And if I refused, I'd almost certainly be sent to a military prison for insubordination. So, back to the future it was. I stepped into the collider wearing a pressurized environmental hazard suit. This was necessary not only for concern for traveling to an unknown environment, but also because the interior of the collider needed to be evacuated of air to function properly. The collider itself was a 100-foot wide tunnel that stretched on for miles, paneled with a shiny gray alloy that I had been told had to be invented just for the project. Every few hundred feet, there was a glowing, humming ring of classified tech encircling the perimeter, all of them pulsing in perfect synchrony. There was no sound in the airless tunnel, of course, but I could feel their thrumming vibrations through my boots, and it was a sensation that I could only describe as humming. The rings were all interconnected by 4 evenly spaced conduits that ran the entire length of the collider, each pulsing with an orbiting light which, in spite of the much greater distance, matched the RPM of the rings. I took my place on the clearly marked platform and looked up the cage. Flashing lights that counted down the initiation sequence protected from the chronotons by a recess in the collider wall. The near total silence was unnerving. All I could hear was my own breathing. I didn't even have a radio in my suit since it would just have been scratched by the chronoton wave. If there were any last-minute instructions, they would only be conveyed through the display in front of me. As the countdown to full saturation ticked down, I started to see tiny golden lights forming in the space around me, whizzing around the collider at lightning speed. They were sparse at first, but after about a minute they became so thick I could barely see through the haze. They passed through me like I wasn't even there, without producing any perceptible sensation as they did so. I couldn't see the countdown anymore, but when I felt my feet lift from the ground, I knew it was launch time. I slowly floated upwards for several seconds until I was in the dead middle of the collider, and hung there for several seconds more. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared as hell, but I didn't panic or try to fight it. What was happening, and I was long past the point of being able to do a damn thing about it. Without any sort of warning, I was catapulted forward at what felt like at least 5 Gs. The golden lights vanished, along with the collider, the facility, the ocean, and the Earth itself. I now passed through them as harmlessly as the chronotons had passed through me. I shot upwards, the Earth beneath me seeming to spin at an impossible speed as I did so. The sun also receded at a pace too quickly for the theory of relativity to allow. I understood that I was not moving at superluminal speeds, but rather that my arrow of time had been accelerated, and what I took to be seconds were actually years, then centuries, then millennia, then eons. Faster and faster I went, passing through star systems in a fraction of an instant, so quickly that I orbited the entire galaxy once every few seconds like I was caught on some kind of out-of-control galactic treadmill. Jane, stop this crazy thing. After God knows how long of that, time finally began to slow again, and I began to descend upon a black planet orbiting a white star. Somehow, intuitively, I understood that this was Earth. The sun had expanded to a red giant, charring the Earth black as it did so, then shrunk to a white dwarf, left to slowly cool for the rest of its days. Modern science predicts that the expanding sun will actually consume the Earth. Whether this prediction is false or if our space-faring descendants succeeded in widening the Earth's orbit, I don't know. From the high vantage point of space, I had deemed this dark Earth long barren of any life, but upon groundfall, I saw that I had erred in my judgment. I landed upon the earth on my feet as a cat would from a tree branch. My journey through time and space had done me no harm, and I was left to survey the ultimate fate of my home world. What I saw were still dunes of blackened regolith. Long, long ago, the warming sun had evaporated the oceans and ruined the atmosphere for photosynthetic life. The forces of entropy and erosion had beaten down all mountains and man-made structures, grinding them to dust. I couldn't help but be reminded of the poem Ozymandias, seeing everything lost to the global desert. The molten core had cooled, and the magnetosphere had weakened, leaving a more powerful solar wind to irradiate the surface and gradually strip the atmosphere away. The red sun, though an infernal fury in its death throes, had long diminished to the white dwarf that hung in the darkened sky now. Though what was left of the atmosphere would surely no longer be breathable to me were I to remove my helmet. The temperature was at least tolerable. All reason told me that nothing could have survived such a cascade of apocalypses. And yet, only a few hundred yards from where I stood, there was a single tree. If I had to guess, I'd say it was nearly 1,000 feet tall. Its bark was black, but not burnt. Its dark leaves were sparse but present, and many moon-white blossoms bloomed upon its branches. The tree cast a long shadow like a sundial, and at its edge stood 12 evenly spaced humanoid statues in a circle, alternating male and female. They were large, but not enormous, each being approximately 12 times my own height. Each had been hewn from a different color of translucent crystal, exposing a luminescent network of veins and arteries lying within. Each statue held at least 2 orbs of light within themselves, one in their heads and one on their chests, while a lone statue made in the image of a pregnant woman held a third and much brighter orb in her massive belly. I staggered towards the figures in awe, thinking that they were some sort of memorial left long ago by the last humans. Something that could unironically bear the words, "Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair." All of humanity's final collective genius, put into crafting everlasting monuments to our existence that would stand until the end of time. A single last act of defiance against the uncaring and undying void. That even when the earth had laid fallow for many times the length it ever bore life, and all was reduced to ash, this one single testament, not only to our existence, but to our exceptionality, remained standing at the end of all things. I stopped when I was in reach of one of the statues, gazing up at it in wonder and reverence. I noted that what I thought had merely been an aura of light around it was in fact composed of some vaporous substance that actively recoiled from my presence. In an act that seemed blasphemously daring to me, I tentatively stretched out my gloved hand and placed it upon the crystal surface. At the moment of contact, I felt a strange sensation flow through my body. It was neither pleasant nor painful, neither subtle nor overwhelming, simply strange, and unlike any sensation I had felt before or since, with nothing I can compare it to. It was then that the statue turned its head to look down at me. Dumbfounded, I looked at the other 11 figures and saw that each was now staring directly at me, when before they had all been looking up at the great tree. I was hit with a sudden revelation then. This was not a monument left by the last men. These were the last men. The last men standing vigil around the last tree. They spoke to me then with some form of telepathy. Not with words, but with concepts. The language of thought that my mind processed in words and imagery and feelings. I perceived that they were the last of our post-human descendants, Their bodies made of materials utterly alien to the natural universe, of which even our greatest intellects have yet to hypothesize about. Each of them alone possessed knowledge which dwarfed that of our entire civilization, cognitive capacities beyond not only ours in degree, but in kind, and a godlike control over the forces of nature. In fairer days, many thousands of such entities had once walked the earth, alongside a diverse array of both traditionally human and radically post-human races, and millions more dwelt among the stars. But over the vast stretches of cosmic time, even their race had dwindled. Some had perished in astronomically rare and powerful cataclysms, or in combat with other titans. Most, though, had transcended to even greater forms than the ones that stood now before me, and left our reality behind, as a hermit crab might discard a shell it had outgrown. Now, just the 12 before me were all that remained of their kind. They were not a random assembly of survivors, however, but each an archetypal embodiment of human character. Looking from one form to another, I understood the nature of each. There was the humble commoner, the innocent maiden, the mischievous trickster, the wise sage, the bold adventurer, the skilled huntress, the defiant rebel, the passionate artist, the brave hero, the carnal lover, the powerful king, and the caring mother. Each held within themselves that which mattered most to them, what they deemed best of humanity, what they had sworn to safeguard until the universe itself was no more. And that time was now upon us. I saw then in their minds the nature of the apocalypse before us. The Big Rip, the dark energy of the universe having grown ever greater, greater even than gravity until millions of years ago, the Milky Way and every other galaxy in creation had come undone, the stars shooting off from their orbits and into the intergalactic void. Months ago, the solar systems had suffered the same fate. Planets are breaking off from their parent stars. The Earth only remaining by the designs of the Titans before me. Now, in the final moments, the Earth itself would fall apart, followed by exponentially smaller constituents of matter and then even space-time itself in a Big Rip singularity. Even the Titans would succumb to this apocalypse, but even in the face of their demise, I sensed that they still had hope. It was the mother who was this source of hope, for the glowing light gestating within her womb was not a Titan child, but a new Big Bang singularity. Its design was born from the minds of each of the 12 Titans, its form forged from their own essences. If they were successful, this new singularity would survive the Big Rip, and then explode into a new universe all its own, and they would be reborn as its gods. It was then that the earth beneath my feet began to shake, and I knew that it was time. The leaves and the flowers all fell from the tree, their wafting descent the final omen that could endure life no longer. An omen the mother defied as she went into labor. The Titans burst out into a hymn then, and in that moment, their fate was the same as any other human, knowing they were to die, with only the faith that they would survive in some new form. Just as I thought that I too might be destroyed in the Big Rip singularity, I started levitating again, and I knew that I was to return to my own time. Before I departed, however, the trickster plucked a single white blossom from the ground and placed it in my palm. Closing my fist around it, he winked, and I was off. I flew upwards and away from the earth, and backwards from the Big Rip, repeating my trip around the galaxy in reverse until I returned to a blue and green Earth around a yellow sun. My return landing was not as nearly as smooth as my first. The instant my feet touched the platform, a shockwave cascaded through the collider, each ring violently exploding and showering the tunnel with shrapnel and strange plasma fires. The collider walls burst open and seawater came rushing in, swooping me away up and towards the surface. I let go of the flower during all of this, losing it to the underwater eddies. I know the flower was the cause of the explosion. None of the other tests had ever brought back anything with them. The trickster had used his power to give me an impossible gift, and the cost was the destruction of the entire facility. I wasn't the only survivor, fortunately, but the facility was destroyed beyond repair. When I was debriefed, I told them about the flower, about everything, but they didn't believe me. They took the absence of the flower as proof that the whole thing was some kind of dream, that nothing I had experienced was real. I felt a bit like Cassandra then, having been gifted with the divine revelation that no one would believe. But on the bright side, it means they didn't fault me with the destruction of the facility. I don't know if they intend to rebuild the facility or not, but if they do, they'll surely think long and hard before risking another human test subject. Billions of dollars for a weird drug tip is a bit pricey after all. After a battery of tests and a lengthy observation period, I was released and allowed to return to active duty, deemed to be none the worse for wear after my brief visit to the end of time. I also, of course, had to sign a non-disclosure agreement swearing to never breathe a word about it to anyone. So, why am I telling you all of this now? Because the flower came back to me. Last night, while I was on leave, I was taking a stroll by myself down the beach. My experience with the Titans still weighed heavily on my mind. I'm sure it always will. I was constantly re-examining everything I had witnessed, everything they had told me, forever uncertain if I was interpreting all of it correctly, or if it had even happened. I wondered if the Titans had been successful in creating a new universe, if they had been reborn to it, or if they had failed their greatest trial and were torn apart with everyone else, leaving only true existential nothingness in their wake. I was walking just close enough to the ocean for the waves to caress my feet, when, right in front of me, an incoming wave deposited a flower glowing like moonlight. In disbelief, I dropped to my knees and scooped it up in my hands, vigorously scrutinizing it lest I be deceived by wishful thinking and a mere coincidence. But there was no doubt in my mind that it was the same flower. The flower from the last treat the trickster Titan had given me. A radiant silver-white lotus bloom, stamens of metallic hydrogen and speckles of starlight upon its flawless petals. It had returned to me. I know not why the trickster gave it to me, but it appears it is not a gift that can be discarded so easily. I hadn't given much thought to the tree before then, to be honest. If anything, I had thought its survival a mere token act of conservatism by the Titans. But the gift of its flower and its impossible return indicated that it was more than this. Did the tree serve some part of the Titans' ultimate plans? Did taking the flower back to the present with me aid in their goals? Am I supposed to do something with it? I can't know for certain, of course, but I think the answer to all of those is yes. Beyond that, I have no idea. I wish that the trickster had given me more than a wink in instructions. Maybe my mortal limitations are to be blamed for being so obtuse. But it seems if they were so smart, they could have found a way to make their intentions clear to me. As much as I would like to believe I'm the chosen one, meant to enact the will of the gods to ensure the salvation of all reality, there is one doubt that lingers in my mind. Why was it the trickster who gave me the flower? If it had been their collective will that I take the flower back to my own time, then nearly any one of them, other than the trickster, would have been a more suitable gift-bearer, save maybe for the rebel. Was it simply that he was nearest to me at the moment? Or is it not more likely that he was playing a trick on me or his fellow Titans by giving me the flower? Or is it merely that my mission requires some uncertainty, some doubt, some lack of any clear directive to succeed? Over and over again, I've been asking myself why it was the trickster who gave me the flower. The only answer that comes to me is a quote from Neil Gaiman. Of course it was Loki. It was always Loki.